That's my man throwing down.
Hello, hello, everybody.
Yeah, I know, right?
We good? Yeah, can you guys hear me now? Yeah? Masks are great. They deafen us terribly. Before we get started, I actually want to point out our favorite Harvard mascot back there. I can see him. Let's have you stand up. Come on, you come to all. Andrew.
Where's he at?
No, I don't think that's his name.
No, his name is not Andrew.
It's not Andrew. But you go to Harvard. You come to all of our panels.
Oh, I thought this was
I don't think he wants to stand up. We'll catch him later. We'll get him later. Comes to all of our panels. We're super appreciative of it. I'm pretty sure he's been to, as Ryan likes to say, more to our panels than I think anyone else in all the PAXs, because he's at all of them. I am Dr. Anthony Bean, and I am the CEO of Geek Therapeutics, a licensed clinical psychologist, and all-around geek, I guess you could probably say. I think we got that cred at this point. And this is our panel on the power to catch 'em all, the psychology of Pokemon, which was just funded on Kickstarter a couple months ago, and so it'll be out in July. It's the most comprehensive book that we have, but we're going to go over a lot of the fun stuff, and we have a lot of the writers and authors up here, and it is quite a variety. So the big thing of what I wanted to make sure you guys all know is the big thing that we do over here is we actually train therapists how to basically be geek therapists, and we license them and everything under that whole umbrella to make sure that they, one, can relate to all of us and that we can relate to our clients, because as we all know as geeks, if you've ever been in therapy, how many people here have ever been in therapy? How many of you have been able to actually know that your therapist understands what you're talking about in anime or video games or anything like that?
Oh, that makes me so sad.
It makes me very, very sad.
We're gonna change that.
Yes, that's our crusade. And so we're like APA accredited, NBCC. We're basically nationally accredited, and we're around the world at this point. And so it's a very, very big and amazing type thing that we're doing and endeavoring to make sure that, one, your therapists are going to know when you say something of like a Bakugo, who you're talking about. Or if you're talking about something else within a video game, they're like, oh yeah, we're talking about that mechanics. What's your deep talent tree on that one? Or why did you play this rogue character over something else in Elden Ring? Things like that. Those are the important things of what we actually do. And so I'm going to actually throw it over to these guys so they can introduce themselves and make sure that they get the spotlight that they deserve for writing incredible chapters and everything on here.
Hello. My name is Simone. I use they, them pronouns. I'm from Vermont, and I work there as a therapist in my own private practice, working predominantly with the queer community and individuals who are autistic or who have ADHD. I wrote the chapter on Pokemon and gender.
Hi, everyone.
You can pull forward.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, pull it forward.
Hi. Oh, there we go. Hi. I'm Kayleen Bowden. I'm from New Hampshire. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a master's level clinician working with children and adolescents and families about anything you can think of. I did not write a chapter in the book, unfortunately.
We stole her up here.
Yes. But yeah, very passionate about geek therapy.
And just so you all know that she's actually working on talking to us about doing one on Animal Crossing.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, yeah.
Was not expecting.
Hi. I'm Kenneth Shepard. I'm actually not a therapist or a doctor of any kind. I'm actually the staff writer for Fanbyte, and I wrote the foreword for the book. So I'm one of the first things you read, but I'm also the one that has the least medical and therapeutic backing to it. So I'm just some guy. These are the start of the show up here.
Give it up for some guy. Give it up for some guy.
So, howdy, everyone.
Howdy.
Boy, this will be quiet. All right.
Yes.
It's going to be one of those days. All right, so
We're the first one. Everyone coffeeed up?
we're good? All right.
No.
So, I'm Shane Tilton. I'm Associate Professor of Multimedia Journalism at Ohio Northern University. I am a board member of Geek Therapeutics. I'm also the chair for the Game Studies Interest Division of National Communication Association. I wrote the chapter on Chaos and Order and Team Rocket in Pokemon, and I also have a book that just came out about memes and their connection to us. So when you're done with this, come down to our booth. I will sign a copy and talk to you as much about memes as you like.
We're in the tabletop area, and we have tons of books still left, probably until the end of today. Then
Right,
it's going to be...
we're down to about 40 or 30, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Ryan Kelly. Apologize for my voice. This pretty much goes every PAX. Every PAX, I lose it. Probably has something to do with my personality. But if I'm being honest. But yeah, I'm a psychologist. Also first co-creator and co-illustrator of the first Aspie graphic novel featuring an Aspie superhero. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. For those who are curious, this cosplay was made by a friend of mine from Riot Games. It's part Snorlax, part Totoro. And I am Snorlolo because the alternative was Totalax, which sounds, that's just gonna run right through me. I'm also the co-CEO of Geeks Like Us, a media company that combines psychology and geek and gaming. I work with some gaming companies as well as GTT in helping people make video games that are therapeutic. I do some VR stuff, and I'm really excited. Over the last 4 months, I've developed a very meaningful relationship with Tony's mother, but she doesn't have to, you don't have to call me dad.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
She's
yet.
not ready. I want him to build that comfort. She's a wonderful woman.
She's a wild child, don't worry.
Yeah.
You're not gonna do the boo?
Yeah, you know what?
Do the
yeah.
boo.
All right. So I've got a tradition, a long-standing tradition I do with my wife. My wife is incredibly loving. She's also incredibly gullible, and I'm an asshole. Excuse my language. But so what I like to do is she asks me before each panel, how's it going? Like, she's like, how's it going? And I could be a good husband and say, oh, it's going great, and the people are great. But I don't. I say, it's going terrible. It's being received very poorly. And then I like to send a video of everybody booing at us. And us kind of crying, more or less, right? But in a nice way. So if you would humor me, I'm just gonna quickly take a small video. And on the count of 3, I would like you all to just act. Please act, don't actually. But if you do, that's fine. Act like you hate us, and it's just going awful. Just boo us, you know, nothing racist, guys. But other than that, it's, you know what, it's never happened, but my fear is one day it will. Okay, and I'll be in trouble. Okay, so on the count of 3, is everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Give you all a round of applause for that.
And that's going to my wife, and she stopped asking, but the first couple times I did it, she was like, I am so sorry. She just thinks you're the worst people. Anyway.
We love you all, seriously.
Yeah.
All right.
How are you going to follow that one up, bud?
Yeah,
I'm Joe.
I'm Joe. I am Joe. I'm Joe. I'm Dr. Joe. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist in the states of New York and California. I provide therapy to adolescents and adults. I integrate a lot of geek subculture with mindfulness in my practice. And I run a couple of D&D therapy groups with teen groups as well as adults. And yeah, I'm ready to... Oh, I wrote my chapter on Pokemon and the concept of loving kindness and compassion.
You guys can do a bigger off than that.
Go, Joe! You're the best!
So if anyone had back to Kickstarter, you'll know that Nintendo got wind of us the first round and actually took us down the first round. So I had to deal with their lawyers for about a month, and I managed to get it back up. But one of the things was I was not allowed to sell any of those merch. I'm not really terribly supposed to show people or anything like that. I'm going to take Shane's first. But we have these wonderful stress balls that we have 4 of them. And we're going to just whip them into the audience politely. And good luck, guys. We're going to do them one at a time. We're not going to do them all right now.
Throughout the thing?
Yeah, throughout the thing. So
Yeah.
we're going to kind of do this. And so give me a number, 1 through 3.
3.
It's going over there. There's one. So this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to love this.
We're going to throw out glass spirit orbs next. So that's going to be exciting.
You all brought gloves, right?
Yeah, please.
It goes
and
poorly.
face masks. The topics that you actually see up here on the screen right now are not all of the topics that are actually in the book. These are the big ones that were really called for. What we started doing, this is our third book in the series. So we've done Zelda, we've done Final Fantasy, this one. We'll probably end up doing Animal Crossing, and I know you want to do From Software games, which we would also know would do
Where are my
very, very well.
self-hating people at?
Yes.
We deserve no happiness. Keep going.
Continue to buy their games. So one of the things of what we do is we tend to ask the fans before we get started writing and do a call out for it of what topics do you guys want to see? We will work with it and we will find a way to incorporate it. I will definitely tell you the Twitch plays Pokemon. If any of you participate in that, that was a fun chapter to do. And I don't know if Steph Orm is actually in here or not. She might be. I don't know if she is.
That's fine.
Doesn't sound it. But she's in here somewhere at PAX as well. And she actually wrote that chapter, and it is phenomenal. She's a media scholar. And everyone here is going to kind of talk a little bit about their chapter a little bit as we kind of go forward. But before we do that, I'm actually going to just kind of go through the quick author list so you can actually see some of them. We made sure that we were heavily diversified for this because one of the big things that you'll start to see in the psychology or philosophy type stuff, there's actually not a lot of cultural differences between a lot of people. And so we're starting to search out for those types of people to write certain chapters. It's the same thing as when we did the Wakanda training. There was a bunch of people that wanted to do that one, and we had to get a specialist in black culture to do that one, and he did phenomenal. But one of the big things that we always love to do is write about a whole bunch of these different things. And you can actually see us with our masks, and everything's crazy now. We're going to unravel the mysteries. We're going to start with Ryan because he wanted to do this first.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to give you your slide?
Sure. Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I wrote on two things here, one of which is collecting and why we collect. And we've been collecting as a species for about 500 years. Really, as we stopped becoming nomadic is when we started to really get into collecting. The first things we kind of did were these, aristocrats would kind of like have these cabinets of curiosities where they would just collect trinkets that were otherwise meaningless, but had some sentiment or represented some pride or something like that. And as time goes on, we've done it more and more. Now, creatures in the biological kingdom, many collect. My favorite is the magpie, because the magpie is basically like that little creature from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that loves gold, because you'll find in their nests like lipstick containers, coins, like they just the funniest stuff. So they're kind of like the Fantastical Beasts, but I guess kill more Australians. I keep seeing it. It's like that. So, but the idea is we've done a lot of research in the last 6 years of why do we collect. About 40% of Americans collect something, right? Would say, yes, I have a collection. And now they vary in what that might be, but we have this instinct to collect. So we've done a lot of research on like, what is it that drives? And everybody has different ones, but these is kind of a key. I made this little non-standardized assessment to sort of see where are you at with your collecting tendency if you have one. And they represent the 10 most common reasons of collecting. So the first would be the ownership, arrangement, and rearrangement of the collectibles gives me a sense of control. Right, raise your hand if that's one that kind of applies. Yeah, me too. All right, buying new items gives me a feeling of reward. Yep.
There we go.
I feel more connected to the overall universe from which I am collecting, like fanship. Yep. I feel more connected to other people within the universe for which I am collecting. It satisfies my intellectual curiosities. Yep. I pride myself on owning unique items and experience in an endowment effect where the more I own, the more unique it feels. Right. So, I mean, you guys are obviously collectors. You're into Pokemon, so of course you are. We have to catch everything all the time. So the idea is like, these are kind of the reasons humans collect things. And then this would be a sub-score. You see how big of a collector you are. But, we sort of think about where does this come from with Pokemon, right? And it kind of starts with Satoshi, right, Tajiri, a young autistic boy on the outer skirts of Tokyo, son of a Nissan car manufacturer guy with autism, not a lot of friends. Collects bugs and wheat, right? Pocket monsters, he would literally put them in his pocket, the bugs, which is kind of where pocket monsters comes from. He was called Dr. Bug by the other kids. He wasn't chastised or bullied, but he was definitely considered odd. And he found out that this type of collecting, as for many of us, gave him what all children need, and that is developing a sense of meaning and developing a sense of perspective of life, right? He realized this helped him very much, wanted to give it to other people. Pokemon was a very proactive gift to all of us, and so in 1996 was the first game that we had, right? And it was amazing, like primarily for all of us. So, it's just something to keep in mind that when we say we got to catch them all, there is a biological imperative to do so. And I believe there's a UK woman named Lisa, I'm forgetting her last name, but she holds the record for like the most collected items for Pokemon. It's over 172,000 items. It's quite amazing. But I'll end with this. They've done interviews with her, sort of saying, why? Why do you do this? And much like you see her on this list, she had a lot of social anxiety. She had a lot of issues that made her withdrawn and, just self-esteem and struggling to know who she is in her uniqueness, struggling to know who she is as she relates to others, right? It was very difficult. And she talks that is what gave her a sense of belongingness. That is what helped her with her social anxiety. And so it's just something to keep in mind that, collecting might seem, oh, you're just collecting. Most people do it. They might just not consider it one. And as well, if we be proactive about it, much like, Satoshi would show us, it can be something that improves our lives. Yep.
That was good. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I feel like we just gave you a TED Talk. Before I move on to the next slide, I actually want Kenneth to talk a little bit about why he wanted to write for this book, because I always find someone in the video game realm to write the foreword, because who else to do it but someone who writes for video games already?
Yeah. I'm a sicko for Pokemon. So I was very happy to be asked to do this. And what I ended up writing in my foreword, because initially I was told about this project through my friend and coworker, Natalie Flores, Light My Life. She wrote the Final Fantasy foreword, and she kind of generally gave me the tips of talk about Pokemon as a cultural thing. And for me, what I ended up talking about was very specifically my relationship with Raichu, who is my favorite Pokemon, has been my favorite Pokemon for 25 years at this point. And sort of honed in on how Pokemon kind of means something different to everyone. And that's why I think it's a great thing for this kind of collection. It's because I think you learn a lot about a person by how they talk about Pokemon. Is it the collecting? Is it the victory of becoming the champion? Or is it like me, where I have 6 particular Pokemon that I love the most, and I like to go on journeys with them. And so yeah, I think Pokemon is more suited than a lot of franchises for this kind of talk, because it is so universal, but also very personal as well. And and I'm excited to continue and hear y'all with your degrees and all, because I was looking at the Kickstarter when it went live, and seeing all the authors, everyone has PhDs, and I'm just some guy that lives in the middle of nowhere in Georgia that writes about Pokemon and other video games, and yeah, it's always I love hearing other people's perspective on the series, and now it's medically backed, so it's the good stuff.
What I actually like about him is your starter 6. Can you say who your starter 6 are?
My party of 6.
Yes.
The canonical party of Kenneth Shepard is Raichu, Latias, Palkia, Torterra, Beautifly, and Houndoom. And I get whatever variation of them are available in each game. It's only 4 of them were in Arceus. Only 1 of them was in Sword and Shield, so that was heartbreaking. That was a moment of being okay, me and Raichu are going to go meet 5 new friends over in the Galar region. So yeah, it's, again, everyone has their regional parties, but mine always has whatever variation of those 6 I can have, and whoever fills in the spots in between. So.
Perfect. I want to jump it over to Joe, and before I do that, so the other thing of what happened with Nintendo is I'm not allowed to print these next photos that you guys are allowed to see, but I can share them with you guys here, that you guys are the first ones to only see them in any sort. So these were going to be the postcards and the posters that we were going to print for this. So it's just going to automatically go forward now, and I don't have to touch it anymore, which is great. And so it'll just keep on going. But as this is a good one, and it'll just keep on doing it every 15 seconds.
If you tell anybody you saw this,
He will tear you apart.
I will give you the biggest of hugs. No, I'm just kidding.
Mario's gonna kick the door down any second.
Yeah. Mario will come, Jumpman will be through here. So Joe wrote on mindfulness, and I really want this one to kind of like shine a little bit, because I think this is important here about the love and the caringness that we show to our Pokemon, and how we also do some other stuff with our children through this.
Yeah, so I wrote about loving kindness and a little bit about compassion in my chapter. And loving kindness, the concept of it, it's one of the 4 Brahma Viharas in Buddhism, which is sort of also known as the 4 immeasurables. They're virtues, virtues that are supposed to help us promote healthy interpersonal relationships and avoid harm to others. And so I really think the theme of loving kindness and compassion goes throughout the entire series of Pokemon in the television show. And I also think it can be very present in collecting, in the trading card game, and there's a lot of aspects of what Pokemon is and what Pokemon means to us that can promote loving kindness and those that we play with or those that we talk about Pokemon with. Before I get into a little bit of the details about maybe, or the main points about how loving kindness is shown in Pokemon, I thought about actually us starting just with some self-compassion. And one of the things that we can do that to really promote self-compassion is just taking a deep breath, because that's where compassion starts.
That one's admittedly dirty. That's a little
Perfect timing
right now.
Yeah. That Venusaur is not quite all there. That one's having a tough day.
So actually, I want to actually just teach you all actually how to take a deep breath. A lot of people think they know how, but it's sort of what they teach singers. And the best way to know if you're taking a true deep breath and practicing some self-compassion and just being with your breath is if you place a hand on your chest, and you can feel maybe your heart area, and if you place a hand on your stomach area, taking a deep breath, only your chest hand will stay flat, and your stomach hand, that will expand. Because what's happening is your diaphragm is lowering, your lungs are expanding downward and taking in the full air. And what you're going to do is we're going to inhale slowly to the count of 2, and then exhale for about 4, 5, or 6 seconds, or however long you can go for. So I'll do it with you. I'm going to stand up and do it.
They won't be able to hear you, just so you know.
Yeah. Hand on the chest, hand on the stomach. Take a breath in through your nose slowly, and then slowly let out through your mouth. And just be with your breath. And go ahead and do it one more time. Slowly breathe in, deeply. And as you're breathing out, just notice your breath. And what you're practicing is some self-compassion. So, Ash, when we first start off, with Ash, he's this stubborn kid, overexcited. And I remember I was in middle school when that episode happened where he just gave away Butterfree. And I'm like, what are you doing? You are the biggest idiot. You have no idea what you're doing. And my viewpoint, of course, on that has changed drastically as I've grown and become an adult. I've realized why he is okay with Pikachu not evolving, why his starter Pokemon all go their own ways, why he gives up Butterfree. That's because he is compassionate, and he actively practices loving kindness towards his Pokemon. And not just his Pokemon, but towards other trainers, towards his friends, and even towards his rivals, Gary, and even at times Team Rocket. Sometimes he can get a little bit annoyed with Team Rocket, but I think there are times where he even practices some loving kindness towards them. And it's his attitude and his ability to actually release from attachment that makes him such a wonderful trainer and such a wonderful human being. And, you know, there's also this aspect of loving kindness that I actively now practice with my son as we collect cards, and I just sit down with him. And as we're, you know, he loves to open the PAX and collect his cards, and we just sit down together and sort of arrange his cards in his binder, and we just talk about them. And there's a moment there of compassion and in us sort of trading cards together and just talking about what we love about sitting down together and playing a card game and practicing some healthy competitiveness and reflecting on just being in the moment with each other, which I think, again, collecting or even playing, you know, the trading card game can promote. So.
I like it. That's why you wrote that chapter.
Can I do a quick question
Yep.
to the crowd for the ball?
Yep, it's time for another
So
ball.
I'm going to give this master ball out, and here's the question. And whoever gets it right. So Pokemon do not evolve, right? Evolution occurs across the species over time. What do Pokemon do? What's the word? They metamorphose. Correct. Thank you. Very good. Yay, master ball.
Yeah, I know. You're looking at me eyes like a scared cat and like lights in here. You're next, Simone. Tell us a little bit about what you did with us.
Oh boy, okay. So this chapter came about after actually talking with a client about the first anime that they ever saw, where they felt affirmed in their gender. And so we actually started talking about Team Rocket. I don't know if anyone else remembers that one episode where James wants to be in the beauty pageant. Right. And so how important that representation was to them when they were exploring their own gender. And so my chapter is on gender in Pokemon and what Pokemon has in general done for people who are gender expansive. And so talking about like Team Rocket and how it's queer coded and historically what queer coding has been and stuff, and like the complicated relationship of being someone who maybe doesn't fit into any neat label around gender, or who is experimenting with their gender and having some of the characters who are the most clearly queer coded be the bad guys, and how challenging that can be, and also how affirming that can be in exploring your own gender identity at the same time, especially when you see how supportive Jesse and James are of one another. Talking about also how gender is this really interesting thing. I think one of my favorite things that I talk about in the book is Pikachu. For the longest time, we didn't know what Pikachu's gender was. I think if you think back for the longest time, Pikachu didn't really have a gendered pronoun, which was really interesting because anyone could then be Pikachu. And we don't really find out until this very subtle thing that happens later on where attract is used. Also talking a lot about how Pokemon, while it is liberating, also is a little bit confining because a lot of the games require that people pick a binary. And then for some people that it was really liberating because there was, after we got to like Crystal, that was our first chance to pick someone who was not male identified. And that was really wonderful for a lot of transgender individuals. But as we've come along and more people identify in the in-between, how challenging that has been since Pokemon hasn't given us the option to do either or, and kind of the paralysis that can create. So there's a lot of liberation around gender in Pokemon and also a confining nature at the same time with how it's viewed. And so like looking at that and how important that's been to this community.
What she's also not telling you is, or what they are not also telling you, is that they were a late addition to the book. And they literally wrote this chapter. How quickly?
I don't know, like a month.
It was impressive. Impressive.
I like the enthusiasm.
We're going to get to you next. So, as someone who hasn't, you've seen the book.
Yes.
Yes, you've seen the book. So the book's already in digital format. It's already available and all sorts of stuff, and this doesn't like to stay up here. But tell us what you want to talk about. What was your thing here? What was the best part that you thought, or maybe something you thought might have been missing from it?
Can I take a scapegoat and say all of it?
Yes, yes, scapegoat it. Go ahead.
No, honestly, the book is really empowering. And what I think Pokemon really does well is that it brings the nostalgic piece. I think, I see some nods, yes. I think as an adult, too, we forget what it's like to be with our inner child. And I think mindfulness, as Dr. Joe was talking about, kind of connects with that. You know, we just need to have that childlike wonder with life, that childlike moment where we can actually in a rare moment, sit still and connect with people. And I think that's why I was so passionate about Pokemon, and I think that book really does that well. Talking about those talking points, why is it so significant and nostalgic with us? I've had clients, you know, sit in my office and they see a little Pokemon poster on my wall and they said, "You know about Pokemon? You're an adult." Like, yeah, come sit with me. And I often gave some of my clients, even parents, teenagers and kids, some Pokemon cards that I had to give away. And just seeing that universal smile come on their faces is just beautiful. So yeah.
It's really good to hear that, because you also only had 2 weeks to read the whole thing.
Yep.
And I think that it's a great inspiration, because it's going to give you a lot of ideas for your one that we'll get to at some point soon. At some point, yeah, I know. I'm just like, oh.
Do we want to do another ball?
Yeah, we're going to do another ball. Which one of you two? You can ask a question.
Oh, boy.
Hands up first. Don't blurt it out. Please.
I was not prepared for trivia today.
Do you want me to give you one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna have to save me, my brain.
What's the unique thing about as we know, the Pokemon that are flying right now? We have Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. What's the interesting thing that they've done with the numbers?
I think that was Plaid. Plaid was first, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about the rest of them? Yes. Keeps going.
One Piece, Monkey.
He's closer.
Is that what you add?
But you're correct. But he's closer. So continue on with the numbers thing. Every legendary thing for the next couple series continued to have it.
The white hair.
Oh boy.
In the maid outfit?
Yeah, maybe. Pass. Okay.
We'll give it back to Plaid. Yep. Keep going. You're close enough. Give it to him.
I'm going to say, though. There it is.
Redemption is real.
By the way, Tony is notorious for asking questions where he's like, in
I am
Legend of
notorious.
Ocarina of Time,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you really
how
want
many millimeters wide is Link's, irises? You're like, what?
He took my crappy questions.
All I asked was how many Poe ghosts were in Hyrule Field that you had to collect. Does anyone
That
know
is...
See?
Oh,
That's
you
really
actually
quick.
got- okay, all right.
Yeah, says the one who did Star Wars questions last night. And we're like, oh my god.
I forgot what common knowledge is. All right, we'll keep going.
The last one we have right here is Shane.
So the special thing about this chapter for me is I've been writing academic works since 2005. As Tony will attest, it takes me 18,000 words to write a 3,000 word chapter. Get a little laughter. We're going to start. This is the first chapter I actually wrote.
It's all true.
It is absolutely true. This is not a bit. This is the first chapter that I've written with my wife. And the reason that's important to me is because my wife is a huge fan of Pokemon Go. That was actually her first real game. She saw me playing it because I was trying to do some exercise, and she asked me, what am I doing? I said, well, I'm playing this game of Pokemon, and she made fun of me until she put it on her phone. And now she makes me drive her everywhere around Ada, Ohio to collect them all. So she's the one that basically kind of, thanks to Tony and her, led me into this idea of talking about chaos and order. Because as I write for the other chapters, I've written for Zelda, I talked about the music of Zelda. For the Final Fantasy, I talked about technology and German philosophers.
Don't get him started.
No, long day. But for this one, it's actually more natural because it actually leads to the natural world. You think about in terms of your everyday lives, there are patterns that you recognize in the chaos. So you can have lightning in the field, you can have trees falling down, but there are some common characteristics and patterns, and Pokemon exemplifies that. Think about the first video game you played and what it meant to start. There's always the classic starting characteristic, and that is, what's the first thing you do? Starter Pokemon. It is consistent across the board. So there is a way of organizing the world. And it's not even just that. Think about the biggest thing that Pokemon collectors and masters use to organize their Pokemon that they have. What is the book that we use? The Pokédex. So it is in fact already organized for you. It is numerically constructed, as Tony's question accelerated. And even in the idea of playing the games, my first game was Red. I had it on my little Game Boy that I would flip as I was teaching, or when I was done teaching or in my office. And there is a sense of order. You're trying to defeat the gym leaders. You're trying to beat the Elite Four. And you're trying to claim victory over your rival. There is something that is more natural about the way that we pursue those actions. And you could say that Pokemon, we would say railroad you in some of this. There is a sense of the order you can go. But there is some chaos that happens. You go in the grass, and a wild Pokemon appears, and you have to deal with it. And if you don't have it, you collect it, you add to your collection, and it expands your world.
Until the hunter becomes the hunted in the new one, which is fun.
How many of you played the new one? The new, it's the...
Arceus.
Oh, nice. Yeah, very good.
Wow, I knew this was our crowd. But what we actually start to learn in terms of the idea of order and chaos is that every aspect of Pokemon life is organized. You have hidden machines, you have technical machines, which improve your Pokemon. And the order is fine. The idea of the Pokemon order is great, but there are people that don't like that order. And they can find chaos, and they might make a double. And that would be the Team Rocket. And Team Rocket is against the order of society. They've been hurt. If you know the backstory of Jesse and James and even Meowth, there's a reason that Team Rocket is very appealing to them. It is a criminal organization that they have found, success. I'll put that in quotation marks, even though it took 12 years for Team Rocket to beat Ash. They finally found success. So what you had was that the reason that they are promoting chaos is because it is their own internal order. It's a way of reclaiming what is, right with them. And there is a Japanese concept called gammon, which is basically if you are dealing with chaos, that you have a very stoic responsibility. You can't overly panic. You just deal with the flow as it's happening. So just to kind of quickly summarize it, the thing that I find useful when looking at Pokemon as a model for understanding chaos and order is that even when you have these random events, there are things that we use, there's techniques, there's mental models that we create that give us a sense of how to deal with order. And if we don't have those mental models, if we don't know how to deal with it, the chaos overwhelms us.
That was the most eloquent he's ever been at one of these
I'm proud
guys.
of myself. That was 6
That
minutes.
is good. Let's get into it. All right, we have one more Pokeball, but I think we're going to wait on whatever question I think I'm going to make Ryan choose deserves it. Because...
Can I propose something? Because we're doing Q&A, right?
Yeah, we're going to do it. We're
Are
going
we
to
cool
Q&A.
passing out a few more Pokeballs at the booth if they earn it?
I don't have any more Pokeballs at the booth.
Or plushie dice?
Yeah, we do have some plushy dice at the D20 dice.
I wonder what other people would think, and Forces, you could tell me if this isn't even allowed. What if when they do questions, they get one toss of a Pokeball, and if they hit me and catch me, they could come down and get the
Let's
dice?
do this.
from right there?
I want you guys to
everybody
throw
down
something
for
at
that?
them.
You want to stand over there and do it?
I'll stand up. Oh, not up here. Yeah.
no,
Yeah, please not up here. I don't want to be
I'm
caught.
gonna be hit.
But all right, so the question for this poll, let me think. There is one Pokemon that evolved in a way that perhaps wasn't endearing. It was actually out of like spite and frustration and anger. I think One Piece put the hand up.
Yep.
No. Okay.
I'd like to jump in the...
Yeah, over the color. Huh? How did, possibly, I don't know, how did they evolve? Okay, so not quite so. Just to be clear, this is not like they evolved for a selfish reason. It wasn't for anybody else or caring about anybody else.
Jump in the blonde.
Okay.
Yep.
Who? No, not primate.
Okay. You can jump in the gray, yeah, you, sir.
That's correct. Yeah, Charmeleon the Charmeleon. Yeah.
Throw it off. Jump in
Have it throw it.
Yeah. Not bad.
Nice.
So close.
Okay, so should we have a line up for Q&A?
Yeah, so we'll do Q&A, and if you guys want to come see us down in we're in tabletop TT52.
So the Q&A
Q&A 's right
question
there.
mark is there.
It's right in the middle.
We got
Right
about
in the middle?
15 minutes for questions.
I will, after your question, I'll be standing here doing my best athletic checks. And I'll give a Pokeball to, do we have a Pokeball?
No, yeah, I'll hand them
I'll
all
borrow a Pokeball that we gave out. And you get one shot to hit me, peg me with it. And if you do, come down to our booth, we'll give you a plushie dice. All right. And you can opt out, by the way. You don't have to hit me.
I know. We'll see
We've answered everything. There are no, sorry, yeah, you got it.
Gonna aim
Hello?
at you.
Okay. So
Hey,
if you're
how's it going?
leaving, wait a minute, we still have people that are asking, so.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Should I wait or should I just go?
Yeah, you
Okay.
just go.
Thank you guys, everybody, for speaking. I had a kind of a two-part question. As nerds, we've kind of all come a long way, kind of convincing society that we, are more than just like a subculture now. Like we are making an impact, a bigger impact on our world. And I think Geek Therapeutics is a big part of that, and it's great to have something like that. So my first question is like, how can we as people without degrees, how can we continue to like convince regular folks around us that this is legit? And the second part of that question is, what are some specific areas you guys who have clients have seen positive results in your sessions by using Geek Therapy?
Okay, so I'm not a therapist, so I can't answer the first question, or I can't answer the second question, but the first question is, even if you're not credentialed, there is value in writing. It is that you are trying to explain your perception of the world. And if you're able to at least show, evidence that what you are experiencing is reasonable in the game and others it resonates with, that's a start. I can remember when I was a grad student, I didn't have my large Vita. I practiced, so the writing is beneficial. So the second one, or the first one, you guys can take.
Good.
Or,
Sorry, which part of the
no,
question?
you want to answer the question?
In terms of getting other,
Sorry about that.
well, in
No
terms
clue
of
what
getting, I think, other people to recognize it as a cultural thing, I think starting to reference it as just that. I think a lot of the language around it has been, this is just a hobby or something that I'm interested in. And shifting your language more to being like, this is a part of my identity. This is a part of the people that I hang out with. This is how I engage with the world and with other people, and impacts how I go about navigating the world. And if we start shifting our language more towards that instead of minimizing the value of what we're experiencing by saying it's just a hobby, it's just a thing I like that I do on the weekends. If we start doing that and really owning what it means to us, then I think we will see more of the shift of recognizing this as a cultural aspect and less of this is just something that kids like, which is often what we see. And I validate that if anyone's had like a therapist be like, that's kind of childish, this is how we kind of start shifting that, is moving it away from a conversation of hobbies to a conversation of identity.
Yeah, I agree. Just beginning to talk about how the subculture that we're engaged in and these hobbies are actually parts of our identity, parts of our community. And altogether, what we're really doing is, by engaging in these things that we love, we're really just taking care of ourselves and being healthy. And, taking care of ourselves, is something really essential that I hope we've all sort of understood over these past couple of years. And now here we are back once again live, taking care of ourselves once again. In terms of how I've seen, Geek Therapeutics work with my clients or patients, I do everything from running D&D groups in group therapy, where there's a process of, teamwork and critical thinking building and emotional communication. I've done, anime watch-alongs and manga read-alongs with my client, where the client really associates part of who they are and their identity with the character, and we go in depth and talk about, the different parts of themselves and their personality that, are there tangible on a page or on a screen, and then they'll go ahead and be creative and find ways to write their own, either comics or own manga panels, and that creative process really is, the part of who they are coming to fruition into a tangible world.
Mm-hmm.
Good question. You sat down. You want to peg Ryan? No. Okay. Next one.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Thank you for the talk again. Before I ask the question, can you go back to the slide that had the list of topics?
I saw it said 293 slides, and I thought I was in for a lot more than I thought I was in for.
You did good. You catch me off guard.
That's it. So I was wondering, can you expand on the point about Pokemon's evolutions as emotional representations?
As which emotional representations?
Yeah.
So I'll expand on that because the author's not here. So you want to jump up here there, Totoro? No. So basically, emotional representations. When we look at the different ideas of the evolutions or metamorphosis of everything, each Pokemon can represent a different emotional content for us. And as it evolves into the next form, evolution can also continue on. So it goes on the emotions wheel, which I forget how many are actually on the emotions wheel.
Oh, tons, yeah.
Tons. And so it starts off with something what we call level 1, very simplistic. But as we know, emotions are not simplistic. There's always multiple variations to them. So as we continue on that evolutionary path, that emotion gets more complicated, but we level up in the process because we are able to understand ourselves a little bit more. And it just continues all the way through the third evolutions and sometimes into the mega evolutions as well. And that's really what that whole representation of, some of us are going to like Raichu. Charizard's my favorite because, as Ryan would probably agree, in order for myself to representatively evolve into Charizard, I probably would have to spite the living daylights out of something. And that's just how it kind of represents our ideas a little bit. You want to peg Ryan?
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh! You were a goalie. You were like a goalie. Holy cow.
Let's get the next one.
Yeah.
Next question.
Hi.
He fainted. There's your money.
Hi. So I think a topic that was brought up earlier about Pokemon still being played by adults, and anime and the manga still being watched and read by adults, and how it correlates to how it seems like Disney adults are like at the pinnacle of geekdom, and it doesn't really seem fair because, I'm sorry, it could be, anime and manga and video games could be
Literally your wheelhouse.
equally, if not more, relatable than Disney for some people. So it's like, why does it seem like Disney is at the pinnacle of geekdom rather than all of these other pieces of media?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I always kind of hammer this one so we can get a lot of it, but that's a great question. So I think it's a fair statement. I mean, something to consider is a bit of history, right? Toei Animation and Mushi Mushi Animation were the first producers of anime, and the manga had existed. Anime came around, 46 or so, of course, after World War II, right? And it was, Kodo, the chairman of Toei Animation, had said that anime was specifically designed to give children hope again. In the history of mankind, going from the discrepancy of how many orphans are there on this day versus how many orphans are there on this day, it's the greatest one we've known on record, which is why there were wolf children, right? In Japan, it literally lived in the woods because it was so devastating. So their goal was to focus on three things to give to children: friendship, effort, and victory, right? So anime tends to share that. Now, what's interesting is they were heavily influenced by Disney because they were watching how Walt was doing that in the West, having what's called soft power, where they were having influence on the culture in the ways that they would choose to direct. So anime was inspired by Disney. Disney probably has the pioneer of what that is, but I would agree that I think anime, I love Disney too, by the way, but I would agree that anime has more therapeutic substance by its design. I mean, it literally was forged from the fires of nuclear devastation and economic collapse. And I think it is something that's slowly getting more invested, but I think both are great universes. I love both, but I think your point's there. It's just we live in the West, right? It didn't come to the States until 1868. We didn't even have access to it. And then even after that, it wasn't until the 60s, 1960, Fred Ladd brought Astro Boy here. And then it really didn't pick up until 80s, right? So it's just, I think it's growing. But we see it growing, don't we? I mean, it's more and more, right? More and more
Every year, it massively explodes even further.
Yeah. You want to try taking?
Sure. Yeah. Hey, you're wearing them out. His. Oh! That's a win.
This is my favorite Q&A ever.
Yeah, this is hands down our favorite because we get to peg Ryan.
Okay. So this is, I guess, mostly about like kind of the collection aspect, but I'm just curious in general. So the Pokemon games have always had this kind of like, these kind of like limited legendary events and that sort of like, that kind of scarcity sort of FOMO-driven side of the collection thing. And I was curious how that kind of interacts with using them therapeutically, whether that raises potential complications or there's even opportunities there to use it.
It's a good question. We have about 4 minutes.
Yeah, this will be the last one. More the next one.
So the idea of creating a tension thing is not necessarily a bad thing. So I'm trained in what we call Jungian psychology, and what we always talk about is the idea of life tensions. Because something creates a tension doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. It means that we need to pay attention to it and understand why is it creating a rub? Why is it creating that tension? Where we feel like we're being pulled in different ways? Are we having anxiety from a legendary event occurring? A fear out of not getting it, or fear of failure in some ways? Or maybe we're like, I'm really excited about this. I don't want to miss this. I have encompassed this part of my identity. And so it really can be worked in a lot of different ways, such as like fan fiction or even in fandom style, which you're getting all the questions and we're pegging you. Yeah, I know. This is all your expertise area. And that kind of help?
Yeah, I was just...
Okay. You want to peg him, please?
Yeah, I'm on it. Okay. Okay, ready.
We're playing Arceus rules.
Oh! Okay. Right. And this will probably be the last question.
This will probably be our last one.
So shiny hunting.
If you
Obviously,
guys,
this is a
hold on
insane
one
task.
second. If you want to stick around after, we'll answer some questions after.
Okay, go ahead.
Shiny hunting and its effect on the psychological thing. Because to the fact that some people, I have done this, will do like 70 to 80 hours straight of one task. Have you done any sort of research on that topic and its effect on people and why people are inclined to do it?
This is going to be Ryan. Oh my God.
Ryan,
He's getting
take it.
everything
You
here.
got it. I knew.
Okay, so just to make sure I understood the question. Are you saying how we observe hyperfocus as it occurs in Pokemon, if there's been done research, and how that can then be applied to real life?
Or what psychological part of us inclines us to spend hours on end looking for a result that is 1 in 4,096
Right.
without the shiny charm?
Yeah, so the most powerful type of reinforcement that exists is intermittent reinforcement, right? That's why gambling is so wildly effective. Intermittent reinforcement is, you're not gonna get reinforced every time, but there's gonna be a drop rate. Now, the balance you try to strike is, you don't want it to feel unachievable, because people will quit. You do want it to feel, and you don't want it to be too easy, because then they won't stay. It's stickiness is what we call in video games. They work with psychologists to get this. You want it to be right in the middle. They achieve it right before they give up, right? Now, what we experience is something called the near-miss effect, right? If I rolled a D6 dice, right, and I'm trying to get a 4, and I roll a 3, oh, it's so close. And I'm gonna be inclined to do it again because it felt close. I'm no closer at a 3 than I am a 1, right? But that's kind of how it goes. So intermittent reinforcement is one, but then there are other things of like, you know, we aspire to have a sense of mastery, the idea of collection. We want a sense of achievement. We identify with our achievements. That's arguably authentic happiness. Like happiness that comes from within, comes in tripart from achievement. And then people who tend to like Pokemon tend to also have some forms of neurodivergence that lead to hyperfocusing. Special interest areas, like those on the spectrum, right? So 90% have a special interest area. They just want to keep focusing on it, as well as ADHD, who struggle with selective attention, right? So once they like something or are naturally interested, it's like hard to shift off it. And so it just tends to gather them because it's highly stimulating. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's very insightful.
Okay, you want to try to peg me?
Peg 'em.
Absolutely not. We talked about compassion. What happened to compassion and love? We're going to start throwing things at people? Be better.
As a Pokemon master.
Wow. Okay. So let's give the ball back to the person. I like you.
He was just following directions. Thank you all. You guys can come visit us. We'll be at the tabletop booth until probably like 8 o'clock tonight, then we're shutting down, and then we have tomorrow. Thank you all.
I got this one. I didn't get that.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Saturday of PAX East 2022. We are at round 3 of the Omegathon. This is the penultimate round for our Omeganauts. We have 4 teams left. We are cutting them down to 2 teams. Those 2 teams will compete tomorrow night, 5:30 in the main theater to close out the show. Chance to win tickets to any PAX, maybe even Australia. Who knows? The world might open up again of their choice. Maybe not. You know, don't get your hopes up. No promises. Nothing I say here is a binding contract. We are playing a game I am super excited to have on here. I have been waiting for a PAX East to come back live so that we could play Fire Tower. If we can have Fire Tower pop up here on the screen. Our Omeganauts will be playing Forest Rangers who are watching over the forest in an attempt to try and burn each other to death. They will each control a quadrant. Teams will be diagonal from each other and will be working with the winds, exploding trees, fire hawks that will carry fire from one part of the forest to another to try and burn the 9 squares inside their opponent's tower. The first team to burn down both towers moves on to the final rounds. Now, last night, we had an outstanding time with regular human basketball. But one of our poor sets got stuck with the fastest games ever. So getting to go first this time, we're gonna bring up Hack the Planet so they can be our long game. Hack the Planet, come on up. Angie Muller and Butts. Blue and green, red or purple, what do you want? All right, they're taking purple. Butts, you're here in red. They are facing the pro basketball team of By the Dang Slice. Light Tech and Wagon Trowel, come on up. Ben's still shuffling cards. We're gonna deal them up 6 starting cards.
You too. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Oh boy.
Got fancy pants on. Oh no, stuck.
Am I stepping on you?
Perfect.
Yeah, okay, beautiful.
I might be stepping on myself, yeah.
We just move it a little bit further into the screen. Right in the center. This way they know exactly where we're standing.
Now I've lost count. I was watching what you were doing, and I lost entirely count of my cards. I think that's 6.
See, this is the strategy.
Is that 6? Is
I
it 12? Did I give you all the cards?
If I bamboozle, maybe I'll have a chance. I have 6.
You've got 6. Perfect. I did it right.
I have 6.
Okay. Oh, we need these cards. I don't know. Let's set them down there, Ange, below the. Is that a bonus?
That's an extra card.
You're just taking the whole deck?
Yeah.
That's your strategy?
That's mine
Perfect. Let's put them just down. Sure, that works there. That's kind of in the picture. We need to roll up Angie Mahler as our runner-up from PAX East Online. Would you do the honors of rolling the die to see the starting direction of the wind? No, oh yeah, no, that's
Are we moving? We put our hawks somewhere after.
Oh, no, you should place your hawks. Thank you. I forgot about your hawks real quick. They get to place their firehawks in their quadrant.
You know, it's
Just right on fire. Put your hawk, just burn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a strategy. Not a good one. We'll find out if it's a good one. Because I have no idea what to do with this. Put it anywhere.
Butts, have you played with the hawks before?
No!
Yesterday.
Put it anywhere. You can literally put it anywhere in your quadrant.
There you go. That's a
Yesterday I
spot.
summoned about 10 hawks when we were practicing.
All right.
Oh my God.
And roll us up for direction. West.
Of course.
Let's point that there.
So yesterday I was challenged to drink
Why
a
am I
pitcher of
always in
Guinness.
danger?
Well,
What do you mean? I was in danger last time.
you're both in danger.
I am the danger.
You're both in
I
danger.
don't think I should have this.
Oh, no, that card shouldn't have happened yet.
I'll just,
You don't get a firestorm yet to start off.
that would be
Do
funny.
we have the cute
That'd be
little,
real funny.
we have the cute little fire. There we go.
We do. Do you want to put it on the board? Is that better than the dice?
Oh, this, I don't know, that's what.
We can do both.
That's
It's
what the
fine.
Deb was
Either
doing
one.
yesterday.
Whichever
She
one
was
you
like
like.
putting it there, and then she was doing that.
Because we're both going west, normally it's who is the most in danger gets to start. But as the returning runner-up, let's give you the honors of going first.
Oh boy.
Now, in the direction the wind is blowing to the west, Andrew Mahler has to place a fire token somewhere
Going west.
connected to the fire going to the west.
All right.
Personally, I thought she was going to burn herself, so we're running
there we go,
progress.
right?
It was as far away from her tower as she could get.
I mean, you know,
West-wise.
All right.
west-wise.
And then I'm going to play Dozer Line,
Ah,
Nice.
and I'm going
clearing
to,
out a spot of the forest,
You're protecting.
I'm protecting that.
protecting butts.
That's a good idea.
Protect the butt.
Protect the butt.
Okay.
Woo!
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. I have to be reminded what tabletop games. Okay, we're going west.
Still going west.
I'm trying to find out
Oh,
what
the
new
counter move.
Can we like talk to our team about like what? How,
Yeah,
how's
how
that
many
work?
Yes, you can
Complex
tabletop all you
cancer
want.
moves only.
You can
Four,
show them your
five, six,
cards.
six. Okay,
That's.
like I'm thinking.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Want to do that too?
That's fine.
Interesting.
Okay. So I'm gonna use scratch line and wait, is this our pile?
That's
I
the
don't know. That's
discard.
where I put
That
this.
Yeah,
is
let's
good.
do
Okay.
this to discard
My
that way.
pocket.
We'll make discard
Okay.
a little more room for you.
Me with video games and me with like tabletop games is like two different things.
I just lose at both. Somehow I'm here because I haven't lost yet.
Okay, place two fire
That's how the
resistance
Omegathon
between
works.
them
Just
on
don't
vacant
lose.
Spaces. Let's. Oh wait, so we have to do.
One of those.
There you go.
Nice, nice, nice.
Let's do that. Okay,
And then pick up.
and then pick, and I gotta draw.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a little slow.
And now it's your turn.
Woohoo!
All right, butts.
And you got to place
Fire
it
to the west.
Fire to the west. Put this right here.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
That's danger. That's I kept saying that yesterday.
Woo! You know, this
You should
is.
change the wind direction.
But it'd be funnier if I did this and I just scraped these a little bit further over and made the danger a little bit more present.
Love it.
All right, a little rolling fire breeze.
It's two
It's
spaces
two.
over.
Two
spaces?
spaces.
Yep, you can go two
You
spaces.
get to go even closer to the tower.
Yep.
Haha. Oops.
Come on, Hawk, get him.
Okay, my turn.
Wait, can I draw a card first?
Oh yeah, that's fine. No, you're not allowed to.
No, you're going to have to play with this
You've activated my
continually
trap
twiddling
card.
hands.
I'm gonna put that there.
That's. I was also doing Yu-Gi-Oh things yesterday.
They're cards.
I know.
My turn.
Believing in the heart of the card.
I got hawks,
Yeah.
baby.
All right.
Trio.
Tree, a trio.
He plays
of hawks.
trio of hawks.
Okay. What can I do here?
Now, in a partner game, you can place hawks in your partner's quadrant as
Yeah, but I'm
well,
protecting mine.
but you're protecting yourself.
Yep.
Your friend is in imminent danger.
Yeah.
You have nothing here.
Not
about
yet.
to burn to death.
Not,
Matt.
not yet. Not yet.
Okay, now I've not played with the hawk, so I need clarification here. Can I place? I can't place the ember here,
You
correct?
can, but
You
then she
place
moves
it.
into
I
the-
can take the hawk.
And then the
You
hawk
can
goes-
put I can put that ember anywhere.
I was like,
As long
"Bro."
as it's touching a fire.
Okay, thank you.
This is why I wasn't worried, because the wind is going west.
All right, so I'll put it there, and then I'm going to ember,
I didn't get that one. Is it move
and I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to move it here.
Nicely done. Ember lets you get one fire gem from somewhere on the board and move it connected orthogonally to another fire gem.
Now, this is just a
Just put it
suggestion.
back.
This
Put
is.
it back, pretty much.
You could always put it right here and make it funny. Haha, just kidding, unless.
Or you could just put it anywhere, like
But it'd be real funny
you
if
could
you put it
touch
right
your
there.
hawk and move it like anywhere.
I know. I'm
You
But
could.
don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not.
You could drop an ember on your
Yeah,
hawk.
we're
Yeah, but don't do that.
We're still going
No,
west.
but you could.
Thinking
you
now?
could.
You drop
Good.
an ember on your
Matt.
hawk.
Yeah,
But it'd
that's
be
a
real
good
funny.
idea.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It'll be
Okay,
real
and
funny.
now
It would be funny. I
I'm
agree.
going to
Haha, just kidding,
play-
unless.
I have an idea. We're going to play scratch line. And we're going to protect.
You can't
Can't
do
go
it.
there.
It has
Darn
to
it.
be.
It has to
You
be
could-
You could do it there.
Zigzag it a little
You could
bit.
do that. for that.
You think it? Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so that's illegal.
man.
Because we didn't practice like that. Oops.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can place them.
No,
diagonally,
that
but you
makes
can't
sense.
place them next to
We put them together.
No, that's illegal.
That's illegal.
That's as bad as dumping buckets into your fire tower. I mean, water, the helicopter into your fire tower.
All right, your turn.
Butts.
Butts, butts, butts.
Light a fire.
I have hold of fire.
Right there. And then,
Sorry, I'm being retentive. This is off.
what if we did a little bit of snag?
Ooh.
1, 2.
Oh, flame in the tower. But stick that card on the discard. There we go.
Thank you.
Alrighty. And wait, who's
Sorry, the hamster's running, but he's not running real fast.
up? No, honestly, same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rats. I think the cosplay's just cutting off the little circulation I
I
have
know.
left.
Our disadvantage is, well, you don't have a wig squeezing your brain now.
I had it day one. You saw it fall off.
So is this like a brains and beauty
Oops, sorry.
situation right now? Is that what's going on?
Wait, you've got both. I got none. I've been cheated.
I'm a god.
Omnipotent.
Would it be funnier if we put it in the tower?
It would be funny.
You could explode up in your tower, flare up in your tower. You could do that.
Yeah. Just kidding, unless.
Can I do that to get rid of those?
You could do that, but you can't take anything out of the tower with that.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
Are we doing the, what was it, like the Firestorm expansion or whatever, where...
The extra wind?
There's extra wind? There's 4
It's like-
directions.
Trying to ask without telling, without...
I feel a little cheated. What is
Remember,
what is
you
she
do
talking
have your
about?
water gems.
What is she talking about?
So if you did, drop that somewhere, you could leave a water gem.
Mr. Game Master, what's she talking
I'm
about?
actually not sure what card she's asking about right now, so I don't
Do
know.
you remember when the tower, like, when after I...
Oh, no, that doesn't happen in a partner game.
Thank you.
The mini Firestorm.
I'm gonna roll the dice to choose a new wind direction.
All right.
West.
It
gonna
can't
be west. It will
It
be
can't
west.
be west.
Wait, I thought we
What do you
are...
mean it
Did
can't
we
be
change
west?
it? Or we...
No, when you roll, it can't go to the continuing direction.
All right, it's gonna be west.
South.
South.
That works. That works, actually. Discard.
Okay.
That goes there.
I'm
Did
all
you
good.
draw up?
No,
Drop
I
the
haven't.
6?
I think you have to count my cards.
Same. I'm like, there's 3
Do I
cards
have
here,
6?
and I have 3 here. Now, for all you mathletes at home, that's 6.
Is it?
I hope so.
All right. South now.
Southward bound.
South it is. We're gonna go that way. And we're going to... I'm going to play airdrop to remove these 3.
Nice.
Ah.
Good job.
The crowd approves. Well, that part of the crowd approves.
Oh, me.
The Hack the Planet fan
Okay, we're
side,
going
which is over
south?
here.
So, yeah.
The plants? What's wrong with them?
Chlorophyll's deadly, you know?
It's hacking the plants
That is
with
true.
fire.
So is oxygen, actually.
We're all gonna die.
Ange, did you draw up?
I did. One,
Okay,
two,
perfect.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just,
Yes.
yeah, and I'm picking later. I'm going to do Burning Snag.
On your
And then...
That's a lot of
I'll
fire.
put it closer that way, though.
You want to go that way?
Yeah.
But that's closer to like... Wait, did I put this one here? No, wait.
Yes,
No,
you put
yeah,
that
you
one
put
down.
that there.
Yes.
Where am I?
Take that one off.
Okay.
And then it would go,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
like that and like that.
Because as long as you touch it, it's good to go.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone. 2, 3,
Fire
4,
can't
5,
spread
And 6.
6.
without fire.
Okay.
South.
South.
Yeah.
I want to go north.
Don't go
Too
east.
bad.
You could play a card and go north.
Well, I have to
You
do
have to
this goes
play
south.
south.
You do have to
so-
do that
Gotta
first.
do that first.
Me and you both go boop.
That's the sound fire makes. Look how fire's coming.
Flare up. You put it on. Sorry.
We knew what you meant.
Flare up. Boop. 1, 2, boop. 3.
No, nine. Yeah, you gotta get
use your bucket then, pretty much.
All right, so.
On your
And that's a
turn.
use,
Yeah, on your
is that a
turn.
use
Oh, on my
anytime?
turn, yeah.
The bucket is used anytime, correct?
I thought it's on your turn.
On
It
your
says-
turn, but it's at the start of your turn. Anytime during your turn.
Okay.
Because it's like a bonus action, I think, but it still has to be like taken during yours.
Oh, yeah.
Can I use
I love
my
D&D.
team's
That's how it.
bucket?
Yeah, you can use your bucket on this tower if you were trying to just only
Oh,
protect
right.
it,
I'm
and you were
gonna-
going to let your tower burn.
Matt,
It
Matt.
feels like you've sacrificed this tower.
It's not working.
Matt, I'm gonna save.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I need to place a fire,
sorry.
don't I?
To the south,
Yep.
aiming
That
for
is-
the bird.
Oh, it is south. I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
I
that's
am
not
going
south.
for the
Yes, it
bird.
is south.
It's
This is west.
East? I thought she said west.
I hate you.
Hey, can everybody hear us when we speak? Out of curiosity.
Mostly. I feel like
Yes.
this mic is not picking you
I
two
know
up
for
as
the-
much.
Hell no, it's not.
I know for the last few days nobody's been able to
I was
hear anybody.
You have to
professionally
kind of
loud,
talk
so I
into
could be
these
louder too for you guys. Woo!
There you go. Maybe.
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 You two are picked up quite well. I hear the echo from you two.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, move it back. There you go.
PAX East, I love you.
I do, yeah. That might work. In my favor.
Not to rush you, but we are halfway through what is supposed to be your game time.
Wow.
Not that I'm going to rush Team Hack the Planet because I rushed them yesterday.
I want to do an
But-
explosion
Okay.
Ooh.
and
Ooh.
for that, I will sacrifice that bird.
Okay, so I get the bird.
You know
right?
where you could
so
put the
this one I
bird?
can move.
So the bird
You know
gets
where
to
you
pick
could
up
put
that ember.
So I'll just move that bird
We're
out of the way.
excited. We're
There's your ember.
Okay.
And I'll move that bird back.
Aha.
Wonk.
Okay. My bucket.
The bucket.
I'm saving my bucket.
One tower down. Team Hack the Planet, halfway there.
So now it's your turn.
Oh god, it's my turn.
Fire to the south.
With one south.
It's confusing when you get a hawk.
Yeah, they jump order for you.
Because
for
you're
a
like,
minute.
oh, I have a turn, but now it's not.
I did my thing.
Alright, I'm gonna do here. And then I'm going to do.
And remember your water gems, if you don't wipe out a fire, you can leave a gem
Yeah.
in place,
Oh,
like a
so-
little temporary break.
That's at any time?
That's whenever you're playing your water card.
Yeah.
I think because you were saying like the airdrop. Remember?
Yeah, so I'm
like,
gonna use
if
fire
it didn't,
engine
if it would like hit
Yep.
somewhere like blank,
to
you would
remove
drop the fire gems to soak it
these
down.
two,
Got it.
And then get my little droplet.
They're so cute.
They are very
I was
cute.
playing with them
They are
yesterday.
very cute.
Right there, like that.
Yep.
All right.
And then I'll draw.
It looks so pretty.
Perfect.
No,
It's my
you
turn.
can't skip straight to
Well,
butts.
I wasn't sure how we were playing if they
Yeah, no, because we played the
Still
single
a
player
turn,
mode, which is
like
like
the tower
play-
burn.
whoever
yes.
kills you gets to steal your cards and then like
Yeah.
do that. But this is different because it's
Right, because
It's
this
team.
usually triggers a firestorm.
Right, if it were individual for individual games,
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
then
Right. Okay.
So now this is
then
where
the
you
dead
put
tower becomes a shadow of the
a fire
woods.
gem over there again.
Yeah?
Do you have any cards that could reach the tower if you place that there?
No.
What about that? Do you have like a 4?
I don't have any attacks.
Damn.
I know.
I'm in
Well,
the same situation.
Well, then put it there.
I've got a lot of safety though. Okay, and I'm going to.
Yeah, play safety.
I'm gonna play. I play Pair of Hawks in attack mode.
All right, attack mode, Hawks.
Put it there.
But they have to do it in my quadrant though, don't I?
No,
that
yours
is
or your
true.
partner's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is my quadrant. Put it there.
You
Put
want
it
it
right
here?
there. Yeah.
Stopping the southern spread.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Nice wall.
Yeah. I'm defended.
Yeah. Thank you. I sacrificed myself.
So that others may live, I will die. Oof.
Am I done? I think I'm done.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm done.
you're done. You did your thing.
As long as you picked up.
Butts is up.
Yeah, I
Butts,
did.
spread that fire south.
Yuki. Let's see
You
here.
gotta spread it south.
But
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I bet it is.
That's a
Think-
good.
I'm gonna do
Those
it
are
right
good
there.
spots.
They were good spots.
They're far away from you guys.
Yep.
You should. Yeah, one of
change
those.
the wind direction?
You should use one of those.
I think I'm going to say that we're going to go easterly now.
All right.
Damn. We go east.
So the wind to the east.
I thought you said west.
West.
Patrick, I need to see that compass of yours. Patrick, that says west.
Oh, I thought it said
my turn.
west.
Wouldn't it be funny if I changed the direction back to south somehow?
That would be hilarious.
That would be pretty funny.
You could.
I would be,
could,
I would be
technically, I
furious,
could.
but it would be very funny.
It would be pretty funny.
Haha,
Now, the
just
real
kidding,
question
unless.
is, what do I do?
Oh, shoot,
There we
wait.
go. We're going
I don't like that.
Tara,
Yeah. pick one.
everybody else muff them.
Why?
I forgot
put
the
it
medals in my
there.
hotel room. I'm the worst.
It'll work. And then, yeah.
I was thinking like farther away.
I'm gonna take
Now
it.
the eliminated teams have to come to the final
North?
round.
So now it go north.
That's gross.
Yeah.
That's gross.
Now it go north.
Oh, boop. There we go.
All good?
Yeah.
All right, let's go here.
I like how my quadrants become like your safety zone.
It's the burn zone.
I think it's funny.
And we're going east.
We're just.
And back.
Can you change the wind direction?
Should I not even bother turning this?
Do whatever you want.
It makes us feel better, okay?
An action happens.
Okay. Am I up?
You're up.
You are up.
Okay. We're going.
Easterly.
Easterly
Yeah.
flames.
Put it like that.
Yeah. That looks good.
No, it doesn't.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
and I'm gonna
No.
play.
Yes, it does. Look at the camera. Look at how good this looks on camera.
It looks pretty nice.
I love this game.
I can see it there.
It's so
Okay.
pretty.
So we're gonna go north.
Again? Woo! It's like tornado in the forest. Just
And then I got a card. It's going. Woo, woo, woo.
It's funny.
butts, butts, butts. Burn to the north.
We're gonna burn this way.
I can't turn my ponytails in my hood.
Are you gonna turn it back to east?
Can you see that one?
Oh yeah.
It'd be really funny if I did that.
It would be really funny.
But I'm gonna burn 3 cards.
Can you do that?
You can't do that until you've used your bucket.
I thought you could mulligan.
Oh, you can mulligan. Oh, you're mulliganing. Okay, yes, that's different. Yes, you're good.
Okay.
Mulligan.
I was terrified. I was like, am I breaking the rules already? I thought I'd get a little further before I did that.
What's mulligan?
Mulligan
you
is like,
can
I don't
dump
like
your
my hand and I can discard as many as I'd like to draw the similar cards back to
Yeah.
6.
But that's his turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's good and bad
Yeah,
because I
I
get better stuff, but
remember-
also I give up.
I thought you were
Yeah, I
doing
thought
this.
Oh,
he
okay.
was doing that.
And I was like, no, that doesn't happen yet.
So your turn's done.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
Yeah, it becomes
Sorry.
your turn. Or at least
No,
that's
it's
the way
fine.
I've played it.
Burn to the north.
You go north. All right, and then I can
One of
play
those?
like.
Okay.
That would be funny.
I'm scared when he says funny now.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be funny.
Oh wait, I have that.
That's a pretty
I wanna do
devastating
that.
card.
Flare up.
Ouchies.
There it is. It's in the fire tower.
That is fire in the tower.
Okay.
The west side of the board is just
This
gonna
game
all be
is so
flames.
pretty. I just love.
It is a very nice game.
All right. Did you draw?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay. So my turn.
So very quickly, I want to show you something.
Meow.
I want you to look at that.
Meow.
Meow,
Meow.
meow,
Meow.
meow.
Communicating.
Meow.
It's cats.
Yeah, we did not realize when teamed up that it was
you
becoming
have-
We didn't know they were
cats.
fluent in
in
cat.
cat.
Do you have one of these?
Fluent
It's
in feline.
impressive.
Meow.
Because it'd be really funny if you just moved a couple that way.
I think this game is just really funny right
It's
now.
Really funny.
It could
just,
be
you know,
at any
kind of
moment.
funny.
It's the secret code word for devastating.
Okay. I'm going to.
Play a
I'm gonna play.
card.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm playing Deforest, Reforest. I'm going
Nice.
to remove this one.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay.
I still like that. Well done.
Create an opening.
Okay. Am I up?
You are up. Still going north.
North.
Still a northerly wind.
And then I'm gonna play. If I play Crown Fire, can I put 2 right there?
Yes.
Can I like also play Ground Fire? Wouldn't that be?
It's not Uno. You can't jump in.
Why not?
Oh, actually.
We're not playing Uno?
No.
Wait. Should I go that way instead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. I'll let you do
Taking my turn.
that. Well, I'm trying to influence you to put it up there. 'cause
No.
it'll be safer for me.
No.
You listen to me.
Little bit.
I did not see that. Oh, okay.
You probably saw it.
That was a card.
No, I was not paying attention. That
He's
makes you feel
staring
better.
down.
So it's
But place your flame.
Can I make an L with that, or does it have to be a line?
It
has
can
to be
be
a line.
around any other spot, so they can't connect to themselves.
Yeah, but could I make it an L?
Yes.
Okay.
Ish. We'll see the L you try and make.
So yeah, you could like put it there,
Well,
but you can only put it there. Like you can't put it. Like if you put it there, you can't put it there.
no, that's not the card.
Yeah.
So it's this card. The L I'm trying to make is, so hypothetically, like 2 like that.
Yeah, well,
and
they
then
can't-
one
But
like
they all
be
have to be
adjacent to each
touching.
other.
Yeah, one like this. They cannot touch each other.
Right.
Yeah, but it has. But like this one has to be touching a flame. This one has to be touching a flame.
They all have to still be touching flame.
I see. Okay, no, that makes more sense.
I think I was
Yeah.
confused with that.
Fires
Yeah, because I wasn't.
not touch fires.
Yeah.
Exactly, that makes sense. Because I thought.
Unless it's like here, you know, like.
No, that's fair. The way that it was written, I thought it was like you could.
Yeah,
place the
no,
adjacent-
that's what I
Only
thought the
Ember
first time.
can Not touch a fire.
No, Ember still
No,
touches
Ember
the fire.
still
It just
touches
gets
fire.
flown all over.
It moves.
We didn't get the card yesterday, so it was.
Oh, the
I
Ember?
had
Yeah,
it,
when
but
you-
I didn't play it.
Oh, when you guys kept talking about Ember before, I'm like, I don't know what that one is.
Yeah, it's a.
So I get
mean,
the
it's a neat
feeling
card, but we had to read up
I
on
should
it.
have sprung for the Hooked on Phonics premium package.
I just got the wrong card. It's
Um,
an army of bombs.
It's going northwards.
It works.
Yeah. I learned from.
Did I put one down yet? Sorry.
No, you still need
yeah,
to place one.
I need to place one north.
To the
Yeah.
north.
That's just the safe zone.
Yeah.
Couldn't get me all the fire. No, okay.
Place backburn. I'm gonna switch this out.
I'm gonna put this in the pile here.
All right. Nicely done.
Is that up?
That's a good
Now I
move.
play.
Okay, good. They can see. I'm just trying to make it so that people can like see the.
Fire.
Kind
card
of
that
see
we
what
put
was
down.
played.
Oh,
All right, one to the north.
Let's see.
Those aren't too bad.
Those are fun. Ahaha.
Those are cards in the game.
Those are cards in the game.
And then what I can do, I could, with that,
Wanna do
I'm gonna, I will reforest this spot.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I know. I had the same card.
You came in, you planted all of those
I was
trees,
so busy.
and he comes in and he just mows them all down again.
Finally, a water
Where?
card that I can use.
Is it? Am I up?
Yes.
Alright. North. And I'm gonna play Pair of Hawks. And
They summon pair of hawks in
I
attack
summon
mode.
Pair of Hawks. And we're gonna do there. And they don't have to be next to each other.
They
do
don't have to be next to each
It could
other.
be anywhere.
Okay, good.
Put it right there.
They have their own wills.
We're gonna go there.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Smart.
And me.
Defensive breaks everywhere.
Yeah. Well.
I'm just gonna. There
Give
you
it to me. Okay.
Yeah. So there you go.
Thank you,
You
and
can
Hawk
put
goes
that where you
goodbye.
want.
Cool. But it has to be touching a
Has
fire.
to be
No, it
touching
doesn't.
Touching a fire, yeah.
But it could be in any direction.
But it couldn't be in any direction.
Could
Yeah,
be
like
right
that.
there.
Right there.
And let me draw a card. Okay, I'm good.
And now it is your turn, Butts, to go north with the flame.
I have
North with the
speed.
flame. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not good. But we can put one right. Oops, sorry. Right here.
Goodness.
Flicking fires.
You know me. I'm
Flicks the
just an
internal
arsonist.
And you got to play a card.
Yep. Trying to decide. Trying to decide.
I told you this would take a long time.
It would take a long
Yeah,
time.
it's
I
gonna
knew
be-
it. I knew that
Yeah.
the 15 to 30 becomes 30 to an hour. But we'll rush the other teams.
Sorry.
I'm gonna play Crown Fire. And
It's
I will
tapped,
put-
so it's active.
Exactly.
I want to make it so that the audience can see the cards we're using.
1, 2 right here.
Yeah, that works.
All right.
And I will play a second Crown Fire
Ooh.
to give you a Firehawk,
Thank you.
Thank
but also
you.
to do that. So you can put. Sorry.
That's fine.
You're killing our children here. Like
Your children are burning my life down.
It's fine. And I can place this anywhere.
You can place that
touching
anywhere
anything,
adjacent
right?
to any flame. Even
Yeah, I
Why
was
don't we
thinking of
creep?
that.
Yeah. I think we
even
should
that
creep.
creeping direction that you've
Yeah, I kind of just left alone.
forgot about for a while.
I didn't forget about it. I just didn't really. Oh, I can do that.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
I didn't
it's
forget
my
about that
turn.
direction. I'm going to go to the opposite
Yeah,
quadrant of
no,
the map.
But now, since he played that, I can do this. Put that there.
Yeah, it's true.
It does break through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I can. Let's see. What can I do? Let's do backburn, and I'm gonna replace this with this.
Nice.
And then I pick up.
I didn't even realize there was a fire there.
It was the whole thing Butts just did.
I
There's a rule.
I see.
Sorry.
No, I can't.
Oh,
place
yeah,
that
because that's
there.
adjacent. Good catch, crap. Thank you. Take your backburn back.
Yeah.
Or, play it in a spot.
You could play it right there.
I
I'd
could play it
appreciate
right.
that.
I can't, because that's your quadrant, right?
Matt, I can.
Yeah, okay.
after. Okay.
No, but you can play it in anyone's quadrant, right?
What was the one you drew so that we know? Did you draw yet?
It was this one.
Okay. We'll
just put
hold
it
this
there.
for a second.
I don't know what those cards are, so it doesn't.
It's fine.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
It'll be fine. I'm gonna play Fire Engine.
He's
Get rid of
playing
those.
Fire Engine.
Was that a full 4?
It was 3.
So you
So
can
you get
put
one-
down one of your
one of the
water
gems.
gems.
Yeah, use the cute little water.
Can I put it there?
No, it had to be inside your shape of 4.
It's cool.
So it'd be, I think this guy was the one that was not flamed.
Okay.
That'd be fun to be like, you know what? I choose to make it move further, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So I already placed my gem while
Yes.
the rules person.
Yeah, well, the
came.
rules were broken.
Okay. So I'm going to
Unbroken,
Yeah,
maybe.
sorry about that.
I'm going to play Creeping Fires, which
Yep.
means I place 3 off of different. So 1.
Oh, yep. And you can put one right there.
Oh, fudge muffins. They have to be off of different flames, though, right? Like, or can I?
You can put it there.
Yeah, you can put it there. They just can't touch each other. So it can
Oh,
go.
I see. So I
it
can
can go
go
right
here,
there,
and then I
and
have
it could even go in between the hawks.
Oh, okay. Do that.
Perfect. Well done.
See, and now you can do your bucket
Yeah.
and get
Alright.
rid of like that.
Flame to the north, so we don't forget that part. Also.
Yeah. Do the.
You
Yeah,
put-
right,
right,
flame
right.
to
You
the
put
north.
one down.
Yeah, just put it there.
There. I'm gonna use my bucket.
Get rid of those 3.
Yeah. Matt, can you grab those, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay. And then for my turn, I'm going to use airdrop. This, and we will remove this.
And you can put 2
I can
gems.
put 2 gems.
Well, wouldn't it would be there and
I'm sorry.
No, the tower was the bucket.
It was outside.
and you got rid of that one, so it'd be there.
So it'd be
and there,
it'd
right?
be the either sides. Those.
So I did get my water gem.
You got your chain.
And let me give a draw card. Okay. And then let's change the wind.
Maybe.
Oh, actually. Oh, wait, no.
Butts,
I was
fire to the north.
I forgot
To the
about
north.
that.
Man, that's tough.
Yeah, this is stressful.
There's not a lot on the line here. It's just a game. That's
Yeah.
all.
Oh, I had too many cards.
Oh.
My bad.
We'll cut that into the middle, since you know what it was.
Sure. My bad. I can't count.
I'm just realizing now that that's one card closer to a firestorm now.
There is anytime, anywhere.
I kind of hope it's west wind.
I mean, east would be great.
It would be great as well.
I mean,
Both of them work.
I'll play a pair of
Yeah,
Firehawks.
a pair of those.
That's probably a
He
good idea.
summons a pair of hawks.
Summons a pair of hawks to block off the line.
And then I draw back up, and please don't be Firestorm.
Firestorm. It's not Firestorm.
Good to go.
That is an adjudication question that we'll solve in just a moment. Place your thing to the north first.
A northerly.
Northern flames.
Oh my.
It's just a worm. It's just a snake.
you have a friend.
Oh no. All right.
All right.
I have rolling firebrand.
This rolls through the hawks.
Can I roll these through the hawks?
It would hit both hawks.
Okay,
And
that's
then
what
the
I was
hawks would
wondering.
take it and go.
Good job, children.
All right.
Keep daddy safe.
But then the hawks are gone.
But I don't want the hawks to be gone yet.
I am going to.
Well, I need to think. I need to think.
I'm gonna save your quadrant. Okay, afterwards.
But anything else that you play through the hawks, they can just play right through.
If you can attack, do it.
I'm gonna
But
do
not.
Crown Fire.
Let's go to her.
Yeah, do that there.
Okay.
You didn't forget about that corner.
I told you I did.
about
Man.
it.
I was just waiting for the right cards. Watch this. Oh,
All right.
I was hoping that would be the
Can I
fire.
go?
storm.
Yes.
All right.
Don't forget to use your
One to
bucket.
the north.
North, yes. I'm going to use bucket.
Yep. Flip that over now.
So
Yep.
1, 2, 3, out.
Tower
Question
is
is,
clear.
can you reckless abandon?
You're just a burning lumberman at that point.
God damn! I realized I could have done something else.
Oh.
That would have been better. But...
Um,
Oh well.
It's up to you.
I'm
It is a
going
risky play.
to heli attack. And that's going to do 1, 2, and 3. I believe that's what it would do.
Yep.
There you go.
Crowd approves. Is it? Not a firestorm.
Okay, we're going north still.
Sorry, you would have seen my
Yeah.
face during.
I wasn't even sure you looked. It was so
You're like,
fast. You were
is
like,
it a
just
firestorm?
down
Not
here,
much.
maybe. And if I
yeah.
don't look, it can't be a firestorm.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm gonna do.
Oh. The mask help with poker faces.
I have no poker face.
It really does.
I'm thinking.
Also, my left foot is falling asleep.
Go and do it.
I'm going to summon trio of hawks.
We're
Give me
probably
the
getting
line.
rid of hawks
Okay.
for you guys.
Give me the line.
Where do we want them?
I want one there.
Okay, one.
Okay, then. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Oop,
Here.
yeah.
And
Yeah, probably hawks and the water gems.
what are you thinking?
I think.
Sticking
Yeah.
right there?
Yeah.
But,
It doesn't matter. We can play more hawks.
what if they come from this way, though?
Then put it here, I think. Yeah, there's fine, actually. In that little square there.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
6? Is that it?
I'm good, I'm good.
That's not it. Okay. To the north. Your north is slowly creeping closer and closer to your tower.
I don't like it. Theoretically, could I put one there? Or is that not allowed?
No.
Okay.
I'm like gone.
That's all flames now.
But what if it was more on fire?
Well, that would be like,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. How do I play this game without inting?
Change the wind direction.
That's a choice,
It is, yeah.
That is one option.
but
Is it a good one?
is it a good one? It's a
You
great
should
question.
you should make it go west.
I should make it go west.
Yeah. That way we have more things to burn.
I'm not a fan of West.
I
Yeah.
I'm
love
a fan
West.
of burning snags.
Yes, that's a good one.
Fill up my quadrant fully. Like,
It's just.
Now the question is,
You can burn your own hawks as well. and
I
move
could.
them.
That'd be a bold move.
It would be a
Cotton.
bold move.
We would see if it paid out.
Yeah.
But you've got that nice 4 spot right in the middle of
I'd
your
rather have
quadrant.
this 4 square.
That is
Or
true.
this 4
Yeah.
square. Which one do you think is better?
Probably that one.
No.
That was just
do
reverse psychology. Like, please don't go there. Yeah,
Wait,
that's a
is
really
this
good
on this
one.
one?
It is.
Do these 4. We'll push that.
That
No,
one's
it's closer.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, where is it?
It's
So
right
it'd be
there.
that
Okay,
It's
it
like
would be
right here.
those 4.
Those
Yeah,
four,
do
yeah.
those 4.
I like that.
Like it.
Oh, it's time. Firestorm.
Oh!
If it goes south.
All right. Do you know what to do, Butts?
East.
East or south? East or
East.
south?
East, come on, butts. Butts, 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 butts.
If it goes
East.
east. North.
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 Nothing happens. We burned the north to the ground.
So get one gem to everything to the north.
That's a good
So,
question.
North,
okay, I got these two right
Those two.
here.
north,
I think
and one
that's
right
pretty
there.
much. I was
That's
gonna
pretty
say,
much
that's like
it. Yeah.
That it?
Yeah.
Did we do that one?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
me.
And then we roll, and it goes south.
Not great,
but
could be worse.
a direction toward
better direction.
Oh,
a new direction.
Do
and
we
then hand
discard the
refreshes,
firestorm?
right? You can do hand refresh.
Hand refresh. Ooh, ooh.
Man, wait, I can do that too.
Everyone can refresh their hand.
Do I want to?
I'm gonna
Yeah, as much
stick
as
with
you
what I
want,
got.
or
I'm
don't want.
discarding
That's a good
4.
thing. Do I want to? No.
Can I
won't.
discard like 1 for 1? Or no?
3, 4.
Yes,
Oh, you
yeah,
can.
yeah.
We're running out of cards.
Yeah.
We just shuffle back up.
Going to discard that.
Well, we're going on 40 minutes.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, sorry.
Okay, we gotta
It's
go.
okay. We'll
We gotta
make
go.
their game real fast.
Sorry again.
Sorry.
It's
All
my
you have to
turn,
do is
right?
get
Yes.
fire into your opponent's quadrant, and then you. No.
That.
What if we use actual matches?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit my
Mike,
own
it's
hole.
too pretty of a game. I don't want to actually burn it.
It's true.
And then what do I do with this?
You go south.
Nah. I hit my hawk.
Oh, you hit your
put it
hawk.
there.
Got it. Perfect.
My go?
Draw a
No,
card.
I need to.
Draw.
Oh, he's got to play a card
I need
now.
to play a card.
Oh, right. That was from your ember that you put down. Okay.
He burned his
I'm sorry.
own hawk.
I've had too much coffee.
Yeah. We'll just,
I'm gonna make the wind go west. You go west now. Bye.
oh, careful, your bracelet was like.
I know.
Okay, so now it's
And now I pick up a
yeah,
card.
Yep, and it's your
Huh?
turn.
Oh, that's really
Now
good.
west.
West.
Okay.
We'll slowly get there.
It'll fill that entire quadrant.
And she's
All
got
right.
to use her card.
And I'm going to use.
An orange card. Orange cards are good.
Explosion.
That is an
Yes.
orange card.
We're gonna go
Right there.
there.
Well, I was gonna say
You get 1 for your
Yep,
hawk.
you get 1
because
for the hawk.
I'll throw that.
And then
One more, I think.
one more there,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that works.
And then place the hawk.
Well, this is.
He's got to move. He's going to move his.
Yeah, he's got to place
his hawk ember. Yep.
Anywhere you want. Like right
I
there.
could put
Do me
it
a
there.
favor and put here.
Okay. If I'm doing you a favor.
Jump hawks all over the board.
Yeah, and then
I'm
since
gonna-
you picked up, right?
I picked up. I
You
drew.
can
Yep.
yeah, you
Okay.
do that.
Play west.
Okay, me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, and
Do it there.
That's not west.
Oh wait, yeah, I'm stupid.
yeah.
But then do what you're thinking.
That
Okay.
was
To the south.
west.
I'm going to play Burning Snag.
It's close.
Do 1, 2.
No.
What? Oh, yeah, you're
It's
right.
the same thing, basically, right, isn't it?
No.
Wait, I'm stupid.
There.
There we go.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, roughly the same thing in the end there.
Okay.
No, well,
and-
that's
Slowly.
important because of the way the wind's going.
Yes, the wind
Yeah,
direction.
that's why I wanted that.
Yeah. That was a good
And I'm
roll.
all set.
Your turn.
I end my turn.
You should kill your teammate. That would be funny.
That would be pretty funny.
That would be hilarious.
It would be.
It'd be pretty funny. I'm thinking about it.
What?
Could we free up a whole side of the board here? Just a minute. Wait a second.
Hello.
Yeah, because
I'm
then,
so random, XD.
Because then, since the wind is going west, we have all that space to just not. We're not danger.
We're not in danger. He does
You
raise
could
a good
save
point.
your tower.
Yeah.
You two could join a team. You
Yeah,
could
we'll
tell
be
them,
on the
buy
same
the dang
team.
planet.
Yeah,
You
so
could
west.
sacrifice both of them.
I should actually put it right here, I think.
That's fair.
And then, seeing as we're PAX East, we should go back to the east.
Woo! Going east.
Ah, clever.
That is great.
Clever boy.
Smart.
Hashtag ad.
Fair.
That's all I got.
All right, now it's my turn, right? East, right?
To the east.
There it is. Boom.
Goodbye.
You
We're
are
up.
fire. Now both of us have like defense. Okay,
Two
so
towers.
Defense.
now I
Defense.
can, let's see. I have so many of these. I could do so much.
We might be getting into shot clock mode by the time we get to your turn, Ange.
I'm going to smoke jumper and do it. Let's see. There. That's the fire, right? Yeah. Yeah, the fire's in
the center.
Yeah, take
Yeah,
out
take those.
Okay, me?
And then I pick up.
All right, east. And then I'll do...
I can make this game stall.
That was south.
That was south. Oh, fudge muffins.
So
That's
east
okay,
would be
right there.
All right, and then I'm going to play deforest,
Oh no.
and I'm going to get rid of
Probably that one.
this one.
Perfect.
Okay, and
Draw up.
Draw up. Okay.
Hey, do you happen to have a deforest?
1 to the east.
You know what? Get rid of his hawk.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
It's a bold play, Cotton. I like it.
there you go.
Thank you for this. And I will gladly put it right here.
No, put it there.
No.
Okay.
I'll show you in a second.
So now I'm going to use a fire engine. And I'm going to put a little water dude here.
Yeah, you guys totally don't get water gems.
And I'm going to
Or birds.
do that. And I'm going to draw this last card. Who
All right.
wants to shuffle?
I'll
There
shuffle
you
the
go.
stick.
And yeah, I'm done. Okay.
Okay. I will. One easterly?
Yep.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Slowly getting there.
Unfortunately, it's slow and steady with this game.
1, 2, 3.
Smart. Smart.
Travis, I really hope your shuffling's gonna come through clutch. Heart
The
of
next
cards.
one's a
Heart of the
firestorm.
cards.
What if I did it?
Firestorm?
No.
That would be hilarious, I think.
This will do.
All right.
Okay. I play
1
some
to
of these.
the east.
Full force.
Just put that there, and then let's see what I can do. Could do that. I don't really have much options.
What are you thinking? What if we...
Yeah, that's going to happen, isn't it?
Yes.
You're laughing.
Yeah,
It will
that's
happen. I told you I can stall this game.
All right, Ange, 1 to the east. Then card.
Amber.
Amber.
This one. Pull this one.
Yep.
Nice.
Smart.
All right, light 1 to the east.
Put it back.
Put it back. And card.
Do you have any fire cards that
yeah,
can
hold on.
make them waste their bucket?
You sure you don't want to be protected?
It's fine.
Okay. I'm going to use flare up.
Dump 3 in. Nicely done.
Nice.
Nicely done.
All right, butts, 1 to the east.
1 to the east.
Don't put it in your tower.
That'd be fun.
One to the east. Where can you put it though? Real question.
It's tough. I'm gonna put one right here.
All right.
I will have to use the bucket. Scrape these 3 off.
Oh, no, the bucket was just for your tower.
No,
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 as
bucket
long as one of
floats.
them is.
Oh, right, you're right. My bad, I'm sorry.
And
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
I am going to take 3 of these cards, and I'm going to use Reckless Abandon.
You can do that. Yo.
It's going to stop 1, but there is 1 in your tower now.
Can you do that?
No, you can't jump that line.
You can't.
You can't?
Can't-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were going to use that orange card that you had in there. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, I can take this back then.
What is that? A
Takes these
diagonal?
backsies.
Because you want to do that one right in the middle.
Yep.
I know what you're gonna do. Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that's the one.
What you doing? Explosion?
Yeah,
That one?
Explosies, yep.
2.
And then that's a fire.
And then
Can you
that
put a
one.
fire break there?
Yeah, that he forces a break into that line, right? With
Let's
explosion,
go.
yep. That's how you make that solid line.
All right. My turn.
Matt, just so you know.
Just so you
Okay.
know, this card's in your eyeball.
Yeah,
I think he saw it.
I did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh damn. That's. I could do that, couldn't I? Hell attack and just get rid of those.
Oh, I think you could.
Bye. My hands are
All of
shaking.
that
I
work,
know,
but-
I'm shaky too.
Now
Sorry.
imagine that I made you guys play Jenga.
You should have.
It's why I got rid of that game.
Oh God, Jane, you're gonna have like a panic attack.
It's dead.
Just burn up the fire gem or the water. over there.
No, that's not east.
That's not east.
That's
That is
south.
not east.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
So, oops, sorry. Just get rid of the water gem right there.
This one?
Yeah. They wipe out. They're a wash. So that goes away and that goes away.
Oh, sorry. Airdrop. 1, 2, 3.
Nicely done.
Okay, going east again. And,
You should just make him get rid of
wait
his
a second,
bird.
wait a second.
Make him
Come
get rid of
on.
his bird.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
We'll just take
Yeah,
the bird
okay, okay.
off.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
okay.
yours to
There you
place
go.
down.
There we go.
Now
Sorry,
put
I'm
that
like,
somewhere adjacent to a fire.
5, 6. Oh, right, I still have to do my card too, so. Oh, wait, can,
He needs to place his
yeah,
fire
place
first.
your, yep, place your birdie. Or, you know.
You should put it where your bird was.
It's a choice.
That is a big
Okay.
choice. And then now you can do your card.
Yeah.
Let's see, what do I have?
I'm gonna do,
I don't have many attack cards that I can really use.
Card.
if I have rolling firebrand, there has to be 2 gems to move, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do burning snag.
Yep.
Burning Snag. Dump 4 right there.
Yes.
Okay.
Partner approved.
Yeah, definitely.
But burn 1 to the east.
It's looking real grim here.
Are all our hearts pounding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
If you were wearing an Apple Watch, I might be calling your doctor right now.
No, I'm just wearing a bracelet.
What does the bracelet tell you?
It says I'm at PAX.
That's true.
How aggressive can you get, Butts? What's that one?
Not
That
super.
one? What's that one? What's that one?
Right here, but it
I
doesn't
mean,
get me much.
you're right. Well, you know what? That's not bad. I mean, like right there.
Yeah, you can take out,
You could take out
2 birds.
2 birds and a water token.
True.
And that would finish the game.
That would finish the game though, because you could put 2 right there and finish me off.
Well, not 2. Actually, yeah, I
Yeah.
could. That would finish the game.
Exactly.
Well, you put. It'd be really close. Oh no, because you have
No, 'cause
east.
then
No,
I've
because you
got-
can't
I've
change
got
the
the
wind
east.
direction. You're
Exactly.
right.
That would kill.
Butts, you
that-
can't do that.
That would be.
That's a bad idea, Butts. I take it back.
Matt,
Really
I'm
only
using
stall
this
for time.
after.
All right.
You could change
That's
wind
funny,
direction.
I have the same one.
Okay.
Shoot for south.
Oh, then why don't you do that? Because then I can use.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, but I gotta place it down east first.
What else do you have when you're attacking?
Literally creeping fires. That's it.
All right.
Same.
It can't be north. It can't be west, and it can't be north. So it can only be south.
It's literally the tip.
Just roll it
Just
again.
roll
It's
again.
literally
It's not in the
a jack
numbers.
die.
West.
It can't be west.
Can't be west because there's no
yeah.
towers.
We're dead. West.
Okay,
I'm
east
great
or
at this.
south. That's all we can get here.
West. Wait. Use the magic button. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I did what I did yesterday. Wait. It's fine. It's west. It doesn't matter. So.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. It can't be west, and it
has
can't
to
be north.
It's a
So if it's north, we're gonna call it south, and if it's west, we're gonna call it east. So now the die is a 50-50 die.
West.
So it's east.
back to east.
We're back to east.
Oh, it was east. Hold on.
It was east.
It was east, so north was fine. You got north like 100 times, and it could be north.
Wait. Oh shoot!
It's north.
It's
Good
north
to go.
now.
We did all that for nothing.
My brain isn't working.
That's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's good for you.
So now I have to place a gem north.
That's less bad for you.
Sure, I'll put it there.
Yeah.
And then I can do rolling firebrand. Right?
Yes.
And I could just move them there.
Yes.
So I'm gonna do that.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
That one can happen.
Okay. And you're all you.
And I'm all done.
Yes. North. You grab a card, Matt.
Yeah, I did. You can't get rid of that, can you?
No.
No, they were out of buckets.
Damn.
So,
Well, I win the next turn.
All right.
Yeah, guys, look at my card.
I have freaking fires.
I also have that. We
Yeah.
win. We
Yeah,
play
what
that,
you
we
got?
win.
Crown Fire.
Yeah.
So I'll just do Crown Fire. I'll hit
Okay.
both of those birds and we'll just end it.
Okay.
2 birds. Ending it there.
Good juice.
Yeah,
Well
GG.
done.
Nice job, nice job. Nice job.
Team Hack the Planet. I owe you an Omegathon medal.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Come to the final round and pick it up.
Sounds good.
All right. Buy the Dank Slice, get out of here.
Sorry.
Hey guys, we're gonna figure out how to make this game real fast. But while we do that, come on up to the stage. We need up, Smackdown, and no regrets, no refunds.
I'm stuck.
I'm gonna pretend that says 50 minutes, but I won't take all that time, I promise.
Yes. I was pulling off.
All right. Step 1. All right. No birds. I'll get rid of them. Yes. Make your suggestions. Make us
Okay, I would
fast.
get rid of backburn,
Okay.
right? Because that's one that just so many the fire breaks do add a lot of
Yeah.
slow it down. And I was thinking, I just had it, sorry. If you wanted to include something instead of birds, you could do the heavy winds card, which allows you to play all your wind cards and add one in each direction.
Add one in
that
each
it
direction.
shows.
Oh yeah.
Does that seem fun? Just
Yeah,
to like
that's
have it be
good.
something else.
That's in
cool?
the.
Also, if you change it so it's first tower to burn instead of
Yeah,
both,
we're gonna probably have to go first tower to burn, which
Yeah.
sucks.
it does.
Either that or just get rid of buckets altogether.
We could get rid of buckets and no buckets.
And then you just like can't get rid of.
Yeah. 9 to set aside.
This will actually make it go a bit faster. Because then if people get win card hands, they can use them.
All
We can
right.
make and heavy winds is just active, right?
So you can do this once instead of your turn, and then you can flip it over, and anytime you change the wind, you can also place a fire gem with another win card. So it just makes the win cards place fire.
Do you find backburns?
Backburn, get rid of them.
Yeah. We're just getting rid of some of the cards to make it
You guys know
longer.
about heavy wind cards? Okay. So this is ability everybody has, kind of like your bucket movie, this one in front of them. You can place as many wind cards as you want from your hand, and for each one, so say you had a north and east.
Shuffle these? Shuffle those.
You could go one north, blue gems, one east, blue gems, one east, blue gem. So it's like you could add a bunch
Now you
of
get to watch
wind
me
cards.
shuffle.
Once
This is
you
my
use
favorite
that
part.
ability, flip it over. Use that as a one-time use. Once you use that ability, from now on, anytime you try to play a wind card to change the wind direction,
No buckets. We have 15-ish. We have some time that I'll take.
All right, let's see. Team Up, Smackdown. What color are you guys taking? You're taking blue and red. And no regrets, no refunds. Purple, green. We're also going to start, just because we're short on time, we're also in the middle. This fire is taking place in the middle of a windstorm. High-speed winds have reached the forest with gusts of 70 miles an hour. It says you must play this card as soon as you draw it and see the back for detail, or see the rulebooks. But it just means that every time you place, you're placing 2.
Okay.
It's heavy winds, and there's no birds. 2 fire gems.
We have to burn both
And does that
towers.
include the directional in the beginning too?
That is, yes, in your directional beginning, it's always 2.
Okay, plus whatever we play with the fire card.
But they can't touch each other.
Okay, so like I'd play what here or here if it was.
Yes.
Okay, try.
All right, starting wind direction. Here, ladies, roll the wind direction.
We have to burn both towers or one tower?
Do we get cards?
Deal out 6 cards. 1 tower. Oh, you sure don't like 1 tower. We're probably going to go with 1 tower.
4, 4, 4, 4.
We're going 1 tower. I don't like it at all.
Damn it.
Oh, don't worry, we don't either.
I don't like it in any way, shape, or form.
Make sure you have 6. I lost track halfway through.
6, yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I declare Fillmore.
Oh, we gotta roll. Hold on.
I already rolled.
We rolled. We're going north.
We're going north.
Okay. Most at threat is.
Yeah, sure. I don't know.
All right. First, there we go. I picked.
Cool. All right.
Okay, north. 2 gems. You got to place 2 fire gems
2 fire gems.
that can't touch each other.
Can't touch each other. I don't like that.
North. They have to go north.
That's
Oh,
north.
I'm sorry. The
So
board.
basically there. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's all good. Spot you can play 'em. It's all good.
So they cannot touch each
Cannot
other?
do that. They do that.
Yeah. It's the only spot to play 'em.
Chaos. It's how we run the Omegathon.
Nope.
Ready?
2 north.
And then I'm going to.
Sprint toward a tower.
How much of my crotch
taking
does
that away.
everybody get to see? Let's see.
That camera is, the camera is, not
Yeah.
coming from
Yeah.
under the table, so.
You're up. Let's go.
You're up.
Come on, sorry.
2
All right,
north.
I'm having fun. All right, north. Let's see. Doot. Going that way. Going that way.
That's not
west.
north. That's west.
Oh.
So you'd have to go
Okay.
here.
All right, fine.
Or you could go in the middle down there.
Yeah, where'd you put the first one?
There we
the
go.
first
Yep.
one here.
Yeah,
here,
put
here.
that.
That's good. Okay. I'm gonna do only firebrand. We're just gonna move these 2 here
All right.
because that's 2
Is it 2
spots.
spaces?
That's 2 spaces.
There we go.
There we go.
Nope.
Wait, that's 3 now.
No, it was here. 1,
1, 2.
Oh.
That's not 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's.
1,
3.
2.
Okay. Sorry.
1, 2.
Okay. My bad. All right.
Did you put 2?
Yes.
No, you got to place a second north.
I did.
You did.
Those 2.
Oh, those 2. Okay.
Playing Brand Snag. Your turn.
All right, hold on. Tar, do we really have to go with 1 tower? It's going to be so fast. Who's behind us? Are they ready for tech? What if I asked them? They're not even here. We could play 2 towers. What do they know? They're 1 minute late.
Play offensively, y'all. Y'all good with playing offensively?
It's fine. I'll fight them on stage.
Yeah, no,
We're doing 2 towers. We're doing 2 towers.
So you're 2 north.
It's so fast with the winds that I threw in there. And no buckets. There's no buckets. There's no birds. There's no back burn.
There's only fire.
There's only fire.
All right, I'm gonna do an explosion.
And an explosion.
So I'm gonna take. Yeah, I'm gonna take this one.
Yep.
We're gonna go here. Here and there.
See why I had to make that decision so fast? This tower is almost gone.
Okay. Me. All right.
Yep, 2 north.
All right. 2 north. 1 north. 1 north. And I'm gonna change the winds west.
When they get here, we'll have them, they can just join the commentating.
So, all right. So we haven't played this yet, so this doesn't happen.
No, it's
Yeah, they can do their panel while we play.
So
I went to west. That's it.
yeah, winds west.
My
Yep.
turn.
Yep.
Playing there and
There.
There.
Wrong.
All the water cards are out as well?
There.
No, the water cards are in there.
Oh,
See?
that one. Yeah.
You just don't get your bucket to save your tower.
Let's see that.
Just a heads up.
But you could just do that.
Yeah, good. I might. Seems like an option.
All right, start by placing 2 north.
Yes. West. We're going west.
2 west.
Oh, did we move? Oh,
Yep.
this
Yes,
didn't
we
move.
moved.
That's what happened. My visual note.
All right, we're going to use the heavy wind.
Okay.
So we're going.
All right, heavy wind is a new card. 1 action, play as many wind cards from your hand as you wish. For each card, place a fire gem in the direction shown on the card. Draw back up to your hand size and flip this card. And from here on out, he's got light breeze. Anytime he plays a wind card, you may play 1 additional wind card and place a fire gem in that direction.
All right, so we're still going west.
Still west.
So we're gonna go here.
Hang on, let me
Oh, I'm sorry. You good? West,
good.
west. All right, and I'm gonna do my heavy winds as well, and I'm gonna do east and south.
Heavy easterly and southern winds.
So we're gonna go. Oops, we're gonna go east, and I'm gonna go south.
Ooh. Well done.
Go for it.
All right. So we're gonna do west, west, and I don't have a whole shitload of stuff going
Just
on.
a heads up. If you want to look at those.
All right. I'm also
If you want to see my explosions.
So flip heavy winds. I'm going to play a south and an east. South, east. And
that's my turn.
That's
Draw up 2.
So to west.
What's real fun? Oh, Ben, we didn't get the Firestorm in while you were shuffling.
I'm going to play Creeping Fire. Play for 3.
What if I put it right on top?
2, 3.
I didn't do that. It is some number of cards deeper.
Still going west. There. It's like not a ton of space.
Right off the
Put
end
one
there.
there.
Here, I'm going to do this next.
And we're going to do a flare up. Nice.
Flaring up.
Nice.
1, 2, 3. 2 towers almost down.
Done?
See, it's
So
fine.
west.
We're making
So west.
2-bit. Have they shown up yet? They don't even have. Well, 5 minutes into their tech time. They're not even a serious
All right,
panel.
we're going to crown fire. I'm taking your tower.
Oh, no. Yeah.
That's it. 1 tower down.
All right. Okay. All right.
That's
so,
the no refunds tower. There's just no regrets left.
Can I have some more of these?
yeah, all right. So place 2 is still going west.
That one's gone. You can't say it anymore.
Yeah.
That's
It's right here.
I wish I had literally any red cards whatsoever. So we're gonna desert and lay that there. I'd say if it's going west, yeah, maybe put it here. Walk it off. Yeah, screw it. No. No. I mean,
No, you
what I
mean
mean is
turn.
Put it this way. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, there it is. That's where it is. And drop.
So speed fire fire tower tournaments.
So rolling firebrand. 1,
1, 2. Nicely done.
I'm doing this next. With that.
West,
Are we all into light breeze at this point?
West.
Yeah, I thought heavy
No, he
wind.
is heavy.
You thought heavy
We're gonna do a
winds.
heli attack, so those are gone.
Sweet.
And
And
this one.
that is gone. Very nice.
Okay, so to west still.
Yep.
And I guess we'll just. Can I west on top of each other? Like
Nope,
that?
because they can't touch.
That's right. Okay, got it.
But
Thanks.
because that's staggered, they can keep creeping out like that.
Got it. All right. Then I am going to crown fire.
Crown
Add
fire.
All right.
2 to the west.
Still west. No, yeah. Screw it up here.
Yeah, it's going away from your tower, which is also already in flames.
I'm gonna airdrop these. Get rid of that, because that's it's too close.
Burning
West,
snag.
burning snag. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Wrapping around the corner.
Yeah, just do it. I don't think it matters quite yet.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. No, that one. No, not that one.
Here, I'm gonna.
Oh, you want this one?
No, look,
These ones are the ones I'm.
look at that card.
This
No,
one?
no,
Okay.
keep going.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Keep going.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Look at the bottom of that one.
Oh yeah, that's reasonable. I mean, that's the thing I can do. Sure.
That's a turn.
It is a turn. Oh yeah, because that's a thing, right? Okay. So yeah, we'll. All right, I'll put mine down.
So 2 to the west.
West, and we'll make it go north and put one right there. Yay.
All right. 2 towers out.
2 towers down.
Good, I didn't want that.
Well, no. So instead of making it go north, you can just play this.
But doesn't this say I changed the direction and put a fire card down?
Need a second win.
You need a second wind card to do that, but you can just place
Yeah, just
one
place
gem
it.
to
Yeah.
the north.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
So
we'll
the
do
wind
that.
stays
We'll do-
west, but that's a tower down.
Yeah.
2 towers down. Only took us 5 minutes to get 2 towers. We're doing great.
And this one only needs 1 card, or it needs 2?
That needs
For
2
like-
cards now. When you play a win card, you may play 1 additional win card and place
I'm
the
gonna
fire
mow in 4
gem,
cards.
throwing away a bunch of water cards. Yeah, what if it was? I did not think I put it that deep in the deck. I really thought it'd come up any time now.
Still west. I got to dump cards. I don't want it. But I'm dumping 5.
Dumping 5. This will make it happen. Look at them one at a time as they come up.
So my
You
turn.
gotta look at
Hold
it
on.
just in case, because one of them might be Firestorm.
All right. Yeah. So.
I feel pretty good one of them will be Firestorm. Firestorm! All right, roll the direction.
All right. North.
North.
Nope, can't be.
No, can't be that way. The towers are
Can't be north.
burned. East. It can be that way.
All right.
All right, one to everything to the east.
Draw my one. All right.
That one right there. Nope, because of the burn. There we go. And then re-roll for the new wind direction.
West.
Back to the west.
Cool. Then we discard.
And then we.
If you want to discard,
If you
yes.
want to discard, yep.
If you want to discard, you can discard right now.
Yeah, I'm losing one. Taking this. And 2.
Are you fully up to 6 with your?
Yep.
Perfect.
I'm dumping 3.
And then that was your turn, correct?
Yes.
So then you are up.
I have
So 2 west.
West. Gonna play. Oh, that's a good card. Heavy winds.
Nice.
Okay. South, west. Sort of there. Okay. I like it. You need one more card, but it's your turn.
Going west still. Just put these over here.
They can't go side by side.
It is. Okay. Thank you.
I'll do an airdrop.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Y'all done?
Yep.
All right, so we have 2 west still?
Yep.
1 here. I guess just 1.
Yeah, right there's great.
That's good.
Nope, no sir, thank you.
They like that quadrant.
All right, I'm going to flare up.
No.
3 gems, get into your tower.
Oh, love it. No.
Look.
All right. I'll play.
Up, down, on the move.
Yeah, there, one up. And 2 crown fires. So, let's see some gems.
Wait, you can play 2 of them?
You sure can.
Yeah, if you play one, you can play a second.
I've never seen that card.
Me neither.
Go this way.
And what, like here?
Put them all over here. Go straight
Oh,
down.
I got
And
you.
they can all touch each other?
Yeah. They have to be connected.
Okay.
So, yeah, just like that.
Can you?
All right, Turn. I'm good. West, and then a flare up.
Yes.
And that does it. Team up, down. Look at that, record time. No refunds, no regrets. I owe you both an Omegathon medal. Come see it at the final rounds, and we'll get it to you. Everybody join us, final round, tomorrow evening, 5:30 on the main stage. And like all Omegathon rounds, please leave in a quick, orderly fashion so that we can get whatever is next.
That's my man throwing down.
Awesome. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to our panel. This is Building a Thriving Community with Discord. We are super excited. There are way more people than I thought were going to actually show up. So, oh my goodness. Hello. Hi, everybody. So I will introduce you to our intrepid panelists today, starting over here with Eugenia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eugenia. I'm with Gen G as our Senior Education Partnerships Manager.
Hi, I'm Monica. I work at Discord, and I'm a Community Moderation Program Manager.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm a content creator and a partner with Discord.
Hi everyone, my name's Mindy. I also work for Discord as a Senior Manager of Community, and it's great to be here with you all today.
And I am your moderator. My name is Emily Hayes. I am a Community Manager at Discord, and we are super excited to have you guys here. All right, guys, so we have a little bit of technical difficulties, so you're gonna have to bear with me. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we are kind of going through today. When you're thinking about building a thriving community on Discord, there are a couple of different building blocks. So we have building your server and your team. So we have build, we have engaging your members, engage, we have growing your presence and your tools, that's the grow pillar, and then we have manage an amazing community, that is the final pillar in management. That is setting the stage for our discussion today, and we know that there are lots of different variances, lots of different communities out there with tons of different topics, but these are kind of the 4 different panels that you can, or pillars that you can stick to when you're thinking about like, hey, how do I actually do this? Like, how do I go from having a server to a community? And actually maintaining a community beyond Discord too. All right, so with that, our intrepid panelists, I have a question for you. What is one myth that you would debunk about building a Discord server or community? Mindy, let's start with you.
Sure. I would say one of the myths that people think about Discord communities, maybe that it's a short-term project, but really with community building, you're in it for the long haul. So you want to think about this is a commitment to getting to know people and talking to them and caring deeply about their lives. You can't treat it like a content channel where you can just post once a day. Like, you really want to make sure if you're building a community, you're there to provide value to your members and get to know them, and it's going to be a, hopefully a multi-year long thing. So that's one of the things that I hear people talking about that I always like to make clear for community building.
Hell yeah. Sam, what do you think?
Yeah, and actually I was going to say something very similar to Mindy, but it's also, you don't have to stick with like one game. You can have several different varying communities from different genres of games as well. So don't feel intimidated to do that. It's really nice because then you get to integrate and meet people from other communities that maybe you wouldn't have met before.
Hell yeah. What do you think, Monica?
I think a really big myth about having a community on Discord means that you have a really big server on Discord, and those things are pretty different in my mind. Like, you should be going for quality members that really want to interact with you and really want to interact with each other more than just a bunch of bots that only show up to steal your emojis. But, I think that having quality people there that are really intent on hanging out and making this a place to come back to helps make a server that other people want to join too.
And to follow up on that, I don't think the best moderators are always your #1 fans or your most active members of your community. Sometimes you need to look for moderators who are community-oriented, have empathy, and understand that rules are sometimes meant to be broken, and are able to be creative in coming up with events and activations for your community. Your #1 fan is the person engaging, but not always the right person to create.
Hell yeah. Sam, I know that you talked a little bit about like different kinds of topics for your communities. One thing I wanted to ask you was, how does your community's purpose factor into like how you build that like thing? I know there's different topics, like how do you go about building something from something that you love?
So regarding whatever game I might be streaming at the time, we tend to build our community up from there and have a specific section for that. So we had an Animal Crossing community, and we had like our dodo codes, you had QR codes that people could go in and post, and then you had ways for people to interact and figure out, hey, do you have this on your island or things like that. And then I also do, Final Fantasy 14, and so now we have like looking for game channels and different varying topics that could go well with those specific games. So it's been really, really, really lovely, and I think that it keeps it nice and neat, and if people want to peek in on other areas, they can.
Hell yeah. Mindy, what do you think about purpose and community?
It's definitely one of the most important things to know why your members would join your community or your server. There's so many ways we can spend our free time now, and you've got to think about, why would someone come to your community over another server or watching TikTok or something else. So if you have a really clear idea of what the value, who is it for, what would they get from it, that will make it easier not only to find those people, but then how you can serve them and make sure that they're getting value. And that's also something that you can kind of figure out and build with your community as you grow. And if you find that your community isn't for everyone, that's okay too. Sometimes it's about who your community isn't for. And sometimes the most niche communities are the ones who are most passionate because they're the ones where people struggle to find others like themselves. So don't be afraid to be niche with your community as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of different niche types of niche communities on Discord and a lot of different community platforms. It's like that you are creating a space that, maybe somebody is looking for. Monica, what do you think about purpose with communities?
I think I really liked Sam's answer about how sometimes purpose can change. And when you're thinking about building your server, something really important is the rules and the flexibility with rules, like you said. And sometimes you kind of have to realize you might take a set of rules that is from a guide that says here are some basic stuff you should have for your Discord. But once you get to know your community and really know what they're interested in and what they're coming back for, you can sort of tweak those rules to match what your community wants, right? Say some communities, they just don't allow image sharing because they've had a bad run-in or they've had a hard time moderating that. Make sure that your community sort of matches that vibe and know what it is that they like to post and what it is that your purpose of your server is and that your rules match that too. And I think that really helps everyone who's coming in to kind of sense oh, what is it like here? How should I be behaving? And setting the tone for everyone else. And I think that helps with purpose and finding the right kind of people to join.
I think it's okay if you're very deliberate with why you're creating your Discord, because your purpose and the tactics that you use to drive that purpose don't necessarily have to be one-to-one. So I was previously at a hardware company, and we had a Discord where we were focused on selling and promoting our products. We're encouraging people to look at our new sales. We're providing tech help if they're having any issues, and we're driving people to our website to purchase. I currently work at Gen G. We're a global esports team. So our Discord is about driving people to watch our teams compete and to be fans of our content creators. And, in the case of my work with the University of Kentucky and Eastern Michigan, we're building community safe spaces for students who were honestly affected by the COVID pandemic and weren't able to build communities on campus in person. So it's okay to be very deliberate and say, I have a purpose for this Discord. I need to drive a specific KPI. Let's find ways that make sense for the people that are in our community in a way that helps me too. I think Discords can be win-win with purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking that next step to kind of look at your users, look at what you're doing, see how their behavior affects what your community's like, and making those decisions to change, maybe it's you change the purpose of your community, how it's run, taking the time to have that creative one-to-one with your community is hugely impactful. When we think about that, speaking of members, I guess let's talk a little bit about engaging your members and having fun. So, one of the things that I wanted to ask you is, so can you explain what engagement is and why does it matter? Eugenia, you want to start?
at the base level, engagement are the number of people who are active in your community. And I think every company is going to define this a little bit differently. Some people think that lurkers who are reading a post, even if they're not chatting or replying to it, counts. And in other instances, you're looking for people who are emoting to every message, who are responding to everything. So I think it'll look a little different depending on your company's purpose.
Monica, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think when you're thinking about engagement, that also ties into what kind of server you want it to be. When I think of engagement personally, I think of how the server admins and the owners and people who are sort of well-known in the servers act, and then people take cues from that and how they're meant to engage with the server as well. So I think setting a good tone in that way really helps with sort of figuring out what it is that people come here for and why do they want to hang out. And engagement can look like people posting. I really love counting channels. I know some people think that that's really cheap engagement, but I love it when I love it when we can get to like a certain high number without doubling up. Like I love that. It's a rush of endorphins for me. So I'm super proud of counting channels. I'm glad that people have any way they can that they engage with the community and become a part of it. It's a win for me.
Yeah.
As somebody with a counting channel, it's great. And I also have a fish emote. It's a trout, and so I have a trout slapping channel. So for people that I see who are active in my community,
Stop everything.
I'll slap them with a trout. Because we like it. Yeah.
Okay, so stop everything.
Oh God.
What is a trout slapping channel, and how can I put a trout slapping channel in my community today?
No, I just gotta see your name pop up here and there, and I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna slap you with the trout today. It's not a mean thing, I don't think.
No, listen.
It's with love.
Listen, you acknowledge them, you slap them with a trout. It's a loving thing.
It is.
It's an intimate moment to be slapped with a trout, audience. We're stating that today, official opinion.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Some of my lawyers watching. Yeah, but I like that kind of engagement too, where it's like silly fun and it doesn't feel like you have to be in there for anything more than having a good time with your friends. And like I was saying, I have varying different communities in mind, so not everybody is for everybody, but we have ways to bring ourselves together. You know, you got your pet channels. Everyone loves to see your pets. We've got ones if you want to show yourself or art or things like that. And I think that it shows how unique everybody is in your community, and you can find more people within your community who are like-minded towards you in those situations as well. So, yeah.
Mindy?
Still thinking about the trouts. Sorry, but I did.
I'll get you later.
Hit me up. Yeah, one of the things if you're trying to get into more professional community building is this. You can Google it. It's called a commitment curve. So the idea is that, you know, if your ultimate end goal for like a real super engaged member of your community, maybe you want them to be a moderator, or maybe they would lead events for you. But that's going to take a long time. If that's like one of the biggest asks you're going to make, that's going to take a long time, and you can get there, but they might start off with joining a server. You know, even joining your server or your community is a type of commitment. You know, it's already an intent, like I'm showing up, I like you, I want to check it out. And there's nothing wrong with having people who are just lurking. You know, I think that's another myth I would debunk is lurkers. If they're getting value reading your updates, just observing the community and absorbing it, that's A-okay by me. And then having counting channels, which is where you're just trying to count the highest number possible, you know, easy ways to just kind of like test the water. So having channels that are different levels of energy, I guess, to like to put into them are a great way to kind of get people feeling comfy, because especially if you have like a tight-knit community, it can be hard to break into that if you already have in-jokes and references, and sometimes that can be even harder to break into. So thinking about, you know, the commitment curve, the different stages that you want people to get to as they become more engaged. When we say engaged, really we just mean talking to each other and hanging out and having a good time. So I think it sounds like a scary word, but that's ultimately what you're trying to get people to do is connect and talk.
Yeah. You know, it can be, especially if you have like a community that's been going for a while, it can be hard for a new person to kind of like step in. Like think of your community as like a party. Like if you were to introduce someone to the party and they didn't know how to get in, or they didn't know like who to talk to, like how would you help them out? It's like a kind of a daunting thing if you're a new user or just a new addition to a community. All right, we kind of talked a little bit about this with the county channel and the trout slapping channel. But like, is there a favorite thing that you guys do in your communities to get people kind of like comfortable and acclimated? Like, how do you help them get in and make new friends and get settled? Monica, why don't we start with you?
I think one of my favorite communities that I joined is actually it's a dice making community. As with everybody, I've gotten into like a lot of pandemic hobbies, and one of them is making resin dice, like for like tabletop and stuff. And this dice making community I joined, it's kind of intimidating to come in there because everyone is like leagues ahead of you, and they've got all these resources, and there's lots of channels with information. But one thing they did that really stuck with me is how they engaged new members is they had sort of like a training channel. So if you're in a server that's based around a hobby, they had a lot of people who were sort of master dice makers, and they would host like lessons for new people, journeymen, to come in, like apprentices. So they had that sort of system in place for anyone who was new to the hobby or really just wanted information on a specific technique. And I think while that's very specific to like dice making, you could apply that sort of idea of having a built-in purpose event for new members to come in and learn from all the other people that are already there. And that was a really fun thing, and it let me get to know lots of the regulars in the community. It was really cool.
Okay, Eugene, what do you think?
I'm insanely proud of our Horangi bot in our Genchi Discord. We created our own bot that helped us take the metrics that we care about, the purpose for our Discord, and convert that into a fan support system. So based on your level of activity in the Discord, whether it's chatting, attending events, being helpful to other members, we award you points. And as you move up the ranks with your points, while all of our opportunities and giveaways are open to everyone, you earn more giveaway chances or more cool opportunities. But I think the bot allows you to award people based on the things that are important to your purpose. And that's one of the great things about our Discord.
You guys developed a whole bot to do that?
Yeah, and the mascot, our mascot's the Horangi, which is the Korean word for tiger, which is our Genji mascot. So you guys should all check it out in our Discord.
Damn. That's such a good idea.
Professional.
Mindy, what do you think?
I was thinking while they were talking, one of the ways to like set the tone and encourage people as well is a houseplant server I'm a member of, and they have a plant shame channel. So it's where you just post pictures of your dead plants, because I feel like if you love houseplants, you love to show them off when they're thriving and healthy, but you never share all the plants that you've killed along the way. And so having a space to like just be open about all your plant failures made me feel like this would be a space where I could be myself, and it was okay that I've killed more plants than I've kept alive. And the other thing that came to mind, similar to what they mentioned, but having, rituals, routines, Monday night's games night, and for an hour we'll play games. So I think that's a way too, if people are kind of wanting to jump in, if they see people are in voice, see you're playing a game, that can be a great way to kind of get them to take that leap of faith and start building connections, because we know that when you're in voice, the bonds that you make are, they're strong, because you actually realize there's a human behind the username, and that's often how, best friends are made that way.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Game stuff aside, I'm also in a lot of D&D and TTRPGs. And so community members who are new will come in when I'm like in another season. And so what we'll do is we'll do like a rewatch of an entire prior season or something, and I'll give them like schedules. We're like, okay, we're gonna do it this night at this time from these hours. And it allows them to get in, and so they're integrated now into the same storyline that everybody else is a part of. So that's really, really fun for me that I've enjoyed.
Hell yeah.
Getting people in, and they get to know our little characters we create. So, yeah.
Oh my gosh, you gotta invite me. I need to take a look at that. Thank you. Just slip me an invite after this meeting. I called it a meeting. Oh my gosh.
Welcome to our meeting, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our meeting.
Who's taking notes? We need to talk.
Yeah. He's taking notes. Hey, send those to me afterwards. I need to, I gotta report that out.
We'll email them. Yeah.
Please don't actually give us your emails. I don't know if I'm going to be able to email people. All right. So, in the kind of vein of engaging your community, as you start to engage them, your community begins to grow. And that's fantastic. That means you're meeting like-minded people. You're getting out there. You're doing it. that can kind of be somewhat of a tricky thing, though. You know, growing your community takes time. It's like it's a marathon, not a sprint. So we have a couple of people up here, of course, wonderful, wonderful people. And I would love to ask you, like, what is one method that everyone should know to be able to grow their community? Mindy, why don't we start over there with you, the senior community manager?
I think some basic things that maybe people forget is just having the link really available. So wherever people are going the most, you know, Twitter bio, pinned tweet, Twitch, just make it really available, because there's nothing worse than having to dig around, making sure that invite link is up to date. I think so many times I see a fantastic community I want to join, click the Discord link, and the invite link has expired. So make sure you are regularly, you know, doing housekeeping of your invite links. And then lastly, you know, make sure it's available in the server. Sometimes I'm in a really cool server and I want to invite my friends, and it's, you know, hunting around to find the link. So I think best practices is just making sure that all that is up to date, and then don't be afraid to mention it. I think sometimes as community managers or creators, self-promotion is hard. You know, you're kind of putting yourself out there, but I think, you know, you have to hear things 7 times before it actually sinks in. So if it feels like a lot to you, it's probably doesn't feel like a lot to the people you're talking to. So mention it frequently, and if you can also mention it with why they should join, you know, like, hey, join my Discord because we do X, Y, and Z then. I think, you know, we'd love to have you. Kind of, again, treating it like your local cafe where you want to hang out with people, or a party is a great way. And then the last thing I'll mention is that, you know, as your server grows, revisiting, you know, how new users join would look very different when you have 10 people versus 100 or 1,000. You'll want to have different systems set up as you get bigger. So every couple of months, just maybe even try and join your own community as an outsider and see what it's like, because you might discover things that have broken or confusing along the way, especially right now as Discord is growing, and your server might be the first Discord experience they've ever had. So make sure that it's simple and easy to get through if you have different permissions and different channels to visit.
Oh, yeah.
That was the best answer.
Oh. How do you grow yours?
But in simpler terms, what I do is a lot of streaming. So whenever I'm live on Twitch, and like if there's somebody that asks, hey, can I post a link? My bots like to fight each other, and the first thing I tell you is please post it in Discord or you're gonna get banned. And so it leads people there, but I also make it very aware, my Discord's open for everybody. You're welcome to join in, like it's not for a specific community, for a specific person. And then I let them know, like, we have varying things in my Discord, so it's not also just for one thing or one group of people, just so they know what they're getting themselves into first and foremost. But yeah, you have to repeat it a million times as well, which I don't mind. I've been doing this 7 years. I'm used to it. But yeah, so talk about it a lot and inform people of what they're going to get into before they get into it, so that they don't have to search around for a way to find their footing in your Discord.
Regina, what do you think?
So from a corporate perspective, I think people join corporate Discords because they have questions about what your company stands for and means. So we actually require that all of our Gen G staff members and players and coaches and support staff are in our Discord. So when new members are joining, they see that our CEO, Arnold, is answering questions in our Discord, and that we are approachable people. And they want to know that I'm not just getting help on this keyboard that broke from random keyboard fan, but instead the support technicians are in there helping me with my specific problems. So I think on a corporate perspective, it's important that you are there and present for your community, that you're not just outsourcing it to moderators who are fans of your community. And I mean, you guys didn't toot your horn large enough, but Discord does a really great job of the second point, which is you need to externally market your Discord. I think the Discord Twitter, if you guys are not following it, it is the funniest Discord Twitter it's the funniest Twitter in the world. And not just that, but they have 20 social media managers, maybe even more now, who are actively responding to pretty much every @Discord. I bet if you all did it right now, they would be responding and saying, say hello to our panelists at PAX. But you have to be present on other platforms to drive people. Discord's great for internal, but discovery is still something that's new to a lot of people. So you have to make sure to drive people from other social channels. They paid me to say that.
Yeah, we paid her in nitro. I think, I guess to round it out, sorry, Emily, I would say, and this feels like weirdly counterintuitive, maybe not, but like, if you want to make your server a place that is bigger, you want people to come to it, you should make it so that when they hop in, that everything is like watertight. Like, think of it like you're running a ship, right? You don't want to land on the ship and the ship is full of holes and is already kind of sinking. You want to make your Discord a place that people feel welcome and safe in when they show up from the get-go. You don't want it to be sort of like a hostile landing environment full of people who say like, oh, we got a new person, got to shower them with all these memes that they don't understand. Like, I think I've said this maybe 4 or 5 times now, but I'm really an advocate for making the people that are maybe regulars in your community or people that are in charge of welcoming folks, like, know that, like, we're not going to overwhelm this person who's going to come in. Like, I don't know how many times I've hopped into a random Discord because someone said, oh, they got a cool thing going on, and I show up and either no one greets me, and I'm like, that's fine, that's okay. Or I show up and I get inundated with so many pings that I get, like, scared off. I'm like a cat. I'm like, oh, you came too close, you know?
You've done it now.
You've done enough, right? It's kind of like when you're in a Twitch chat and the person like points you out as a viewer, even though you haven't said anything. And I get really, really turned off by that kind of thing. And I think other people do too. So I think it's about striking a balance when you get new members in and making them feel like they're invited, but not too invited. And then that'll help your server grow, and you know, the word will come out that like your place is a good place to be, that people don't get freaked out when they join in. So I think that's something I think about when I think of growth and keeping that growth too, and keeping those people who come in.
Yeah, there's a difference between saying like, hi, welcome to the school, versus, hi, welcome to the school, you're a new person, here's a digital wedgie. There's a big difference. So make sure, you know, you're being friendly, but like, don't get too in depth on them. They're just joining, man. They're just here for a good time.
You're getting digital wedgies.
The tuna slap is done. We're only giving wedgies. On that, like, so kind of really building off of that, how do you introduce like somebody to the culture of your community? They just walked in the door. How do you like make sure that they are speaking the same language or getting in on the same things or feel like they can even start? Mindy, what do you think?
A couple things that I've seen done really well in the past is even having a glossary channel, like a read-only channel that just has terms if your community has, you know, really deep lore or in-jokes. Something too is like milestones throughout time. So maybe if your community has done a fundraiser or something like hilarious happened live on stream and people will reference it or share GIFs, like having that kind of glossary just to like help people catch up and like feel like they're part of the in-joke is a great way to start. Not the wedgie thing, I agree. Yeah, I think some people have welcome wagons, so you can assign people a role if they volunteered or opted in to be someone who, you know, likes to greet people and help them show around. I think it just really depends on how in depth you go. I've seen people even record videos or have like walkthrough guides, you know, where you unlock different access to the server, the more familiar you get. So I think it's just how advanced you want to make your Discord server, but it's nothing wrong with starting simple, starting small and building it from there. And also, I mean, looking at what other people do, like why look at servers that maybe you admire and try and like unpick what they're doing that's working for them and maybe how you can copy it, because there's no harm in copying what other people do well and reinventing the wheel if you don't need to. So I spend so much time looking at Discord servers and seeing what they do well. And I think an introductions channel is never a bad thing, like to have either just a chance for people to say, hi, you know, this is where I'm from. Maybe you can have some prompts saved that they can fill out, and then there's kind of that shared language straight away. And then you might be like, oh, you're based there, like I grew up there, and you're off to the races chatting already, and that's always what you're trying to achieve, is to get that point where they have something in common. You know, how did you discover your content? Maybe that could be an opening question, and have a question of the day or a question of the week that you ask everyone, and then you start to see patterns. Sorry, I could ramble about this stuff for a while, so I will.
Your answers are golden every time. But for me, a lot of it actually comes from my moderators. So my mods are dope. I love them. But they're really good at greeting new people because they know that I've been, on stream greeting people for 8 hours, and they're like, we got this, Sam. And then everybody feels welcome because they know they're also fellow community members. So as long as like your moderation or the community members who are really close knit with you already know what you're trying to make of this community so that everyone's on the same page, it goes in that direction. Like it's a good flow. So we usually will do a little spam of the hi emote so that it's not too overwhelming. And then as they chat and they find their footing, we also have a channel. You get your straight rules right away of what this Discord will expect, do's and don'ts, as well as a bot where you can assign a role so that you don't join my Discord and you're not overwhelmed with 500 channels, but instead, if you click a certain role, it'll open that section for you. So if you're not interested in Minecraft content, but you want to look at The Sims content, then you just check on The Sims and Animal Crossing, and it'll show you just those two. So it's really helpful, so it's not overwhelming, and I think that that's a good way to smooth yourself in.
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
I'm going to steal from y'all two's previous answers. I really like that idea, and I think it's a good one. Whenever I see a server that has like an archive of like the cool things our server has done, because it helps that person see what the server's about, what the events will look like previously, and what it takes to join them, and if you're interested in just the stuff that the server has to offer. I also really like when you join a server and you can figure out how people talk to each other through a lot of servers I join have this thing where they have like a meet and greet every couple of months or so of like people who are newer to the servers, and this is I think especially helpful for larger community servers where it can be kind of intimidating to join and where people talk a lot, and this tends to happen in sort of very like fandom based communities because they always want to talk about the newest thing that's happening, and they already have a lot of like community-wide like theories and jokes, and that can be really difficult to get your feet wet into. You don't want to like throw them in the deep end, and to get a feel for how people discuss content and how people feel about discussing the thing that the Discourse is about. It's good to have sort of a mix of veterans and a mix of new people have built-in purposeful opportunities and events to get to know each other, and I think that really helps when it comes to getting to know what it's like and how you should be behaving in the server. And that kind of thing, yeah.
And personally, I believe in the really robust rule set so that everyone is on the same page about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and making sure that even if somebody is a returning member or a super fan or maybe even your top 1% of spenders at your company, that they are being treated the same way as all of your new members who are coming in for the first time. And having that rules and roles channel listed when you first walk in makes sure that everyone's on the same page, and I think that can really help level the field for people who are coming into a new space to know that they're being treated fairly.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those things of like hierarchizing, I don't even know. Hierarchizing like your community is kind of a sticky thing to do. Like if you're looking at uplifting people, like making sure that it feels good, making sure that like new members see like somebody and they are like, I don't know how you got there. Like you're all the way up there and I just started here. Like making sure that path is pretty clear and showing them how they can be more involved, be like part of this friend group. Like if it's too hard to get there, people are just gonna go, well, I can't ever see myself there, so I might as well just bounce. And that sucks. Nobody wants to feel like they can't move forward or they can't be part of a group. So making it easy, it's just, I don't know, it's just cool. It's just a cool thing to do. I don't have a better like phrase for that. All right, so one of my favorite topics as community manager is management. And these are just like, this is, I think, a pretty tough thing to do, like no matter what your experience is. But how do you make a positive community? There's a lot of cruddy places on the internet. There's a lot of cruddy communities. How do you make something that's positive? Eugenia, can you tell me a little bit about how you do that?
I mean, my brand is Happy Eugenia, so I always try to be the happy, positive person, and when I see something that's a little bit negative, just nip it in the bud. And when I say nip it in the bud, a lot of people go to the extreme and say, okay, that person is being kind of mean. Let's kick him from the Discord. Let's ban him. Let's make sure he's never back here. But sometimes people have bad days. So what I like to do is I like to say, hey, I see this conversation. I'm not very happy with it. So we're going to change the topic and just tell me your favorite breed of dog or some very safe question. It doesn't matter the topic of the question that was happening before that people were fighting about, but sometimes you can create punishments for people without actually punishing them. And I think that that helps create a really positive space where you just see this is not an acceptable topic, take it to DMs and let's just switch off to something mundane.
Yeah. Monica, what do you think?
I think managing your community is probably going to be the hardest thing you're going to do as your community grows. It's easy to get people in the door and to get them like communicating and that kind of thing, but it's hard to make them want to stay if the place that you've built is not appealing or safe, right? I think one thing that gets overlooked a lot is sort of the quality of your moderators. Those are the people that are in charge of your server, right? They set the tone, they set the mood, and it can be really hard to discipline those people if they're not like the best people, right? Because sometimes someone is good in the beginning, and as your server grows and changes, their ideals and then the way they operate might not align with the way you want your server to actually be going. And it can be really hard to let go of someone who's put that much into your community, but don't be afraid to do it if it feels like, you know, you guys are going in separate directions. And I think that's something that I think some communities can struggle with because it's like, how do I balance my personal relationship with this person who's put a lot into my server when they're not being the best for the server? And best for the community, for that matter. So I think that's one thing to really keep in mind is it's really hard to maintain a balance of interpersonal relationships with folks who may not be the best fit anymore. And you're gonna have to let them go, and it's gonna suck, but you're gonna have to do it. And that's, I suppose, like my biggest like asterisk, management is hard thing.
Sam, what do you think? How do you make a positive community?
It starts from my stream. So the community that I cultivate while I'm live streaming is the community that has followed into Discord. But like I said earlier, my moderators do a lot. And a lot of things that they do behind the scenes are never shown, but they're always available to anybody who's like, hey, I need to talk to a mod. They at the mod role, and one of them will message them and be like, hey, what's going on? So that they can keep things private, because they never want to ever out anybody or make anybody feel uncomfortable, because even if it's not about you, sometimes it's awkward, like reading a situation between another person and the moderator, or two people and the moderator's trying to help. And they will also, if it's a community member that has been around for a while and they've seen how they interact with others, they will make sure they interact with them the way that they communicate, because you never want to go at every single person the same way, because not everybody hears the same way. So it's important to make sure you get to know your community in that way, and it's a part of management as well. It's a lot, but that's why if you have a really cool team behind you that are willing to do that as well, then it makes it a lot better. So that's a lot of what we do.
Hell yeah. Mindy?
Well, the panelists have nailed it. Just to kind of build on what they were saying, thinking about moderators, if you're noticing moderators are, you know, perhaps not behaving how or representing your community as you would want, you can always just maybe like, hey, like, kind of noticed you're maybe burnt out or got some stuff going on, like, you want to take a couple months off, like that can also be like a more approachable way and rotate people, because it's not easy or pleasant work, it's often thankless. So recognizing that maybe people have some stuff going on at home, they just want a break, but they might come back like a couple months later, like revitalized and ready to represent your community, which is wonderful. So many times in my experience, one person can change the vibe of your community completely. You think that one person couldn't, even if it's millions of people, one person can if they are pushing the rules or in that gray area. So I think, you know, if I look back, I wish I had been stronger. Like, trust your gut, and when you see someone towing or pushing and that's eroding maybe the space that you want to create, reach out to them soon and try and put a stop on it, because once other people see that's kind of accepted, other people might not feel welcome anymore. If that's not what you want, then reach out to them, DM them, and just be like, hey, like, a couple of things I've noticed have been, you know, no action, no warning, nothing official, nothing scary, but just wanted to reach out and let you know that, you know, going forward, I am going to maybe look at this kind of stuff out. So, yeah, just trust your gut. Like, at the end of the day, this is your space. That's the most important thing. If it's not what it's for, it's not what you want in your community, that's completely within your rights to ask them to change their behavior, or, hey, plenty of other communities out there, maybe this one's not for you. Come back in a month, maybe, or maybe that's it. Goodbye. And that's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, and you may not be the most extroverted or confrontational person, but you know, when you're creating and leading a community, those people are kind of looking to you. Like, even though it may be scary to take that step and say, like, this is not okay, like, this is not something that I allow, like, you're that person. You're the person that they're looking towards, especially if you're building like a fantastic moderator team. Moderation's like the lifeblood of safety on your server. Like, they're looking to you too to set the tone and to say, like, this is not okay. And it's both the joys of creating a community, but also there is obligation that comes there, and that's okay too. You should feel empowered to be that person. And on that kind of note, I want to talk about how you make a safer community. We are lucky enough to have Monica here today to talk a little bit more about like safety, but like I'll talk to our other panelists first on like how they kind of like go about this. Eugenia, can you talk me through like how do you make sure that the people on your server are safe?
I always start with a really, really robust rule system and make sure that we start really, really strict, right? I've even started some Discords that ended up having 100,000 people in it, but we started with no external links. So you cannot drive people outside of Discord because people can spoof links all the time. We have those phishing problems with free Discord Nitro codes. So no one was allowed to post external links. But as people became more safe, people started self-policing themselves and correcting people. Hey, no external links. We loosened up that rule and we said, okay, on Fridays we're going to do music. Friday you can post YouTube links. And if nobody took advantage of that, we might start allowing Reddit links or other platforms. So I always choose to kind of like training your dog, be very, very strict. No eating in the bedroom, no sitting on the couch. You're not allowed on the bed with muddy paws. But over time, as you trust your dog and, the dog grows older and more mature, you might let them cuddle on the couch with you. So always start strict, keep your community safe, and allow them to self-police and give them a little bit more leash when they have that kind of set in place.
All right. Sam, how do you create a safer community?
I mean, aside from everything that I've already mentioned, just one little thing that helps it make it a little bit safer, because I am more of a family-friendly creator. We don't allow nickname changes, and I know that that's not a thing for everybody, but people tend to sometimes change it to things that may not be appropriate because they think it's funny to get a rise out of a family-friendly community. So that is a way that we keep that safe. But of course, if a username is different from a Discord name and they would like us to change their nickname to their Twitch name so we know who they are, we're all for that. But having that control is just adding a little bit more of that security to make sure that not only I'm going to be okay, but everybody in my Discord's going to be okay. So.
Mindy?
I think even before I worked for Discord, I had to build a Discord server, and one of my fears was, it's 24/7 in nature. People are going to be talking all the time, and who are they going to be? And it was pretty scary. But I think I'd recommend looking into biased, I know, but the features that Discord has built in natively, and spend some time kind of digging around server settings, because there's a lot that you can do if you want to really have the highest security possible. That makes it pretty robust, and I even know servers that maybe turn on read-only mode, overnight, or if you're going away on vacation. It's nothing wrong with just kind of like hibernating it for a while so you can make sure that your space remains safe if you're not able to be there. So I think just researching around, taking advantage of what's already built in, and then as you get more accustomed, you can add additional layers of security with bots and things like that. But just start with what's there, and it's not as scary as it seems.
Monica, I want to talk to you specifically.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Hey, yo.
You want to talk to me?
Hey.
Sure.
Nice
Hi.
hat.
Thanks. Nice hat. Okay, what's up?
How do you go about creating a safer community? What would you tell people at home about creating a community, making it safer, and what do they need to know?
I think I've worked at Discord for almost three years, several years now. And I've worked with a lot of communities. And weirdly, the biggest thing to me is that people don't use all of the resources they have to their advantage. Like at your fingertips, there are many, many bots. There's a lot of articles, like thousands and thousands of words out there and pictures written of how to keep your server safe. But even the most basic, don't click on this weird link, is just flies over people's heads sometimes. So I think if it feels like it's super complicated to keep your community safe, you might be overcomplicating it. Like step back and see, what is the thing that is targeting my community the most, figure out how to fix it and then address it. And then if there's something else, you go on to that problem. Like if it feels overwhelming, it's because it might be, but you can take it piece by piece and figure out, okay, what is it that I need to do to keep the needs of my community safe? Like you can tailor your approach to safety to the community that you're running and to the community that you're building. In some servers, people might be of a younger crowd, so they might be more vulnerable to like really easy phishing scams. In other servers, it might be that they're targeting them through DMs, saying like, maybe you're in a game dev server, a lot of people might be getting, hey, test my game DMs. Like you need to keep yourself informed of like the new sort of attack vectors out there, because scammers are rampant. But you can also keep your server members aware of it too. Knowing the problem yourself as a mod is one thing, and as an admin, but also telling that problem to everybody so they know to look out for it. It might feel hard because you might be admitting that like, oh, we have, something to address in our server, but it's way more worth it that you're transparent and you let people know to like watch out for something than to feel embarrassed that you even have to address it in the first place. So I think just keeping yourself informed and aware and being intentful when you're making a server, that you're basically making the space for these people to be informed yourself on like what's going on is a really big thing. Also, don't be afraid to tell people just block someone who's bad. Like it'll feel bad, it'll suck, but also a lot of problems I know from like firsthand experience, like answering people's tickets and questions, just block them. You'll save so much time and stress and issues and pulling it out. Just block them. They're not great for you. You're not meant for each other. And that's my biggest tip. Block someone you don't like. That's it.
Block them.
Block them.
What are they going to do? They're blocked. Block them. All right, I got one last question for you guys, and then we'll take a couple of audience questions if y'all are down. Everybody good? Hell yeah, thumbs up. I got thumbs up. Woo! All right. Really quickly, guys, I'm going to start with Eugenia. Can you tell me why your community is important, or community just in general, on and off Discord? Why is it important? Why does it matter?
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm lonely, and my community makes me feel very seen and safe and wholesome. And I just love having people around me that have the same value set as me. And I think that a lot of people are looking for that. So that's why I think community is really important.
Monica, what do you think?
I look forward to nothing more every day than coming home and sitting in front of my computer and opening Discord. It was already open because I work there. And talking to my friends, like closing my work server and then opening my community server and being like, hello, everybody. Because connecting with people that are so far away from you, but having them feel close, there's nothing like it. Like I've been in internet communities all my life, and Discord is just one of the best ways. And I know I'm company shilling time a little bit, but like I love being able to connect with people in a safe and safe and I don't want to say productive, but a safe way that I know that like I know what I'm expecting, right?
Yeah.
Like I know what I'm coming into, and I love seeing the same faces every day. I love seeing new faces, and I think making that space wonderful for everyone else who wants to join in is my big thing, my big favorite.
Heck yeah. Sam, why is community important?
I love people. I really love people. And it's nice being able to wake up in the morning and say good morning, and then you've got like everybody else saying good morning, because it's such a great start to your day. And being able to share and celebrate other people's achievements and accomplishments, or be there for them when they're feeling low, it means a lot. And I've made some of my best friends just by hanging out in Discords. So community means a lot, and I hope that your communities just bring you happiness too.
Yeah. Mindy?
Oh God, I'm gonna tear up on a panel.
Cry.
Here, I have water.
Oh, thank you, yeah. For me, community makes life worth living and makes just life more enjoyable. I've seen communities save lives. I've seen communities enable lifelong friendships, romantic relationships. It's truly why I love getting to go to work every day. I've been doing it for over a decade. I think when you hear stories about people who perhaps grew up in difficult circumstances, friends or family didn't share their passions and are able to connect with people anywhere in the world that share that same interest, and realize that, internet friends are real friends as well. And I think Discord can help that feel more real and you're more closer to the people behind the username. So that's what means the world to me, and I think this is why PAX is so great, because you get to sometimes meet up with people who you've been talking online with for years, and you get to hug them, and then when you go back to your own spaces and you're chatting online again, it just feels even more special, and those bonds are even stronger. So I'm an introvert, and I think Discord is a great way to feel social and make new friends around things that you really love, and even if doing it in person can be harder sometimes. So I'm a big fan.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you guys. If you all are down, we've got some mics on the floor. We can talk to you a little bit about your questions. We'll just take a couple because we've got like 5 minutes? Where's the big sign? Yeah, I see it. All right, awesome. So we'll take a couple of questions.
And you can come to the
Hello, sir, in the fantastic suit.
I'm Jeff with Esports Circus. So my question for you is, I don't have time to manage my servers, and I've been trying to find someone to take over the manage my servers. And what I'm looking for is maybe some suggestions on metrics of what I should look for a person to take over. I've been on like Fiverr and different platforms, and I can do this, and I get bothered. But I have no idea who to hire, how to hire them, what to look for to have someone manage and take over my Discord channel.
Monica?
I think you know your server best, right? And you know like the familiar faces that you see around there. I think one of the best ways that you can recruit a mod or someone interested in helping out your server is to just ask, right? Like hold applications and then kind of judge the kind of people that come in and want to apply, and then figure out like why do they want to apply. Ask them like, oh, how long have you been in the server? Like if you've seen a familiar face around, sometimes those people are the best people to run your server because they already know what's up, what the rules are. I think those people they make for some of the best mods because they already know what's up, right? And they also want the server to thrive because it's somewhere they go to a lot. So if you hire people and you find mods that sort of align with your server's vibe and have been there and are already community members, that'll take the load off of you of having to keep an eye on it 24/7.
There may even be people in this room, because sometimes community management is a new profession, and sometimes people might be wanting to do it part-time or take their own personal experience professionally. So I think this is a great chance as well to recruit people, potentially.
Heck yeah. If anybody's interested.
Anyone's hiring.
Hey. Hello. What's your question?
Being a Twitch creator, sometimes you think something's a good idea until you look at the numbers, and at the time you did it and you realize it wasn't a great idea. Then you do something you weren't quite interested in and you look at the numbers, you're like, man, people really enjoyed doing that. Discord, there's really no way to do that. We can't see what people enjoy, what people don't, what people click on. Is there a plan to release something like that so we know that our community is growing?
We can't talk too much about things in the works, if they are in the works. But I can tell you that on Server Insights, we do have something that is called your engagement channel. If you click on that, it actually shows you which channels, especially if you're like Sam and you have different kinds of like gaming channels, it can show you where people are engaging and saying like, hey, people are talking a whole lot in this channel, or they're hopping into this voice chat. It shows you like, okay, here is a demonstration of like this pattern of behavior. And maybe you say like, oh, this channel over here isn't actually doing so hot. Like, for example, if you have like a wedgie channel, I'm just gonna say it, and it's not doing so hot, like you can say, I want to let this go. Like, that's fine. You can make that decision. Use these insights to your advantage to say, similar to how you curate your content, curate your community and say, I don't want this anymore. It's not performing. What do you think?
No, yeah, that's actually really good.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, use your engagement stuff. And don't be afraid to change things up. It's your community, it's your content, and you want to make sure it's curated to what makes you happy, because everybody else can see when you're happy. And hopefully that helps you out until, who knows, maybe Discord will bring something else out.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Come on up. What's your question?
Hi, my question is, with concerning the people who use your service, a large majority of them are content creators, organizations, things of that nature. On Thursday there was a panel about cybersecurity, and one of the panelists, being a content creator, mentioned how one of the largest concerns is privacy and being secure while being so vulnerable on the internet. And so the topic came up about the current tooling in keeping safe on the internet, and I've noticed that you talked a lot about moderation. And not to say that the talented engineering team at Discord, who I had the pleasure of meeting at this conference, isn't doing enough, but I was wondering if there's any sort of roadmap on providing more security tools for the content creators other than moderation. I know that you can't talk about things that are in the works, but do you have like some sort of roadmap or anything like that?
Yeah, so I work on our community moderation team, and we work on more than just content and like written things for moderation. We also work with some of the engineers that are working on moderation tools and safety tools in general, and that's definitely been something that we have top of mind. We have things planned in the future to do with, and some of them have already rolled out, right? Like we already are scanning for like bad links, and a lot of the times some of the spam that's come up and is pretty prevalent in some places, we're starting to hit it before it even gets into people's inboxes, right? So that's one of the things that we've done to kind of tackle this big problem. I think spam and phishing and privacy is an issue that is beyond Discord in a lot of ways, but it's definitely top of mind for our safety teams and our safety programs to get a hold of, especially since a lot of people use our platform as their primary way of communicating. We want to keep it safe for you guys and for everyone who wants to use the platform, for sure. Great question.
Thank you. Great answer.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi. I wanted to touch on what you discussed about people coming into the community and maybe getting a little overwhelmed. So we have a very tight-knit, small play-by-post role-play site that has a Discord for it. Our members get very excited when someone new joins. They want to help them build their character. But that can be very overwhelming for someone who's just come in. Do you have any suggestions for how to manage it so that people are still welcoming, they're still excited to help build a character, but maybe they're not like totally overwhelming people without discouraging the new members who just want to make a new friend?
What do you think?
I can take that, yeah. I mean, thank you for the question and for considering that. I think that's really thoughtful. I would recommend kind of breaking it up. So maybe saying, having like a 3-step guide for your folks who are really excited. So be like, hey, when someone new, let's just make sure that we always say like, hey, how's your day going? Like, thanks for joining. Are you interested in making a character? If so, like click on this link and it will take you to a channel. So then you get a signal from your new person that that's something that they actually want to. It gives them a chance to kind of opt in or opt out or say, what is that? Or maybe later. So I think if you could kind of create like a 1, 2, 3-step process that your mods could follow. And so they still get that greeting, they still get it, but they have more of like a playbook, and then you would get that signal from the new person that like, yeah, I'm down, like I have the time, let's do it right now, because you might discover there are maybe some other steps in between that they have to take first, if that's helpful.
Yeah. There's also like, if you do have like an introductions channel too, it's also worth talking to your current community and saying like, hey guys, like, when somebody comes into introductions, let's like make them feel super welcome and happy to be here. But like, let's not immediately hop into like character creation yet. Maybe you have like designated people that reach out and say like, hey, can I help you do this thing? That way, you know, your team, you're not telling them like, stop stop being excited that people are here. Just say like, hey, we want to make like people are a little nervous, but yeah, you can talk with them and create that dialogue while still helping honor how excited they are to welcome someone to the community. And unfortunately, guys, I know we have a ton of other questions. I apologize. Come to the booth and talk to me. I have this green hat on. I will be there. But we are at time. And thank you guys so much for coming to the panel. We really appreciate you.
Hello, Boston. The world's greatest Montreal Canadiens fan on stage here from Canada. Hello. Hello. Please don't reflect that in your review of the panel afterward. I'm just kidding. I am a Habs fan, but I also love Boston because we are like classic rivals, and Boston is one of the best cities in the U.S., and I've seen every state except for South Dakota. So, which I have to go see still, because then I can say that I've conquered the U.S. So here we are at Design a Board Game Live, and we're gonna get right into the guts of it. But before we do that, I just wanna find out how many of you have been to one of these panels at any of our previous PAXs that we've done before, including last year? Oh, we got some veterans in the battlefield. Thank you for returning, your validation that what we're doing is good. And therefore, for the rest of you, how many are here to see us? Don't worry, we're not offended. We're not offended. We're not offended because we know we have a special guest here at our panel, which, by the way, we usually have a rhythm, and this amazing gentleman is going to take this away from us. Sun Wong, how many of you are here to see him? Well, I got to say something. So,
I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean to overshadow everything, but I'm happy to be here. I'm very passionate about board games, and I cannot wait to help you guys design one live. Does anyone have a guess as to how many games I have played in my life? Do you guys have a guess?
You can yell it out.
Are we talking board or video?
50. I heard 50.
They heard 50? 50, that's cute. What do you think?
Different games?
Different board games, yes.
Board games, I'm gonna go about 300.
That's cute, let's go up.
Okay.
I'd be very curious if you actually have played more games than Dylan here.
How many have you played?
I really can't count that high because every BGG I play about 50 to 60 new ones every year.
Ooh, okay.
And I've been going for 6 years.
So what's a rough estimate then?
I am over 1,000, so I'd say probably at about 1,200.
I'm also over 1,000. But I am at about 1,100 at this point. So catching up to you.
I guess I'll have to keep playing games.
I am also going to have to keep playing games, yeah.
But here, so have you played this one? Grand Blue Fantasy?
That is Grand Blue Fantasy, correct?
Yeah, but Japanime, it's called Japanime Tactics from Japanime Games and Advantage Studios, which is us. We designed the game. It's the first time the world gets to see this game, really.
So this is the world premiere of this game?
Yes. Well, this is the production sample copy, and the game will come soon enough. Those details,
shit.
I have no authority.
Anybody here play Grand Blue Fantasy?
Yeah! It's not super popular here yet.
Yeah. The fighting game Grand Blue Fantasy Versus I actually do a voice for. So,
that's right.
Yeah, check it out. When, you don't know when this is coming out yet-ish?
Sometime soon. We'll just
Sometime soon, but yeah, I mean, when I saw it, you guys, I was like, oh shit, like that's a big deal. So yeah, I'm excited to check this out.
Sweet. All right, shall we get into designing a board game? I know we only have 1 hour or less with all the questions and party time. So the way this panel is going to break down. First off, we're Linvander Studios, far beneath and in the shadows of someone. But let's go through and tell you a bit of the stuff we've done. Linvander Studios is based out of Canada with some of our partners in the US. We are a design studio. And the next slide, please. These are some of the projects that we've come out with and or are just on the brink of coming out with. Mainly Pathfinder's Level 20 and Doctor Who's Don't Blink. Available at your local gaming stores right now. And as you can see, we've got a whole breadth of different types of games and stuff from different prices and sizes, licenses, and all that fun stuff, which you're going to learn a lot about while we design one with you today here. Now, up and coming stuff, Snapships Tactics. If you've toured the hall, you get to see these cool plastic pieces you can turn into spaceships and then kick each other's butt on. Minotaur, Gemini Gauntlet, and a role-playing supplement. And now, here's a bit of the ground rules on how we're going to create and design here. Number one, Team Linvander, when we design our games, we like to say there's no such thing as a bad idea. It's kind of a stifle to a creative atmosphere, and we are an inclusive, creative, safe space atmosphere today in this room, always, but especially today in this room, where there are no bad ideas. So with that in mind, it can be a little nerve-wracking to give your suggestions, and we want to hear from you. Those suggestions, don't be ashamed to say them, because when we say there's no bad idea, it means that there's only ideas that may not be correct for the certain situation in the design process, so we shelve it. Maybe it was a good idea for a previous design element, or it might just be something that isn't the correct fit, so we're gonna hold off on it. But always, always hold those ideas, because you never know. Those ideas might be the ones that are the clincher that solve a problem in the design space down the road. We are a bit of an improv kind of crowd, so we like to do yes and mentality. So if I say like, we should do a game about bananas, and then Josh would say yes.
Oh yeah, I think maybe apples too.
Ooh, maybe apples too. Okay.
Oh, there we go, see? And we just keep building off the property until we come up with something that we all absolutely love. Next slide there brings us to designing a board game live panel. This is how we're gonna break it down with you guys, and then we're gonna get you involved. Whether it be screaming, clapping, hands up, coming up to the mic and giving us your suggestion, try and squeeze it all in the next 40 minutes and get someone's participation and his ideas, and he's gonna build upon it with you guys. So, we're gonna do game type, theme, mechanics, components, and then we're gonna come up with a title.
I will also point out this is also how we actually design all of those games that you saw earlier. We literally go through this process, and we're just going to do a very accelerated version right here with you today.
I also want to point out in this case, we're not going to have a finished game magically appear when we finish the panel. That would be amazing.
We'll get there.
However, if you were to find this game on the shelf and read the back of the box, or describe this game to your friends and get them excited to play it, everything that we're going to come up with today is basically that pitch. So as soon as we finish this panel, we've got the blueprint for how you would describe that game, capsule summary to your friends, and get them excited to play it.
And I think we're going to wait for the end slide, but we got to tell you this now.
Wait, you mean I don't have to be writing the rule book this whole time?
I'm going to tell you this now. We've been doing this for a few years here. And finally, PAX has decided to work with us, and we are now licensed by PAX to this game will now be published after. It will be available, according to our timeline, we will be continuing this design session on Twitch afterward, and you'll see the schedule at the end, where you get to watch us develop it, and you get to participate continuously throughout the stream. And then we will develop and print this game with the PAX East branding, which will be available in the PAX store, will also be in your local gaming stores, and you can say you were there at the birth of
And everyone here shares royalties, right? No?
Actually, we'll also tell you how small those royalties are.
Actually, that's a very good point, because we've thought of this. That's chaos. But we are trying to work a way to make it so that way you don't have to pay absorbent amounts for the game as a regular consumer. But that is between you and us to connect, and so that we know who you are, because although I have a semi-eidetic memory, I cannot remember all your faces, especially just your eyes, which are all beautiful, by the way. Okay, let's begin. Game types. American versus Canadian.
So I think this is where I jump in, because the wonderful story is the fact that it is Linvander is a Canadian-based company, and before I joined the team, they only made cooperative games. And I'm the token American.
Yeah.
And now we make a lot of competitive games. I'll let you draw whatever conclusions you want from that. But seriously, though, when we first start looking at a game, one of the first things we want to decide, because it factors into every single other decision, is whether we're going to do a competitive game or whether we're going to do a cooperative game. And I realize that, like, you know, then people are like, oh, but what about semi-co-ops and whatnot? What I want you to focus on, and we're going to actually leave this up to you, is whether or not in the end there is one winner or multiple people win. For right now, if multiple people win, we call that cooperative. If one person wins, we call that competitive.
One person or one team, because it could end up being a team design.
True. It could be a team versus team.
There's all kinds of ways that works
Do you have a favorite game so long? Like favorite type? Are you competitive or are you cooperative?
For me, I like all games, but competitive. I prefer competitive.
So you want to slit throats and go at it.
I like being mean in games. I don't like being mean, you know, in real life, but being playfully mean, I enjoy that. So I tend to be more competitive.
Just leveraging that cheese tasting strategy.
Exactly. Yeah, the cheese tasting phase.
I just want to
right,
see how
yeah.
much you'll influence the crowd here. So let's start off light and easy before we start screaming and yelling, and go for a show of hands. Would you like this product game to be competitive?
Okay.
I see who has the influence in the room.
Yeah.
Or cooperative. Oh, man. Oh. I can see this is going to be a great crowd. I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think?
Did you count all those hands? Let's see. Well, I think what out of your guys' backlog of games you've designed, have you done more competitive or more cooperative?
It's probably half
We're
and
about
half
50-50.
You're not helping at all. Okay.
I'm sorry. Was I supposed to help?
I was gonna be like, what's one that you want to maybe try like a new type of thing? But it's half and half. Great.
I do think there were more hands that were competitive.
Do you think so?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
All right, so ready one more time. Ready? Competitive. And cooperative. I'm sorry, as much as I would like to cooperate with you, I think the competition is clear and it is competitive.
Okay.
I always lose. So I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm assuming if you're here, you probably own a board game. Yeah? Okay. Good. You have some idea of how big all the board games you own are, right? There are the small box games, the sort of medium box square footers, and then the honkin' huge game that takes up your entire shelf in your living room. We now get to decide how big a game we're gonna make and what kind of price point and box it's gonna fit in. And that's gonna determine a lot of what we can actually put in that box and how complicated we can make it. And how long it's gonna take to play. This factors into all kinds of stuff. So this is a really important baseline to get right.
Well, so just for example, Josh, because everybody has different ideas, what would you consider the price points of a general light game, medium game, and heavy game?
So light games tend to be like your almost impulse purchase. It's like $15, $20, $25 probably, comes in a pretty small box.
Maybe 30 if it's got a lot of cardboard.
Yeah, if it's got a lot of cardboard. Medium box games are typically like your typical Ticket to Ride or Catan, like square footer box, costs.
Probably something like this, right?
Yeah, that's about right. That's a $40 game.
Right.
So yeah, most of those games are like in the $40 to $60 range, depending on how nice the pieces are in it, or if it's got a couple miniatures or whatever.
Okay.
Heavy game.
Like Gloomhaven.
I'm sure some of you have backed a Kickstarter before. A lot of Kickstarter games are very heavy on content.
No.
Just a small bit.
Okay.
And there's disadvantages
And those
to
games
each of
can
these.
be $100. They can be several $100s. They just seem to keep getting bigger too. That's the other thing.
So what do you want to do? Let's see here. Let's see, show of hands, maybe some noise. What do you like for a light game? Easy, quick, impulse purchase, quick buy. Not as quick profit turnaround, right? How about a medium game? Do I even need to ask about a heavy game? Oh my God, like one hand that went like, and right back down again. I saw that. You were quick at the draw. All right, well, I think for the sake of time, we are doing a medium game that is competitive. Congratulations, you are on the exact point on the bell curve that all publishers want to be in. Well done, well done. Okay, theme.
Ooh, okay.
This is good.
How do you guys want to do this?
Well, there's all kinds of different themes.
As you have likely played in your games, all games have a theme. It may be very light, it may be very, like if you're going with, your abstract game, which is very strategic, we would still argue that that has a theme, but now your theme winds up becoming the mechanics itself. The theme becomes the strategy. You know, then there's the classic, what are frequently termed Ameritrash games that are really, really heavy on theme. You know, there's 50,000 Cthulhu games out there these days, right? And so the theme can range wildly, and it can be anything that you want, and it can be something that is common, it can be something completely off the wall. But what is going to happen is that once we start getting into the mechanics, we're always going to want our mechanics to come back to our theme. And we're always going to want to think, does this work with the theme? The theme basically becomes your guiding light of what you want the game to feel like. It can be serious, it can be funny, it can be off the wall.
It can be seriously funny.
Anything.
All right,
I'm also just going to throw it out there that I feel like internally we've got a little bit of a reputation for making things with interesting combos that haven't really been done before, or themes that you wouldn't expect to find in a board game necessarily when we do some of our original IP.
I was going to say last year, but we all know last year and the year before didn't really exist. But what was the last possible cool PAX year did we do? We did, was it Mutation, the Space Catastrophe?
Was that last year?
Was that one?
We've done a whole bunch of them now.
Was it, My Name is Bob and This is Our Truck? Well, we had a bunch of like crazy ass games.
So we don't want to like spoil it too much.
Yeah. And
Anything really goes here.
And a theme can be one word, it can be a couple of words. It
can be shirts.
Anything you want.
Cloth, could be cows, it could be walls, it could be
So every Euro game that they've ever made?
blood. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to run up and down and I want to hear.
Euro game.
We're going to start
Right.
shouting themes. This is the part where we get to improv it, where we want to hear you say stuff. I'm going to run up and down in a second. Initiative taking. I like that theme. I'm going to go run down and listen to what you guys are screaming from the back of the room so I can get some suggestions back there. And these fine folks up here are going to copy some stuff down that they hear from the mid-crowd yelling. It's going to be pandemonium. So if you're afraid of loud noises, this is your chance to plug your ears. Okay.
Also, I do want to say one thing. You're wearing masks, so you need to talk louder than you think if you want us to hear you.
Oh, that's a cleaner, yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. All right, let's start. Fruit salad.
Dating sim, okay.
What? Wingspan. Ooh. Music. Music. Insects. Dinosaurs. Cabbage? Cabbage. What do you guys have? What?
Tax evasion.
Alcohol. Duct tape? Let's go with duct tape. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs again. Duct tape. Spaceships. Stuffed animals. You guys got some of this? Swords. Hell yeah. Swords. Ghosts. Eclectic ghosts. Pyramid schemes. Pyramid schemes. I gotta get these guys. Food management. Fast paced. The daily life of a turtle. Ennui. Carnivorous cows. Cannibalism. Okay. I think we got some crazy ones here. Okay. You guys are.
You think we had enough suggestions, or okay?
Okay. Now what we're gonna do. Thank you for those amazing suggestions. This is a great crowd. We're gonna read down some of these themes real quick. We're just gonna go through the ones that we captured, and then we're gonna create a short list, and then we're going to have some screaming and yelling and voting from you guys. All right?
Well, we always remember different ones. So are there any that you heard that you remember?
I heard dating sim. I heard tax evasion. I think I heard duct tape, parachutes. Did you hear anything else?
Yeah, so I also heard dentists.
Okay, yeah.
Fruit salad. Ice picks. Fishing.
Yeah.
And whales.
Did you hear any?
Oh, I heard a lot.
Okay, what'd you
I've
get?
been doing this a lot. So taking out the ones that have already been mentioned, I heard purple, time at PAX, taxidermy, specifically tuna fishing, pair of shoes, flipping, ice creams, erosion, daily life of a turtle, ennui, mysteries, and cannibalism.
Wow. Okay.
So the best part about it is that we don't actually have to just go with one. We can start playing around with them. Like I heard tax evasion and taxidermy. So it could be taxidermy evasion. Who knows, right? As an example. So we've done the themes now, and we've narrowed it down to what sounds like tax evasion. What sounds like we're going to get down to a few short ones. And the best way we narrow them down is that as we're labeling them, we see people clapping and yelling, and the crowd kind of reacts. And so that gets us a bit of our short list. That's sort of our secret way of not telling you how we're going to give you a short list. What are the short lists that we put together based on what you guys saw or heard?
Sure. So our short list, so hold your applause for right now until you hear them all, because what we're going to do is that we're going to actually ask for, based on a noise vote, which one of these we want to go with.
Or which several, because we might get some competitors.
What I was about to say is that we can easily do 1. 2 is often pretty good, but once you start to get 3, it starts to get very clouded. So what we're going to be really looking for is the top 2 once we actually have our list. So the ones that we have that seemed to get the most reaction were tax evasion. Hold on. I'm going to read them all, and then we'll do the noise vote.
You guys are great.
So tax evasion, duct tape, daily life of a turtle, dating sim, and ennui.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. Now we're going to do some noise. We'll start from the beginning, and you can vote for multiples, and we're going to do our best to see what happens. All right. What's the first one?
Tax evasion.
Okay, I don't know if that one's on the contending list.
Okay.
Duct tape.
So I talked a mean game and
Daily life of a turtle.
Wow. Wow, this is crazy.
Ennui. Dating sim.
Dating sim.
Now.
So, it seems like we're down to tax evasion, daily life of a turtle, and dating sim. However, I would argue that daily life of a turtle beats out the others based on noise.
What if we combined... What if it's a dating sim where all of the characters are turtles, but you're going on the dates for tax evasion purposes?
Okay, well.
Ladies and gentlemen and other thems, we have a theme.
Was that fun? Okay, the next slide is game mechanics. Now we got the theme down, now we get to do the development part, the harder stuff, as we like to call it, where we really need to dig into the nitty and gritty of what types of game mechanics are out there. So, we have those who on the team who are much more adept at game mechanics than I, Mr. Josh here, Mr. Dylan, and Sung Cho. So you guys can go through the lists.
So, with game mechanics, so I know how I said with theme, we're very flexible. We can fit 2, maybe 3. Obviously, we can fit in 3 very well. With the game mechanics, you very, very much do want to make sure that you focus on just a couple, maybe 3. And the reason why is that you can have all of the best mechanics in the game, but if you throw that all into the game just becomes too clouded and it's too hard to explain and too hard to get people into. There are lots of games out there that have some really clever things that they do, but they do too much. And so it's hard to get in. We want to create a game that people can get into, that you can introduce to your friends, have them sit down and start playing, hopefully as easily as possible. So we're really going to want to focus on what our top 2 maybe 3 mechanics are. Right now, don't worry about how it fits into the theme of the game. That's what we're going to work on later. But right now we're like, oh, we want to include this, we want to include that. We're going to have a slide in just a moment with listing a bunch of mechanics, but do either of you have any favorite mechanics you'd like to bring up? I'm curious if they're on our list.
I like deck building games a lot. That's one. How about you? Do you have one offhand?
Oh, that's tough. I think a style that I've not seen a lot of would be like a you split, I choose.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
So this is kind of a rare one. If you've ever played like Zularetto or something like that, where one player makes a set of decisions for the other player to then take the one they want.
You ever play Hanami Koji?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, where it's like, oh, put 2 piles, you pick one, I get the other. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Azul is almost like this too,
Yeah,
except
yeah,
that
yeah.
there's multiple piles.
Okay, interesting. I also like, there's like classic worker placement that can be fun. I'm saying in general. I'm not saying for this game in particular. How about you? Any that you are a big fan of?
So probably 2 of my favorite ones lately are worker placement and bag builder. I've really enjoyed bag builders lately, which if you're not familiar are similar to deck builders, but they have some slight differences because you put tokens in a bag and you draw them out. Quacks of Quindenberg is a really popular one. Personally, one of my favorite games is Orleans, which is another bag builder game. So those are some of the mechanics that I really, really like.
I just played yesterday a really light version, but Blitzkrieg, you ever play that one?
Yep.
Oh my God, Blitzkrieg is so good.
That was really good. So, yeah, I agree to be on this panel because I love board games. I played 5 new board games last night, so I'm just like going and going and going.
I feel like you and I should talk after.
Yeah, we should. Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
so
next slide.
Should we get to the shouting out, or should we just?
No, we want to go to the next slide first.
Yeah,
there
we
we
want to
go.
look at some other options here.
Here are
Nice
some
memory
sample mechanics. If you have played board games and you're familiar with mechanics, or even if you're not and you can just think of an idea of how something would work, feel free to share it. I think that with this one, because of the size, shouting out is not going to work as well.
Okay.
So we'll probably have to do hands and have you run around.
We could also have people line up and we could take the first few that we get.
Something like
so there's a
that.
microphone in the middle here. If you'd like to come on up and stand at the mic and give us your suggestion, we'll try and get as many in as possible. But due to time constraints, we're going to have to be as polite as possible. And it's Canadian in me. And take the, right there, right in the middle. All right. So one at a time, give us one of your mechanic ideas, and we'll scoop them up until we get a good handful. Of course, crowd, if you hear something that really hits home, let us know. Hello.
Hi there. I'd love to do like a hidden trader or like a hidden roll, I guess.
Hidden trade route, okay.
No, trader, like a trader.
Oh, hidden trader. Oh,
Yeah.
like as a hidden roll.
Like maybe a predator if it's a turtle dating sim.
Yes, very
Right?
good. Hidden trader. Next up.
Yeah, I'd really like to see games with reversible cards. One side could be tax deduction, the other side could be a gift for the turtles.
Reversible cards. I like it. Good use of the paper.
I feel like betting and wagering would probably work well with this because, let's be honest, doing your taxes is always a gamble.
See, I like push your luck dice games, and so therefore doing your taxes for me is always about pushing your luck.
So I'm thinking about a reverse engine building, so you build an engine, but only other people can use it.
Ooh, interesting.
Hi, I'd like to see collecting set pieces of different fashion items you can equip on your shell to attract the other turtles.
Nice.
I like the idea of a hidden role game where someone is like the tax collector and everyone else is potential romantic partners.
Who's the hidden tax collector? Nice. Hidden tax collector. All right.
I think a good mechanic would be managing between environment, money, and affection with the turtle. Can't get more money without destroying the environment. Destroy the environment too much, they're not going to like it.
So like an elastic kind of resource structure. Yeah, it's great. All right, we'll try and get about 6 or 7 more in here.
I'm going to guess this would fall under dexterity. I'm thinking something to do with quick time events. Like possibly there's
a dexterity game?
Yeah, there's a natural like pace to the game, but then like a player can react to another player's decision like on the fly, and then something can happen from there. I especially think this would be funny given that it's turtles and that it has to do with tax evasion.
It's like if you move too quickly, you lose points because you're a turtle.
Yeah, that, exactly.
Like
Something
physically
to do with
evading, not just tax evading.
A bag building dice roller? I mean, let's be honest, dice are sexy.
Bag building dice roller, yeah, that sounds great.
A set collection where you're collecting tax exemptions.
Oh, write-offs. I don't think you even know what a write-off is.
So, yeah, auction bidding, but I also think that we should do sort of seduction, because one person should just be a turtle doing who's actually the IRS there.
So one person's the turtle, everybody else is the IRS trying to get him busted?
No, he's the IRS trying to get everyone else.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, that's how you would figure that out there, and depending on how well you would affect each other person, depends on how he would dish out, or how that turtle would dish out, let's say, what is due to the other turtles.
Fantastic.
So I had a nice suggestion. So basically, if the theme of this game is, we're going between maybe love or hard cash, maybe there's two paths to victory. Maybe you actually pursue true love and you can get points by actually, building up your relationship. Or you can go, I'm just trying to get as much tax write-offs as possible through these really expensive dates. I don't care at all about the actual people I'm wooing. I'm just trying to spend as much money as I can under the guise of it's all going to get written off on taxes. So it's like you got to choose which way you're going to go. You could go love points or tax evasion points, I guess.
I think that's especially good if the player who has the least money at the end of the game is the one who loses. So you can't win if you have
You can't buy
the
me
least
love.
money.
I like that. Okay.
Okay, next up.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can give us one.
A countdown timer, like the deadline that the taxes are due. Like it starts at the beginning of the timer.
Deadlines?
It ticks down for each round until it gets to 0.
Oh,
And that's
timelines are always good in the game.
That's the deadline.
Deadlines are great. All right, for the sake of time, we'll just, this one here, I'm sorry everyone, much love, but we'll just get this last one here and then we'll move on.
Yeah, going off the tax evasion theme, one mechanic I really like from competitive card games is debuffing your opponents. So I think having a debuff card on your opponent through an audit would be really cool.
Oh, auditing, isn't it? That's like the exploding kitten. It's like audit, boom. Well done. Sorry for those who couldn't get the suggestions in. Unfortunately, it is a very short time thing, and we do have a few more things to get through, including the naming process and then all that fun stuff. So the next slide.
So hold on, before we go to that, because this is going to be designed by you.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to make sure that we have agreement on what the mechanics are. So while they were all being suggested, I was taking notes, and I was taking notes based on your reactions, because even though we didn't tell you to react, there were some that got people to laugh and whatnot, and that's usually a good indicator that it has the interest of the crowd. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to read off the 3 that got the best reaction. And if you are comfortable with this game going forward with those 3, please cheer and make noise. Then after that, we'll do if there's something else you would like to see, and we'll compare the 2. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, so the 3 that got the most noise were a hidden role where someone was the tax collector, debuffing your opponents by giving them an audit, and multiple paths to victory with the love versus the hard cash. Right? And now just to give the other side, is there anyone who would like to change those mechanics? All right, we have agreement on the mechanics.
There was 20 people that were like, no, better not. So we are now on to the business side of the designing a game. This is where we need to rein in all of the crazy fun thematic things, all of the different mechanics, because every mechanic you add will add components, cards, dice, punch boards, anything. And we now have to boil it down to a realistic price point that we can then manufacture and then turn around and sell for a reasonable amount, which is in this case your $40 to $60 price range, which means that because we're in that price range, we can only put so much in the box. We cannot do 1,000 miniatures because we just don't have the price for it. And we don't want to just put just cards because we're trying to build something a little more complicated. So, components.
All right, so the way that this typically works for us, we have the target price point for the box. We know that we're gonna have to spend money on art for the project. We know we're gonna have to spend money on printing the game at the manufacturer, so we're gonna pay for everything that goes into that box physically. We also know that we're gonna have to pay ocean freight, and probably we're gonna sell this game through distribution if it's gonna be in your local game store, which means we're actually gonna have to factor in that we're not making the entire profit margin on the game by selling it directly. There's a distributor cut in there too.
That's right.
All of those things together, and then of course, it would be nice to actually make a little bit of money ourselves for the hard work of doing the design and the development. So between all of those things together, we have some idea of what the maximum dollar value we can print the game for is, which means we then know what the maximum dollar value of stuff we can put in.
So,
prices in China or wherever it gets manufactured.
So can I share how I approach this problem?
Absolutely.
So when I start looking at the components and I start designing the game, I throw everything in there and I say, that's a Josh problem.
He's not lying.
And my job is often actually to say, no, you can't have that, because now the game, we have to sell this tiny box for $100. No one will buy this.
Now, I have one thing I'd like to request for this game.
Okay.
Since this is a dating sim, the art has to be, it's very important. So all these turtle characters you can date, player characters, the tax collector, they all have to be extremely hot.
Some might even say shell-shockingly hot.
Exactly. Like so hot, like you would see fan art of these characters on Twitter. Like just
Cosplay.
Straight up sexy turtles. That's my one request for the components.
I'm in love. Okay.
Just wait till we get to the hand-carved wooden meeples.
So the part that becomes my problem is if the game's gonna sell for about $40 to $60, that game probably costs manufacturing at the printer, assuming we're gonna do, I don't know what, 3,000 units
3,000 units,
something
to
like that.
5,000, yeah.
That game probably costs about $5 USD for all the actual bits that go in the box that get manufactured in China.
And that's before it even gets shipped and landed.
Correct. That's just manufacturing cost. We're going to end up paying probably another, well, it's hard to say because ocean freight keeps going up and up and up and up. And if you have paid any attention to your board game manufacturers, they've been telling you everything is delayed because
Remember when
COVID is
Settlers of
awful.
Catan cost like $45? Now it's like 70. It's crazy.
Yeah, whatever's on the shelf in your local game store now is going to be way more expensive when they replace that inventory in 6 months. So, that all being said, let's say probably about $5 for manufacturing, probably $5 or $6 for freight, and then we're wholesaling it for like maybe 15-ish.
Okay, so now we got to figure out the components to make sure we hit that price point.
So within that $5 manufacturing budget, I would say a deck of cards is typically about 50 cents, a penny per card. Dice are like 5 cents each. Wooden cubes, a couple cents each. What the real killer is actually the cardboard box itself, without anything in it. And that's going to be $1.
Okay.
A folding game board, maybe about $1. Depends how big it is and how
As you can see, our
complicated.
budget is diminishing
Yeah,
shockingly
there's going to be
fast.
nothing in this box.
Yeah,
For small games, you've already blown almost half of your budget on just the box.
Yeah, and that's without even having like a plastic tray or anything to hold those components, because you pay for that too.
Well, and Josh, do you want to share the point system summary, like napkin math that we do?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it is. You figure out that manufacturing cost of $5, you're going to have sort of 10 points worth of final MSRP on that. And a couple of points go to manufacturing, a couple of points go to ocean freight, distribution, all of that.
If you're not familiar with the terminology, that means for a $50 game, $5 in manufacturing is what we're targeting.
Yeah.
To be able to pay for the shipping,
Correct.
the distribution, and still actually see a little bit of profit.
And these are the kind of details that you'll get on the future shows in Twitch when we start really diving into and getting your participation on whether we should laminate the cards or whether we should do whatever we're doing, because here, and we'll give you those prices. You'll know what the costs are going to be when we get into that more collected stream conversation. But for today, we need to get more votes going, and so the next stage is...
$69.
$69 price point for a hot turtle. Sim game.
So we
It's
have
getting
some
hot in
idea.
here.
We have some idea of what all the mechanics we like are, and we have ideas of what the theme is. But what we now need to figure out is how we make a game that has those mechanics and that theme on actual pieces of paper or cardboard that you're going to play with. So, like, do we have turtle meeples? Do we have like double-sided cards? Do we have?
Ooh, what do you think? What do you guys think? Let's get some suggestions. Show of hands, and I'll if you have an idea, I'll run up and hear you, and I'll just, for quick and for time's sake, tell me something. What do you think?
Turtle meeples shaped like the Google turtle emoji.
Turtle meeples shaped like the turtle Google emoji. Nice, nice. Put your hands. I'm going to try and get as much from each block as possible.
I'm going to go with cards because then you can show me.
Cards. We want cards, right? Meeples?
Definitely cards,
Get to
yeah.
meeples in a
Big-
second.
big
That's a
staple.
luxury. Cards, right? Cards. A board. We need a game board. We want a game board, right? Right? What else? An audit stamp. It would be wonderful to get one, whether with a cardboard or wood or something. Let's try here. A turtle shell card sleeve. Very cool. Very easy to do with punchboard materials. Let's go here. Oh, double-sided cards. One side's the love side, the other side's the finance side, and you're going back and forth. Just for the turtle versus money. And it's sexy turtle figurines. Hold on. An erasable whiteboard. A way to conceal things, perhaps the bag. Regular turtles with anime hair, which sexifies them wonderfully. Paper money? Paper money? That's great. Over here, yep. A checkbook? Credit cards. We should do credit cards. Build your own sexy turtle. Ooh, wooden money tokens, like little tiny money tokens. That'd be great. I'll do a few more here. A tax evasion track ticker. He loves me not. Plastic tokens for love or money. We could do like plastic coins or wooden coins or punchboard coins. That's good too. Let's get you and one more from here and then we're gonna move on. Tax forms. In the same spirit as the checkbooks. We got checkbooks, paper money, coins, tax forms. One more. You got one more here? Oh, like privatized note writing or privatized cards to give us in a dating sim. Okay, so we got some components. Some of which that you gave, all of these components are fantastic, but some of these are very expensive. And we don't expect you to know that, but this is why we're gonna help you figure it out. So, what do we got?
Okay, so running down the list very quickly because we are running down on time and we don't want to forget the last, which is also the most important thing. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to run down these very quickly. We definitely want cards, turtle meeples shaped like the Google turtle emoji, a game board with the tracks on them, an audit stamp you can stamp, hidden roll that goes inside a turtle shell card sleeve, double-sided cards with a love and a tax side, sexy turtle figurines, erasable whiteboard, a way to seal things, Lego turtles, build your own turtle, money, checkbook, wooden money tokens, tax evasion track ticker, he loves me not, plastic tokens for love or money, tax forms on different sheets, and private note writing to give like in a dating sim. That is a lot.
Okay.
I don't think I need to tell you that that's obviously not all going to fit in a $50
It's like a $120 game if we put all that stuff in there.
In fact, the figurines alone would blow that $50 box out of the market.
Plastic molds alone. If you want them to have enough plastic to be curved and however you like it, it's going to cost a lot of money. But that's a great expansion content. Kickstarter exclusive. Okay.
I think my favorites on, can I see this list here? I love the real tax forms thing. I think that's very, very funny. So then what would be on the opposite side? Like if you're gonna go the tax form route, you might.
Love letters.
Love letters, okay, yeah. Love letters, tax forms. I think like, are those a good idea to have like sheets of those, or do those suck?
Well, the problem with sheets is that sheets often don't stand up well to repeated play over and over if you're shuffling them and tucking them into things.
Okay.
And we want to make a game that you're going to be able to play over and over again.
Somewhere maybe like markers and stuff?
So if it's fill in your own, then you probably want to go more towards like the laminated card.
Okay.
Or you want to do high quality card if they're just going to be ones that are already created and you're not actively creating them.
Yeah, it
There's
depends on if you
different
need
routes
to-
that we can go down.
Depends on if you need to write on them, right?
Exactly.
Because you might have just like a pad of pages and you're going to use a couple every game, and those are your forms. Or maybe you've just got, I don't know, maybe they're pre-designed, like the tax forms are, they exist already.
Number counters?
Right.
Interesting. A number tracker, yeah. So
Let
we
me
have
ask you
trackers.
this. So I know people go crazy for minis, but if we went like regular standees or something like that, but had really nice like, I don't know, turtle coins or turtle things, how much does that cost versus like the really nice minis?
So minis are always going to be more expensive
Sure.
until you get to huge numbers of production.
Okay.
Because the most expensive part about minis is going to be the molds. Because with minis, you need to create the molds. And Josh, I want to say $5,000, but I'm not sure that's right.
It totally depends on the big tool steel sheet that has to be cut like by a computer. So probably we're talking about printing 3,000 games at $5 a game. We're spending $15,000 on the entire set of games, yes?
Right.
The molds for like a single 28 millimeter miniature are going to be $5,000 a figure. So if we have 6 different figures in the game, we're spending more money on the 6 figures than the entire rest of the project outright.
Okay.
Now, one of the advantages of other things is that you can do things like metal coins and high quality components, which use molds and forms that already exist.
Oh,
That's
okay.
And then we don't have to pay for them. And
Or it's
so-
fewer, smaller tools, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what do we got? Let's boil it down to something, and then we'll see what the crowd thinks, and then we can go to the best part. Start thinking about that one last thing we need to do, which is what we're going to name it, but don't say anything yet, okay? We're going to get to that, and I'll explain to you something cool about that when we get to it. But in the meanwhile, let's see if we can get some of our components boiled down. What did we get reactions on?
Well, so the first question, I understand the figurines are exciting, but putting those aside, the first question would be, if you could only vote for one, which one of these, outside of cards, because we're probably almost definitely going to include cards, I'm going to actually ask you, which one of those do you think is an absolute must-have?
Love letter tax forms. I think that's hilarious.
Agree? All right. So I'm going to ask a follow-up question, and I'm going to ask this out to the audience, and there's going to be 2 choices, okay? Now, I'm going to ask, do you want to be able to write your own, or do you want them provided for you? And hold on a second. Because if they are provided for you, note that we can include more of them, and they're going to be more durable. If you can write your own, we're going to have to include fewer of them, and they're not going to be as durable, but you do get to write your own. So there's pluses and minuses to both sides. So those in favor of them provided for you.
Nice.
And those in favor of write your own. Okay, I think that one's pretty clear.
Okay.
So we are providing them for you now. Excellent.
So who am I approaching to write me a bunch of love letters? Not for me, for the game.
Okay, all right, so let's get to the next part of this. We're going to go way heavy into the components on the stream actually after, but let's get to the title. So the title, it's got to be hot as we're talking about these turtles. Humor is always good, something you see on the shelf at your local gaming store and go, focused and connected to the theme. So here's how we'll do this. For the sake of speed, instead of getting you guys all to come up and down, I'm gonna do the same thing I did. I'm gonna go in reverse order and come back up here, and I'm just gonna try and get a few of you. I apologize if I miss you. We are running out of time here, so we'll start with you.
Turtles, taxes, and true love.
Turtles, Taxes, and True Love.
Okay.
And we'll go up here for you, yeah. Shell Shocked, a turtle dating sim. I'm gonna just take a couple from each group, right here. My dating life as a tax evading turtle. Turtles, love, comma, money, question mark. Got it. Shelling out.
Oh.
I gotta let you know that was, I told you there was some secret behind it. Usually it's a reaction like that puts it in the top. I'm gonna keep going here.
Tempting turtles and tax evasion.
Tempting turtles and tax evasion. We'll do a couple over here. Shell and love.
I like it slow.
I like it slow. Well, I mean, sometimes, right? Okay. Sex turtle with the S as a money sign. Awesome. Okay, you're just saying whatever it is, replace the S's with dollar signs. Turbo turtle. That's like TurboTax. I like that. That was clever. Hot as shell. It's not bad, not bad, not bad. I'm gonna get one here. Tax evading sexy turtles. Tax evading sexy turtles. Okay, right here. Taxing turtles. Nice. Taxing turtles. I'm gonna go one more here. Don't write me off. Not bad, not bad. Right here. Shell Company. You guys are... Shell Company. All right, we'll do one here. All is fair in love and taxes. Anything else in the front here? You've already been said?
Slow and steady and sexy.
Slow and steady and sexy. Okay, so we've got about 3 or 4 that got the crowd to go, woo. So what, 5. Oh my God, 5. Okay, let's do it.
All right, so we got 5, but hold your applause again until you hear them all. So we have I Like It Slow. We have Shell Out. We have Sex Turtles with the dollar sign. We have Don't Write Me Off. And we have Shell Company. So those are the 5 that we have.
Okay.
Well, I think with the dollar signs, we can add that to wherever there's an S.
Fair.
So that we can take the whatever the one with an S is, I think, that's at least incorporated to get us down to 4.
Okay, so we've got 4. Now,
this is where you're gonna make some noise,
this is where you're gonna make noise for the ones that you want. Or one that you want, because we're only gonna get one title. I Like It Slow. Shell Out. Don't Write Me Off. Okay. Shell Company.
Oh my God, they're so good.
What do you think?
Oh, okay. So I'm torn because I think I love a good pun. Shell Out is really good. Shell Company, though, that can go both ways. Because the company of a date, Shell Company.
Yeah, yes.
And then, just the actual Shell Company. I'm like,
all right,
that's pretty good.
All right, we're gonna do this one more time. We're narrowing it down to 2.
But wait, I think we can take one of the ones out. And it's the Don't Write Me Off can be the tagline at the bottom of the box. What do you guys think? Don't write me off. Okay. Paul, I'm efficiently narrowing this down. Oh my God. Okay.
All right, so we've got 2. Option 1, I'm gonna go over them both first. Option 1, Shell Out, Don't Write Me Off. Option 2, Shell Company, Don't Write Me Off. So, who likes Shell Out, Don't Write Me Off? Okay. Who likes Shell Company, Don't Write Me Off?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our game.
And just so we're clear, The S is a $sign, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just
All right, next
needed to
slide.
make
Next
sure.
slide.
It's very,
Next slide.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Very important.
Okay,
very important.
so
Okay.
like we mentioned earlier on, this is now officially a PAX licensed product. We will be, you will be able to find this in your local gaming stores. It will be at the PAX store, either PAX Unplugged or PAX East next year, and at our Lindvander booths at various conventions that we go to. Next slide. And the hard work begins. This is our schedule to continue this. It is a very tight schedule, so please whip out those lovely cell phones. You can join us here on Six Sides of Gaming, who is our partner in Stream, where we play all kinds of other stuff like D&D and board games and everything else. We will be able to go through each of these sessions with you, including you get to participate by watching us live playtest, and from there, you can join our Discord and become a playtester yourself in cool little playtester groups and get to know each other because PAX rocks. So, special thank you to Team Lindvander, Dylan, Josh, myself, and to our amazing special guest who really, really gave us the love today, Samwang Show. And that is 2022 PAX East Design a Board Game Live. Thank you so much. We love you all.
Thank you, everybody.
And
Hello there, everyone, and welcome to this panel on the psychology of Final Fantasy VII, looking at trauma and recovery. PAX, how are we? That was all right, but can we go again? PAX, how are we? It is a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you today to talk about this, arguably one of the best games ever. And it's a pleasure to be moderating it. In wanting to create this panel, I reached out to the best, brightest, and most informed people to join me on it. Unfortunately, they weren't available, so we've got what we've got. Well, it's, we'll go through it. My name is Christopher Leach. I'm a PhD psychology researcher over in England, hence the strange accent, over in Liverpool. So, if you know what I mean, kiddo. So if I say anything funny, apologies. Yeah, my research is in mental health and video games. So, you can kind of see the resonance here and like what games can kind of teach us about certain things, about psychology. I'm going to now ask the panel to introduce themselves, give you their pronouns and a little bit about what they do, and then also, without context, their go-to party. My pronouns are he, him, by the way, I forgot to mention that. And my go-to would be Cloud, Barrett, and Red 13. I'm going to start over this end, and then we'll go across.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Celeste San Giorgio. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm a clinical psychologist, postdoctoral clinical psychology at RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. Nice. Hell yeah. And I focus on both practice and research as a clinical psychologist. And my research is on gamifying different clinical skills, so picking up coping skills through digital media. We have a therapy platform that we're working on, as well as like an oxycodone VR game that teaches people how to recognize the signs of oxycodone overdose and how to intervene effectively. So those are some examples. And my go-to party is Tifa, Cloud, and Barrett for narrative cohesion.
I said no context, no context.
Oh, sorry, no context, just because.
Classic party. Yeah. Fine choice. Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Rachel Cohort. I am the research director for Take This, which is a mental health nonprofit that serves the gaming industry and gaming community. We run the AFK room here, which is right up the hall. If you haven't checked it out, you should, I guess, tomorrow, because it's probably closed now. It's the quietest room in the con by design. It's a great place to go. Just take a load off, do some coloring, and have a quieter space away from the hustle and bustle of the show floor. I have studied games and gamers for more than 10 years with a focus on the way that games impact us physically, socially, psychologically. My go-to party is Cloud Yuffie Vincent. We can meet up later.
Like it.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Lisa Krebling. I go by Krev. I'm a part-time content creator and Final Fantasy fan. I am actually not in the world of psychology, but I've beaten and played the game about 100 times. And it is one of my favorite games, as you guys can probably tell. My pronouns are she, her, and I do a lot of work within the streaming community to help with disability and mental health awareness. So I'm really excited to be able to join these amazing panelists and kind of talk about it from a content creator and a player's point of view. Oh, and my preferred team, I have two. So I do Cloud, Aerith until literally the inevitable, and Red 13, and then after that I usually do Cloud, Sid, and Red 13.
Gone but not forgotten, am I right?
I'm sorry?
Gone but not forgotten.
Correct, yes.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Amelia Herbst. Pronouns are she, her. I am a postdoctoral fellow and therapeutic game master at Game to Grow. To give you a little bit of context on Game to Grow, if you haven't heard of them, we are a 501c3 based out of Seattle, Washington. We believe in using games of all kind for therapeutic, educational, and community growth. One of the things that I do is I am predominantly an individual therapist, which means I play video games with a lot of my clients, and I don't care how old you are. Let me tell you something, it is really fun to play, Destiny with a 32-year-old and talk about how stressful work is. Like, come on, like, who wouldn't want to do that? Yes. Let's see, my go-to team. I'd have to say probably Cloud, Tifa, and Vincent.
Lot of Tifa fans on the panel, okay. Now, before we get sort of into the nitty-gritty, all our information is on there. Do please get in touch. We are big fans of fans, I guess. But there's something I really want to stress. We are going to be talking about trauma and recovery. So there might be a lot of subjects that are present in the game that may resonate with people, may cause a lot of emotional response. So if you need to take some time for you, do that. Like, if you need to leave, do that. That's totally okay. It's fine. These games are very emotional and very impactful for all various reasons. We are going to have some questions towards the end, but this is not the space for sharing. While sharing is indeed caring, this is not the venue for it. So, I'll feel a little bit more about the questions when we get there, but should end in a question mark, and, let's keep it really enjoyable for everyone, okay? My first question then, it's been the 25th anniversary of the game. It is, you could almost describe seminal in what it has done for JRPGs in the West and for how important it is. But what I'd like to ask each of my panelists is, when did you first play Final Fantasy VII, and what did you think of it at the time? Start over here.
So I believe I first played it in, I think, 1997, when I was 7 years old. It was the first RPG that I ever played. I played Zelda, but I feel like that's very puzzle-based, whereas this was a long-form narrative. And yeah, absolutely wonderful experience. It took me so long to beat as a young person. I think I was just talking about this. I got stuck in the Shinra headquarters right after the attack, just because I couldn't find a door. I just couldn't find it. I was stuck there for 6 months. So started when I was 7 in 1997, finished when I was 9.
You couldn't just Google it back then
No,
and figure out
you
where to
had to
go.
ask the guy at the game shop.
Back in our day.
Yes, back in my day. I definitely played it right when it came out. I pride myself on having played all the Final Fantasies right when they come out. It's my favorite franchise ever. I remember, though, when 7 came out, it was distinctly different from all the ones that came before it, because those little graphics that look funny now were revolutionary at the time, and I just remember being like, my mind is blown by the graphics and broody cloud of Final Fantasy VII. So yeah, it still holds a very special memory in my heart.
So I played it probably about a year or so after it came out. We got it for Christmas in 1998. I was about 8 years old at the time, and it didn't even come to me. It went to my older siblings. And I remember my sister playing it, and I watched her play through it, and I basically took the game from her, and she never saw it again. But at 8 years old, I didn't understand a whole lot, so I just loved watching it. It was such a different type of game watching my siblings play it. So it was just kind of new and exciting, and there was all these really just big advancements in the game itself, watching them play the older Final Fantasy pixel games and such like that too. So just kind of the graphics and the very beginning of just everything that was so exciting about it is what drew me into it for sure.
So I'm a bit of a late adopter. I started playing it, I think, in the mid-2000s because my best friend from middle school really liked it. And I remember going, I'll try it. And then I had a bad toxic relationship with villains in lots of games, and I thought Sephiroth was the bomb.com. So I was instantly sold. I was like, yes, give this to me. But I actually played it, and the more I played it and the more in-depth it got, the more I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff in here that I don't feel like I was seeing in video games at that time, or at least the games that I was playing. So my poor best friend had me get on the bus every day and go, okay, so I just got through this section. I'm kind of a little stuck, but do you remember when X, Y, and Z thing? And he's like not even awake because it's like the 8th grade and no one wants to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I think for me, just the story was so profound.
I mean, I'm just going to do throw a little flex at y'all, because we had the international version over in Europe, so like I was able to beat the weapons and stuff that you didn't have. I should have also said as well, we're not going to be talking about the remake, because I think it's still respectful of people picking that up, but we are going to go a little bit into compilation, so like Dirge, Crisis Core, all that sort of stuff, just because, why? There's so much delectables to enjoy, you know?
Can we skip Dirge of Cerberus, though?
Not if you're a Vincent fan, not if you're a Vincent fan.
Come on.
Like, so my sort of first question for you in the panel is, while there are so many prominent themes and sort of really impactful moments, particularly around sort of, in my experience, like grief and loss, and my experience of playing it as a younger person and a slightly more, cognitive developed person, really changed. So what were some of the themes that really spoke to you? And Rachel, I'd like to start with you.
Eris, gosh, I can still viscerally feel that moment when the basket of flowers drops. It was really groundbreaking in storytelling. As Amelia was talking, Final Fantasy was so ahead of its time in this kind of narrative storytelling, and especially the death of a primary character at such a pivotal moment in the game. And I think for me, I know there's a lot of other things that these panelists are gonna talk about, but for me that is like the defining moment, not only of Final Fantasy VII, but I think of Final Fantasy as a franchise. And I tend to talk about 6 a lot, and in terms of the franchise, but like that is the moment in 7 that I think is just defining for all of Final Fantasy.
I mean, did you all know that if you sit in the submarine for 48 hours straight, you can bring Aerith back on disc 3?
We can't give away the game hacks yet.
Sorry. Quick show of hands though, who fought Genova Life without tears in their eyes? Anyone? Okay, good, that's the right response. Celeste.
So you're saying the most
impactful theme.
Impactful. I think, especially playing it as such a young person, Tifa's character throughout was very formative for me. I went on to do karate and compete in MMA, and I think that was probably pretty helpful in putting me on that career path, that and Sailor Moon. But yeah, so those two things formed strong internalized schemas for me. And in replaying Final Fantasy VII to prepare for this panel, I was really struck by Tifa's resilience and how it's framed in the context of her actively communicating with people when traumatic events happen. She does attempt to talk to people about it, whether or not people respond to that. She is initiating that communication and attempting to process. And then I think if you want, you can check. I just tweeted about it, but she really guides Cloud in processing in the live stream too, which I can talk about later for sure.
Spoilers. Let's go this side.
So mine has changed quite a bit. So when I first started playing, I was obviously 8 or 9 years old. I didn't really understand the overall themes of what was going on in the game. But one of the things that first drove me into it was I saw myself in a video game for the first time. As you can tell, I look like one of the characters. So I was like, oh, this is amazing, she's really cool. And then I realized just kind of the arc of how the characters were built and how these strong female characters were developed. Tifa, Aerith. I mean, Aerith, we all know what happens, but looking at the process of the development that she went through from that time, and we met her in the slums, to the time of her death. And then also Tifa, very similar to the last answer, essentially, was just that, she went through this entire breakup of everything that she knew was wrong, and she rebuilt herself, and she still was resilient with it. And in a time in, the late 90s, we saw mostly men in those roles. So we're seeing these strong female characters that give us such a role model, or just realizing that it's okay for us to be resilient as well. So that was kind of my first initial thought process. And then later on, a couple of years later, I lost my mother. And I actually played through the game to feel connected and feel that I wasn't alone going through loss. It was very, very tough for me. I was very close with my mother. She lost a battle to cancer. And I remember just replaying the game over and over and over and seeing how it affected everybody else and realized that I was not alone in what I was feeling. That's it.
I have to take a moment to soak that in. I'm so sorry. I think for me, one of the most, I don't know if it hit me as hard when I played it for the first time, but I definitely know the remake kind of brought this around. But after they bombed the Mako reactor and then they head down to the slums, seeing the difference in poverty level was just insane to me. And like thinking about like, you know, a lot of the work that I do is to help some underprivileged populations. So kind of to see like how drastic that change is between the people living their lives up there and kind of taking advantage of the system that Shinra put into place, and then everyone down below that's just fighting to survive. I think that's something that's really hit, and I think something that I still think about like on a day-to-day basis, you know, especially looking at our own society and the people that we're trying to help.
Capitalism is the real bad guy, is what I'm hearing, and I totally agree. Yes, yes, right?
That part was it was such an interesting way to see that, because it was there in the old game, but when they brought it through with the remake, it was just on such a deeper level, and I was like, oh gosh, and it just like, I remember it hit hard, and I was just like, you can really see, like you can see the difference of people. They really did a good job, I think, kind of separating it and showing us that like these people are not living the same at all.
So Lisa and Celeste, you kind of already touched on this, but I'd like Rachel and Amelia to sort of just say, is there a character that perhaps like best represents you, or whose journey sort of really spoke to you, like on a individual character level? Rachel, you want to go?
He's pointing to me because I told him what I was going to say.
It's great.
I don't want to say it now. Cloud, broody Cloud. He's got blonde hair. He's got good one-liners. He's brooding around. I mean, I was like 13. I wasn't 6 or 7 when this came out, and he absolutely resonated with
Let's
me.
mosey.
Still today.
Let's mosey.
Let's mosey. Yes.
I think so. Which is why I said no when we're talking about Dirge of Cerberus. Vincent actually is the character. I like really got into it. Okay, once again, toxic characters. I think he's very healthy after a while. Let me step that back for those of you that love him as much as I do. But even like playing Dirge of Cerberus and even watching it again recently as I was refreshing for this and being like, wow, that dude's been through so much. And then kind of almost the rebirthing process with him. It's amazing.
Okay, excellent. So it's fair to say that this game means so much to so many people that, you know, you wouldn't be here if it didn't mean something to you, right? Maybe you try like psychology, I know I do. But the game changed the world, right? That's not an understatement in any way. So my next question is, what do you think is the legacy of Final Fantasy VII, and where do you think that's kind of brought us at this point, sort of up to the remake, effectively? Let's start down this end.
I'm sorry.
The legacy.
The legacy of the game.
How many of us were really excited knowing it was getting remade and we were going to see it in all new graphics and it didn't matter? Yeah. I think because those of us, especially those of us that the story touched our hearts, for those of us that played through it 100 times, for those of us that, you know, did fan art and had it in our brains, for those of us that watched Advent Children, for those of us that wanted so much more out of the series, like I don't think that I personally can't think of a game that has really touched so many people that deeply. And I think that its story, its characters, like what it's brought to us going through our own loss and going through the loss of these characters and watching rebirth of characters that we thought were cold or dark. There's not many games I can think of that does that.
That's a really good answer. I was like thinking of my answer. I think for me, the legacy of Final Fantasy is, at least Final Fantasy VII, is vulnerability. It's such a story of you have literally been dealt the worst cards that you can possibly do, but you still have to push forward. So it made mental health real. And not a lot of games do that. And it was really just kind of eye-opening, just being able to see, like, they're dealing with death, they're dealing with PTSD, they're dealing with memory loss. These are all things that people deal with. And as I grew up and kind of experienced some of those own things myself, I just I just kept like pulling myself into it and seeing like myself in it. Even if it wasn't that specific character, I could see myself in the situation. And so just the vulnerability of everything and of the whole game really just spoke to me. And that's kind of where I see the legacy going.
I think that Final Fantasy VII was special in the sense that it brought JRPGs kind of out of a niche. Like, I mean, I love JRPGs as a genre, but not everybody knew it and was familiar with it. And I think that 7 is really the one that propelled it into the mainstream. And I know we're not supposed to talk about the remake, but I'm only like 10, 15 hours into the remake, and I feel like the legacy of the remake is, one, that it's only half a game, and two, Chadley, because I can't get him out of my mind.
Oh, Chadley is our boy. Let's go.
Well, yeah, to pretty much like agree and build off, I think like at the time that Final Fantasy VII came out, it was like the time of heavy narratives in games. Like I played Legend of Legia, I think that was around the same time, like Wild Arms 3, like all those games that like had really intense plots. And Final Fantasy VII kind of rose to the surface, and I think it made, and not all of it ages well. There are some slurs, and often people respond to Cloud by telling him to like man up when he's upset, so not the best way to respond to someone who's traumatized. But I think that content is something that became a legacy, and I was actually struck by how similar, when I replayed it is to like Mass Effect, the whole Mass Effect series. You walk around the Highwind, you walk around the Normandy, you romance your like team, so I think that legacy it's right there, you can see it, at least if you're me, I see it.
Okay, that's excellent. I know we kind of touched on this a little bit, and I think one of the big parts of the game is not just like bad things happening to characters, but like every time the characters are faced with a challenge, there is, sometimes you have to work it out. I'm thinking of Vincent, on Yuffie particularly, but they do engage in some form of recovery. I think it's one of the best moments, but after Cloud's come back out the live stream and they're in the Highwind, and he says, I've not been myself, and I'm really sorry about that, but now I'm here and I'm back, I'm ready to do the thing. And the music cue comes in, and then you could all say it with me, then they all say, there ain't no getting off of this train that we're on. That just hits so hard in my soul. So to phrase that into a question, because that was a comment, an example for later, what not to do, is do you think there is a practical application for the game to actually sort of teach us about some of these things? And Amelia, I'm going to lean into you first because you do the therapy thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Why Vincent's one of my favorite characters, and honestly a reason why I bring him up to Final Fantasy fans that have gone through trauma, is how much it hurts to hear him refer to his trauma as his sins. Think about the fact that this is a guy that was just trying to protect somebody that he really cared about, who was trying to stop something that he thought was unjust, and had something done to him. And because that thing was done to him, he walked around saying he was paying for his sins. And how many people with trauma feel like that sometimes they were put in situations because they did something wrong, or something happened to them because something was wrong with them? And then we go through Dirge of Cerberus, and towards the end, he has this choice between choosing chaos and fully forming into the chaos, or by tapping into chaos's powers and working through it. What a beautiful example of have people that really sit with trauma and are ready to just be like, whatever, like this is my life now, and people that are like able to like sit and hold that trauma and go, you know what? I'm going to sit here with it, and I'm going to hold it, I'm going to go through it, and then end up so much stronger on the other side of it. That's exactly what Vincent does. So what a beautiful narrative to show like somebody that went, these are my sins, I am carrying this is because of something that I did, to work their way through this really complex system, facing their abusers, facing stuff that they've gone through, to come out on the other side and to smile at the end of it.
That's a really good answer. Sorry. Yeah. So for me, I think that the thing that spoke to me the most in terms of recovery is I actually cracked my skull in 2010, so I experienced a bit of memory loss myself. I had a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, so I struggle with remembering a lot of things, and one of the things that I remember just replaying Final Fantasy VII 1,000 times was when Tifa was walking through Cloud in the live stream and saying, she like grounded him and was like, this is what we're doing, this is what's real. Let's talk through this. Let's realize what is real and what is fake and kind of merge those together. And that was just something that has helped me over the years because like, I'll wake up and I forget something. And then I like remember like, okay, let's take a step back. Let me ground. Let me figure out where I am. Let me figure out what's real, what's in front of me. And then process of elimination going through that. So that live stream section really spoke to me just on a personal level, just because I didn't realize it until several years later. This was, I don't know, what, 20 years or 10 years after I played the game the first time. The game is so powerful because every time I play it, I get something else from it. And it adapts to what's going on in my current life too. So as far as recovery and just like the pinnacle for me, it was the Tifa and Cloud live stream moment of just like, this is real. I promise you, like, you are okay. I am here and we're gonna walk through this together.
And then to get like really nerdy, because I've read On the Way to a Smile, you then have to add in like that it was Aerith that protected them through the live stream, and I'm like, whoa! Spoilers! Like, we said compilation, it's all there. Celeste, I think you have something to say about the live stream?
I think, well, if you've been to therapy, the first thing that happens when you do anything in therapy is psychoeducation, right? You respect the patient's dignity by explaining what's happening. And I think that psychoeducation can really grow when there's a foundation that is already working from, a familiarity. And I think that scene in the live stream can provide some familiarity for like what imaginal exposure therapy looks like for trauma, which is someone walking through each component of what happened during a traumatic event and processing it with that person. So what were you feeling at the time? What were you thinking? And then even restructuring some of their beliefs. And I think there's a really powerful part in that process with Tifa and Cloud, where she even challenges some of the things that Sephiroth has kind of like gaslit Cloud about and like fed him to believe about himself. And she pulls it out and like challenges it right there. And it's just a great like foundation and exposure to something that is fairly similar to what it looks like in therapy. I mean, you don't go into the live stream, but you do talk through things and you imagine them.
If you offered that service.
Right. VR will get there.
You have a point. And I think all of these experiences that these panelists are discussing, the reason it can be so powerful is because it's modeling these behaviors. And we talk about the storytelling of Final Fantasy and how ahead of the time it is. It doesn't just lean into like, everyone's traumatized, play the game. But it shows you ways that you can overcome the trauma and then be resilient. And, symbolic models, which is what we call people in film and characters in games, they're actually some of our earliest teachers, and we can learn a lot from actively playing through these narratives and taking these skills like reflection and not the man up part, but the reflection and bringing it into our day-to-day lives.
I agree, and I did want to also say, I know we've talked about different people's traumatic responses. I think just the like wealth of them, and not everyone who experiences trauma or traumatic event develops a post-traumatic disorder or a psychopathological response. And so Tifa, like I said, is someone who's fairly resilient. I wanted to also mention Barrett. I think he's such a good representation of post-traumatic growth. He starts in such like an angry place and he really loses hope and is very like, his beliefs about himself shift until he's in a place where he like kind of releases his control over what will happen, and through doing that commits to having control over his own reactions in the present moment, which is definitely something that could be one of those internal working models.
So I'm also just going to point out no one's showing enough love to my boy Nanaki, like Red 13, like, because that moment in Cosmo Canyon, after the scariest boss ever, you all know what I'm talking about, that's Nightmare Fuel. Oh my days, the Howland.
That fight traumatized me.
Oh yeah, same.
I had to beat it like, I think the first time I went through it, I had to beat it, or I had to retry it like 6 or 7 times because it just like, couldn't get it.
And the pro tip, just X potion, one
Yeah,
shot,
he
easy money.
Yeah.
So one of the things I'd like to sort of dive into a little bit there is, when I think of Final Fantasy VII, I think of community, and I think of as when you take a single-player game that you can go on this wonderful nigh on 100-hour journey, how it has the ability to bring people together. And I think, Lisa, if we can sort of go to you as like a streamer and someone in that sort of context of like bringing people together in that hub to share an experience.
Absolutely. So one of the biggest reasons on why I got into content creation in the first place was because I streamed Final Fantasy VII as my first game, and I wanted to meet other people. I was living in a new city. I didn't know anybody, so I was like, why not? Let's try it. So I started streaming Final Fantasy VII from this like crappy little laptop I had, and I had like 2 viewers coming in, and they're like, I love this part. And then we would just talk about it while I was going through the game. And it just slowly became this thing where like, I realized that when I went live and talked about things that I loved, other people would come in and do the same. And it just kind of grew from there. And honestly, I've been content creating since 2015, and that's kind of adapted through all sorts of Final Fantasy titles. I predominantly do Final Fantasy 14 mostly. And it's been such a cool experience because I meet people of all walks of life through it, sharing their favorite games, their favorite moments. And we can all kind of talk about it together, and especially when it comes to like talking about Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy 14, they're very mental health obviously driven topics. And I pride myself in being able to be a space where people can come in and tell me if they're having a bad day. When I ask you how you're doing, I want you to tell me, if you're comfortable sharing, of course. Like I want to be able to build that space where people don't feel like they have to say, I'm fine, and then that's it. Like I want them to be able to come in and talk and experience it. And I think that game kind of opens the door to allow us to do that. And it gives us kind of that community building of, this is why we love this game, so let's talk about it and let's be real about it.
Rachel, I'd kind of like to lean into your expertise about sort of like social psychology and sort of like maybe sort of like more sort of researchical, if that's a word.
Researchical.
Researchical.
It's the first I've heard it.
But like what does the science say around like the way people are sort of brought together by games and sort of interact in that social arena?
You know, a shared playful activity brings us together like no other experience. And I think the magic in Final Fantasy VII, we see it here in the longevity. We're still talking about it. They actually remade it like properly-ish. But I think it's because it all resonates with us. You know, there's a character for everyone, and there's an aspect of the story that we can all relate to and we can all talk about. And I can say, oh, Celeste Cloud, and she can be like, oh, Tifa. And we can have that shared experience and talk about us and ourselves and maybe what we're going through the stories that we're experiencing, which makes it feel a little bit safer, I would say.
So I mean, like, you know, like Sid, he's there trying to do science and gets his funding pulled.
I relate.
Yeah, big feels like, and you could say that's like maybe like minor compared to maybe some of the other characters, but it's still really important. Like when he actually gets into that and you get that moment, you're like, oh wow, like this actually meant a lot to him personally, right?
I identified with that part this playthrough.
I was going to say, if you asked me who my favorite Final Fantasy character was across, it's obviously Sid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, we're going to get a little bit granular now. Something we were talking about a little bit before, but one of the big things that people always sort of ask, and I've had this sort of like when playing the game on stream myself, is that, you know, why doesn't Tifa mention to Cloud about the thing? And it's like, well, actually, Tifa goes through a lot of physical trauma, especially with Sephiroth during the Nibelheim incident. And a lot of people kind of maybe don't go into this too much, but like she does physically see Cloud because he goes in and he does the business, right? So it's always debated, why didn't she mention it? And I think it's because she did see him, but memory gets muddled because brains don't deal well with like everything else, right? Do we have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we were having a fun conversation before on, there are studies on things that can enter your perception but not your awareness. So if you're shown images in rapid succession for just just microseconds, your brain will react to the image, but if someone asks you, you won't know that you saw it, right? And so that's kind of similar to if you have a head injury, she could know that she perceived, like it's in her perception that she saw him, but not in her conscious memory. Mm-hmm. So very, very exciting conversation.
These are the things we talk about at the Westin in the evening.
Just love Final Fantasy, right? And how does that kind of, do you think that marries up in any way to the way that people maybe will engage in therapeutic like activities, like in sort of relation to injury and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. When we think about injury and when we think about even like loss and coming into treatment, sometimes things aren't mentioned because we think that it's things that we're just dealing with and we don't understand what they are. So Tifa might not have seen it. Like Celeste has an excellent point there. But what if she did, and what if she was just like, I'm just seeing things, you know? It's almost kind of like when we go through our own personal loss. when we go through our own personal loss and we're like, did I hear that person? You know, this person calls me every Sunday, and I swore I heard the phone ring, but I know they've been gone for 2 months. So it's almost encouraging, you know, what are the weird little things that you're experiencing that you don't want to tell anyone else because it's weird. Or even for those folks that are more open about that stuff, like I swore I saw grandma walking through the kitchen. You know, I'm not gonna tell anyone else that because, you know, people believe in ghosts and spirits and our people stay with us sometimes, and that's awesome. But I don't wanna freak out mom because I don't want her to be like, what? What's happening? So it's all about just realizing that sometimes we do see things, we do experience things, we do have things that don't necessarily make any sense to us, but what's the point of bringing anyone else into it if we believe it's just us?
Any other thoughts on that, anyone? No? Okay. Let's sort of turn our gaze then, not from the heroes, but to the villains. Sephiroth, right? How wrong was he, though? Because I'm not going to lie, if I found out I was some part of a genetic experiment, I wouldn't take that well either. Like, I'm not saying what he did was right, but that's a pretty shocking revelation to just try and deal with on a casual evening in town, right? Mm-hmm. So the villains, how are they understood, misunderstood? Any thoughts on this?
So in preparing for this panel, I definitely went through each character's trauma, prior to the events of the plot as well as within the course of the narrative. And Sephiroth was absolutely one of them. I think it's quite shocking to think that your life was one thing and then suddenly, in a very surprising way, find out that it very much so was not what you thought it was. And again, there are many different ways that people can react to different things that happen to them. For Sephiroth, it was so horrifying that it completely alienated him from his sense of self, which is something that we see with very extreme trauma responses. People feel like they can't trust their emotions, they can't trust their thoughts, so much so that they don't even see them as internal to themselves anymore. And in playing through the game, I thought that could be what is happening with Sephiroth. I saved some screenshots where Cloud was like, what about how upset I am? Like, it's all about how upset you are. And he's like, why would I be upset? And I was like, oh man, he does not know. He is very upset. He's like, I'm actually happy, which is, I very much so doubt that.
I'm also curious as well, we can take it and I know you wanted to talk about this, but Advent Children and our villains there.
Oh my gosh. The parts of Sephiroth, think about how differently all of their emotions are. Kadaj is so big in their emotions, and Laz is more like the little wimpy, but also the kind of strong parts of him too. And thinking about how they themselves were thrust into this situation where it's like, all right, we need to find Mother, because we need to put everything back together for Brother to come back. And then it's like, wow, chaotic family dynamics at its best. All right, older brother's the best. Now let's it's super complicated and I understand that, but let's think about chaotic family dynamics. You've got the oldest sibling who is the star child to everyone, who everyone's talking about because he's a bit of a badass. It's 13 plus, I can say that. And then you're like, okay, so you gotta find Mom, because then Mom is going to help Big Brother come back because Big Brother's just better than you all are. And just, how does that feel to be like, okay, this is us, this is who we are. The concept that these three could potentially be talked out of what they're doing, I think it's kind of a null and void point. But to me, watching all of them in their different personalities try to orchestrate something together and then ultimately end up bringing Sephiroth back at the end of Advent Children, it's almost kind of like man, I wish somebody would have intervened sooner.
I'm going to throw it out there. I really enjoyed Advent Children. I don't like what they did with Cloud, but Advent Children is a good film. There, I said it. Thank you. Yes. Speaking of villains then, and again, really granular, you can tell we like this a lot. The actual villain isn't really Sephiroth, though. It's Jenova, right? Mm-hmm. So, aliens? Any thoughts on that? Instead of it being him, and because he's in the crater, right, the whole time, it's actually Jenova, controlling and manipulating everything. That's some pretty freaky stuff with the Jenova cells and stuff. And actually, you could even argue Hojo is the actual villain, because he started everything. And he, gives scientists a bad rep, right? Like, any other thoughts on those
We
other
were just
villains?
talking about that. He just runs around like injecting people with Genova, saying it's cloning. I'm like, that's not how cloning works. Like someone's got to tell him like, at least a little bit about cloning. Yeah, I think that was something I was really struck by in this replay, that Genova is, I guess, well, I don't know enough about it, but it seems kind of like parasitic. It's something from outside of the planet. And I guess it said that when Genova enters the cells of the ancients, they turn into monsters, which has, definitely
really
a lot
granular.
happening in the plot.
Really, really granular. And I think that, that translates to the geostigma, into Advent Children, all the way to a smile, like all those things add up, right? And like, again, like you get this bigger thing. As we sort of get towards the nether end of the panel, one of the things I'd like your thoughts on is the actual game ends with the end of civilization. Good or bad? No people left because it's just Red 13 and his puplings.
I mean, I guess you probably thought it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like Red.
Yeah. My boy survived. All good. So the fact that, and it's an open ending, it's there, it's interpretation, which is what makes it art, which what makes it beautiful. But what do we think of that as the end point?
Well, I thought it was the end of Midgar. It was the end of civilization, that it just was kind of unrecoverable and they're all living somewhere happily in another place. That was my interpretation of the ending. And I guess Vincent is, this is very granular, immortal as a repercussion of being injected by, I believe, parts of Ultimate Weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so he and Red 13 hang out.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's lovely. They can hang out and talk about everybody.
They have goth chat at on the way to a smile, we're gonna live forever. Yeah, I know, right? That sucks. Yeah. Any other thoughts on that type of ending?
See, I almost went the other end with it. I was like, do we deserve to stay after what we did? I mean, just looking at just the overall themes of it, look at how humans destroyed the planet. Trying to search for this theoretical promised land. Look at what Shinra did. Look at the damage it did. And at the end, I was just like, I don't know if they deserve to stay. I mean, it just, I know that's a morbid thought, but I was thinking about it, and it's just they destroyed everything. Is it a truly bad thing that they're gone? I don't know.
Yeah, I have to agree. That almost kind of was exactly how I felt. It's almost like, oh my gosh, you've got so many people fighting over this very finite resource. And, even the people that are fighting for the good of it to make sure that the planet has it, they're potentially fighting a battle that's never going to be won. So it's almost as if, even if do they even deserve it? Were they just fighting for a few extra years? Was the planet ultimately going in this direction anyway? And then we just got to see the end of it.
Any other thoughts? No? Okay. So I'd really like now to just sort of go through and get everyone's kind of final thoughts as we gear up towards the Q&A. Now again, please remember, question, ideally under 20 words. There's a microphone there. If the microphone is not accessible to you, please raise your hand. We have a mobile mic, so please begin to prepare your questions. Final thoughts, let's start down this way and then we'll go across.
So I think one thing that I did want to mention, as well as so we have each of these characters' trauma responses, but there's another side of research on trauma called terror management, and it's how communities respond to trauma en masse that they share. And I think Final Fantasy VII does that really well too. You see how all the different NPCs respond in different ways to the events. And remember, I think that they have a war right before the events of Final Fantasy VII, and then in Final Fantasy VII, obviously, there's a cataclysm, and so I think that that's really powerful and something that I haven't seen much in other games. So that's my closing thought. Oh, and it's very good.
It's very good.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
I think we share that thought. I think just closing thoughts, Final Fantasy VII will always have a special place in our hearts, I think, because of the way it was so groundbreaking in the narrative and the character development and showing trauma and recovery and having an unexpected ending. And I think that's just something really special that we can all share and bond over and talk about even still now, which is great because I have 3 kids and I don't play too many games these days. So let's talk about my prime years in PlayStation days.
I think for me, the biggest takeaway is let the game speak to you the way it needs to speak to you at the time. Whether it means something to you the first time you play it or the 100th time you play it, it could be a completely different response based on what's going on in your life. Open your heart to that. Like, I get a very different experience every single time based on what I'm currently going through and what I'm dealing with. And it allowed me to kind of just open my mind and think that, like, you know, I'm not always going to have the same experience. So just kind of be open to that. And, you know, if it's something like, you know, going back to your favorite game whenever you're feeling lost or whenever you're dealing with something, who knows, you might get something out of it. You might learn something about yourself, something about friends and that sort of thing too. So just keep an open mind, I guess.
I think that this game does a lovely job focusing on the trauma and recovery part. Even just like that life sucks and sometimes recovery part of it too, is that if you find a narrative that really speaks to you, share it with other people. I know a lot of people, you know, Final Fantasy, it's like, well, the remake came out and we're still waiting for like parts 2 or 3 or 10 based on how this is going to turn out. But share it with them. Show them clips, you know, especially if you find a character that really speaks to you. That's what games are for, and Final Fantasy does a tremendous job at that as well, so embrace it.
Okay, now please pick our brains. I actually forgot like where geographically the mic is, so like
It's right there in the middle.
Right there. Okay, excellent. I can't see it, so do please gravitate towards that area. As I say, if that is inaccessible to you, please just keep your hand raised. We have a mobile microphone, and then please just bring it on.
Go ahead.
Questions? Anything? Anyone want to defend the party then?
Oh, there's a question. There's a question.
Oh, sorry, you got a question?
Yes.
So, figure out how I want to. So, while yes, the main story's villain is sort of a combination of both Genova and Sephiroth, Cloud's story, which is one of many stories in Final Fantasy VII, his villain is Sephiroth. And the dichotomy of somebody who, through either escapism or actually getting over it, as he does with Tifa towards the end of the game, versus someone like Sephiroth who just seems to lean into the trauma. I just wondered what your thoughts on that were.
Like a compare and contrast, kind of?
Yeah, like the like how they use that dichotomy just to make Sephiroth like Cloud's villain.
Okay. Anyone fancy that?
So I guess it's kind of like, is Sephiroth a foil to the progression that Cloud goes through? It's such a complicated story because we also have Zack and what he goes through. What do you guys think as a foil to the Cloud narrative?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think it's not one-to-one. Which I guess makes sense for something that is trauma-related, right? There's so many different reactions. But, you know, actually it is the closest because there is that alienation and Cloud isn't in touch with himself, and that's the same trauma response that Sephiroth has. Sadly, well, I was going to say Sephiroth doesn't have a support structure, but he kind of does. He has all the weird clones and Genova, right? He's got a toxic friend group, so it doesn't go as well. Yeah, so that's a good, foil, I think. I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Thank you. The mic's a little high for me. You were talking about how, when I think of Final Fantasy, I think of the music.
Yes.
And how connected it is to my emotional experience of all of the games. And Chris was talking about how that moment of Cloud rejoins and he says, okay, I'm ready to go, and then the music changes. So I would love to hear what your favorite Final Fantasy VII songs were.
We don't have enough time.
All of them.
Anyone want? Cosmo Canyon slaps.
Cosmo Canyon, I think, is my favorite as well. Just the moment you walked into that whole area, the shift. It's literally my phone alarm. Cosmo Canyon, the orchestra version. By the way, go see the orchestra of Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's amazing.
I think there's a song called Ahead on Our Way, or On Our Way. That's the song that's, I think, the most calming to me that I listen to. And then My husband is always laughing because I do a lot of research writing, right? I do like a lot of manuscripts, and I'll be writing to like One-Winged Angel, like come in and be like, is everything all right
Like
here?
this, like-
And just like blasting like One-Winged Angel and like getting work done, but it helps. It's effective.
Cosmo Canyon. But that's a great point that you bring up about the music of Final Fantasy, because it's absolutely beautiful and it absolutely supports the narrative storytelling.
I'm a ditto with the other three.
Yes.
We perhaps didn't give it like enough credit, but like the music and like the comedic levity through all of this ties it together in a way that shouldn't
whole
happen.
nother panel,
Yeah, I
too.
know.
Yeah.
Like, I know. You could do a panel on the jokes of Final Fantasy VII, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Music is such a powerful way that mental health, or just emotional, and emotions are a big part of mental health.
Yep.
Hello.
Yes, hello. So I'd like to say thank you for acknowledging some of the side characters or other supporting characters who also have their own trauma and reactions to that to deal with. I was a little worried I wouldn't hear anything said about Barrett or Nanaki and their individual struggles. I'd like to know if any of you have any analysis or thoughts on some of the truly side supporting characters who clearly have issues that they have to work out or had not fully worked out. I'm talking Elmira.
Yeah, Elmira.
I'm
This guy Arsik.
Hmm?
This guy Arsik. the guy in the slum that's like a famous typo. I'll see myself out. Sorry.
Sorry. So specifically, I'm thinking of Elmira and Dine, Shara, Sid's assistant, who clearly has, I would say, I guess you could call it survivor's guilt of sorts, based on how everything went down with the rocket launch, and to a lesser extent, since they're entirely optional, Wu Tai and the people there, and the after effects of the war. If any of you have ever provided or put any analysis into those characters and their experiences.
Side characters. Any thoughts?
I was gonna write a whole section on this part, and I do think, and I mean, if anyone's been in therapy, they probably heard this. I think it's something to like kind of put a pin in and return to because it deserves its own space and time, right? It's a very long conversation, but I agree that I think Dine, we just talked about Sephiroth as a foil to Cloud. Dine goes through the same events as Barrett and just really goes in the opposite direction, but at the same time, there's different components to it, right? He doesn't have the child with him, and that affects the trajectory that he goes on. I think that there's a lot that could be written about Professor Gast and Ilfana, I think is how you pronounce her name, Eris's mother. There's so much that could be written, as well as just like not even plot contingent characters, but NPCs. You also see their reactions throughout the course.
It feels very complicated to me. I'm sitting here with a lot of thoughts coming in my brain, but I appreciate that question because I think that's really important, because sometimes the really minor characters are showing us a lot of the real true emotions that we might not see from the main characters. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yes, thank you.
The game is that good, right? The game is that good.
Oh my God, it is, yeah. That could be a whole separate panel on its own.
Yeah.
So wonderful panel. My question's for the entire panel. What character, if you think about from the first time you played the game to now, what character has your interpretation or appreciation of changed the most from the first time you played and now, and why?
That's a good question.
Ooh. I'll give them like a second. I'll be like, I think
Okay.
Vincent. Just because like I feel like I understood that kind of brooding nature a lot more. Like after that, I realized that was not offering you any more time.
I guess maybe Sid. I mean, I was a kid when I played the first time, and I just didn't connect to his plot. And now that I am a researcher who requires funding, I definitely connected in a different way to his plot. But in general, I think I just noticed so much. I noticed a lot in each playthrough. I did notice a lot about Yuffie and Wu Tai and their reactions to kind of becoming a tourist trap. I thought that there was so much going on there that really, and kind of everyone had a point, and they all had to come together and find a middle ground in that. Yeah, so just a lot every time.
Well, now I want to say Sid, but I won't. I'm going to say Cloud, because when I first played through, I thought, oh, Cloud's just a broody teenager like me, and now I'm like, oh, Cloud has trauma. Cloud has trauma. So that definitely changed over time for me.
I would say Nanaki. And the reason why I say that is because he's just so adamant about hating his father and believing that they were abandoned. And then you just see the change and just the pride and everything that comes from that moment afterwards. Like, it completely reshaped how I saw that character, because, you know, we see him like, oh, he's like supposed to be about 15 or 16 in human years. He's just a kid. And like, just going through that, like, if I was in that situation, I probably would have reacted the exact same way. But I think his kind of growth is really interesting, and it definitely changed my opinion on him for sure.
Reno and Rude.
Oh.
I actually really didn't like them for the longest time, and then I think after replaying the game, watching Advent Children, the remake, I'm like, I actually really jive with these two. I mean, I don't like them at times, but man, are they fun.
I love Reno. Thank you.
Hey guys, so my question pertains to the analysis from an interesting part of the game, which can vary depending on what you say in the game, the date in Gold Saucer. So my thoughts, I want to ask you guys about is like, A, who was your original character that you had to go out and that seen them all, what is like your analysis on either the one you got or each one? If you have a preferred one, say one too.
I guess I can jump in there. I think my obvious answer is pretty obvious.
Is it Yuffie? I thought it would be Yuffie.
For those of you who may not be able to see, I'm cosplaying as a modern Aerith, but yes, she was my first choice. And every time I could have a positive interaction with her, I tried to, and I didn't know later that that would affect that. And I think it just gave us a really vulnerable look at how she felt about Cloud, and I loved that whole moment, to be honest.
Aerith fan here, every time.
So I think probably by my answers, it's also obvious that Tifa is my favorite for the date, followed by, I did do all of them like back in the day as a kid, and I think Barrett was, I really liked the evolution of their friendship in Final Fantasy VII, so I think that's my second favorite.
I was Barrett because I really wanted him to stop being grumpy. I'm gonna be entirely honest. I was like, please be happy. Please like me.
It was such a good date with them, though. The bromance.
You think it's awkward,
Yeah.
and then you actually go with it and he's like, oh, you know what, it's actually going all right.
And the best bit of that is where he's like, wait, so do you like Marlene? And Cloud's just like, what? Like, she's a child.
All right, thank
you.
Thank you.
So you guys talked a lot about the legacy of talking about grief and loss in Final Fantasy VII, which kind of, as you were talking about it, I realized 8, 9, and 10 also deal a lot with those themes as a result. So I was curious, which of the other Final Fantasies do you do this kind of analysis with, or do you think as deeply about, along with 7, if there's any in particular that comes
Should we talk about Final Fantasy VI? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
friend, we could talk about 6 for a long time. 6 also has a lot to say, and also 10. In the past, at PAX, we have done panels on 6 and 10. So you are right, these themes do resonate through different iterations of Final Fantasy, which I think is part of the magic of the storytelling, that they are so deep and that we can have these long, lengthy analyses about what's going on with the characters in between them.
Yeah, I think all of them. I'm percolating on your question a little bit. I think 9 definitely does show a lot of grief that happens across the plot, right? Especially after that scene with like the clouds and the exploding of the hometown. Yeah. And I was thinking of also the one, and I forget the number, but they're either going to become a crystal or, yes, 13. Yeah, and I think that that's like actually pretty horrifying, and I think that there could be a lot to be said about the real-time trauma of having a countdown before turning into a crystal or a monster.
Well, and 10's kind of a countdown. Well, Yuna's getting on her way to be sacrificed.
Exactly, yeah, 10 is, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely tragic, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We do have a few minutes left, so we're gonna try and like lightning round it.
All right, hopefully this one will be pretty quick. I want to know what your favorite interpersonal moment is with the cast.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
Interpersonal moments with the cast, like just the banter, side conversations, all of that. What's your favorite one?
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go to the movie. The whole thing with Vincent about phoning in, forgiveness, and then he shows up to the fight at the end, and he's like, I need to find I need to figure out where to buy a cell phone or whatever he says. And I'm just like, that's still like, I don't know why I love that so much, but I'm like, perfect.
I'm gonna skip because I'm gonna think about mine a little bit longer.
I'm gonna say the interactions in the live stream.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like on a serious note, the live stream. On a less serious note, the Let's Mosey.
Yeah.
And then Sid's like, you can't say that. You have to be serious. And I thought that was like a cute little like banter moment. Oh yeah, and then the speech in the Highland. I'm gonna list things.
The whole game.
All of it.
All right, I think I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go to the remake, and I'm just gonna say Reno and Rude. Helicopter.
Yep.
Thank you.
No one said Tifa and Cloud outside the Highland. Wild. Sorry, your question.
That's a good point.
Hi. My thing is I just want to say that, like, after everything that's been said during the panel, how would you, like, summarize everything said for somebody who hasn't played Final Fantasy VII? Specifically, like, they've been spoiled with the story because the internet exists, and the fact that they may not appeal to the older gameplay, because it's the most complete version they have that can get the entire thing, unless they want to wait another 10 years for Part 2 for the remake. So just how would you summarize everything said to be like, hey, don't worry about that, how would you, like, play it for these reasons?
For
so
what
like
reason?
the selling point, essentially? Like, how would you sell it?
It's kind of, yeah. Like, instead of gameplay or story, it'd be like, hey, this is what you get out of it. Because obviously you guys have, like, personal, of, like, why do you enjoy this? So, like, for those reasons, what would be the selling point?
I'm not concise. I feel like this is your fault.
It's really fun. Like, and it's really good. Like,
I mean, I would also say too, Final Fantasy has had, what, 15 games? And it's always 6 and 7. They're always, people will fight to the death for 6 or 7. So I think that speaks to the power of this particular iteration.
And I think it's up to people, right? If they want to play it or not, that's up to them. But I would try to see what they're interested in, right? And then connect it to that. And I do think like there is a cultural component, right? Like what we were just talking about, like to have that touchstone. I'd also say that there are absolutely parts of it that are very clunky playing through. There are quite long summons and things like that, but you can play it at 3 times the speed, and that does really help at points. So, and there's strategy guides out there that make it playable.
And we are going to have to end there. We'll be out in the hall for more talky times. But please join me with a massive roar for thanking all of my panelists.
That's my man throwing down.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the importance of safety and consent at the gaming table. Thank you all for coming and listening to us. This is a very important topic for all of us. I know it's incredibly sexy to talk about safety and consent. So we just want to talk about why it needs to be a conversation. Just to kick us off, I want to do some introductions. My name is Ian E. Muller. I go by Ravnos on the internet. I am the founder of Gehenna Gaming. We are a horror TTRPG company that focuses on safety and consent in horror, tabletop gaming, and inclusivity in gaming. And I'm just going to hand it over to the rest of these people. I don't really want to keep talking about myself. My pronouns are he, him.
All right. Dan Munoz, pronouns he, him as well. I am the owner and CEO of Nat One Fun Productions. I also work with Gehenna Gaming as their creative director. I have a couple of live stream actual plays that I have during the week. I also have an improvisational show I have on Mondays. And yeah, I do a lot in the TTRPG space that has to do with production stuff, like making videos and overlays and stuff like that. So.
Hi, I'm Raven. I am the resident chaotic goblin of this group. My pronouns are they, she, they. Please use them interchangeably. I am actually newer to the tabletop space, but I've just dived in wholeheartedly, and I am so thankful to be here. You can find me at Wreck-It Raven anywhere. I normally play a lot of horror-based games and a lot of variety stuff, but tabletop is where my heart is.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shadi Smith-Edwards, she, her pronouns. I am a main cast member from the Lovely Craftians podcast. I am also I'm a podcaster and streamer, recently streaming TTRPGs for the last year and a half. You can find me either at Gehenna Gaming or Carry On Comfort Studios on Twitch or YouTube. Yeah, and that's me. It's wonderful to see you all.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick Francia, aka Nobleman Nick. I am a queer Latinx TTRPG streamer. You can find me usually over on Gehenna Gaming as the production and marketing manager, as well as a cast member over on Devil's Luck Gaming.
Awesome. So this is going to be an overview of safety tools in TTRPG space, what they are, how to use them, and more into the nitty-gritty of them. So we're gonna do a little bit of a deep dive here, but I do want to start with just talking about what are safety tools, some examples of the ones that we do use in our games, as well as kind of what they mean to each of you. Dan, do you want to start and we just go down the line?
Yeah, sure. I, of course, with pretty much everybody nowadays at least, start with the session 0 to kind of clear things up about what is expected during the game. There is a lines and veils sheet that can be passed around that has a huge list of phobias and things that might be uncomfortable for the players. But my favorite and my, I guess, most want and needed in games are X cards and kind of like the red, yellow, green cards. Basically, it allows people to slow the game or stop the game when it happens in that moment, and you're able to skip through it, slow through it, whatever is necessary for the player.
Again, I'm a little bit newer to tabletop, but one of the things that I have found sitting at one of my Urban Shadows tables is that it is virtual, so we actually have a Zoom window open, there's a chat, and we have little letter codes that we use. So every so often, our DM will actually throw an O in the chat with a question mark. And basically that just means, hey, are you okay? So it's checking in with our players, and then we can respond with like a lowercase o just to let them know that yes, everything is okay. If there is something going on, much like the X card, like we'll throw an X in the chat. Sometimes you will add context like X spiders, right? So then we know to kind of move past that. Another thing that I really liked was throwing an H in the chat. So an H in the chat means that between two players, things are getting a little bit heated and y'all are trying to throw hands. So if you are willing to throw hands with somebody, you can throw an H in the chat, and if that person reciprocates, then those players are going to end up fighting.
Another thing that I would like to point out, and this is like for some players that aren't aware of how they're feeling before, like they have the lines and veils and stuff like that. Session zeros, there's the during, obviously, which is throwing up an X card or movie controls. But there's also the aftercare session, which is you go over with your player as a GM, and if there's anything that might not have meshed well with you, you're not sure how to put words to it. There's aftercare games, Stars Wishes. I play a variation of it called Stars, Wishes, and Feelings that I worked with it on with Charm Person games, if I remember correctly. So Stars is things that you liked to see, like that you really liked. Wishes is what you wish would have happened or you wish would like to happen next. And Feelings are things that might be residing over, like that you still aren't sure how to put a name to it or phrase it, or maybe like want to talk about it a little bit more. It's to help end character bleed as well as like not carry that over. I would say that it doesn't necessarily stop the character bleed, but it's something to help players keep in mind what might still be residing in them afterwards, depending on how heavy a session might have been. Yeah.
And following to Sade's point, I love the aftercare tool. I do something that's called a cooldown, whereas after a very intense session or just horror gaming in general, like everyone just to take a deep breath in unison, where we officially declare that as our disconnect of roleplay back into the real life, and then spending a couple minutes just talking about anything else that isn't the game, our lives, what we're doing the next day, and just reconnect as human beings, as it were.
I really like that.
Thank you.
I'm going to use that.
Going back to what Raven said, throwing an O in the chat, one of the things that I wanted to have you all talk about is the difference between informed and implied consent. And putting an O in the chat is actively asking the players, are you okay? Versus just assuming people are okay because you're not seeing an X or seeing them say, hey, can we roll this back? How do you feel using that? And have you encountered issues between the two of them?
So I will say that I am lucky to be able to sit at tables that don't really use implied consent. I am an avid over-communicator, so the fact that there are these check-ins really does help mitigate anything that could potentially lead to a downward spiral of sorts. But I also really have no issue telling people like how I'm feeling. I really don't. So if I am feeling a certain way, like I will, throw up the X. I'll do whatever I need to make sure that like I'm okay, and I know that me as a player, like if I feel like there is someone who is being, a little bit quiet because the situation's uncomfortable, I'll end up asking them privately, like, hey, are you okay? Like, what do we need to do? So I think it's really important, honestly, to just check in. Implied consent, unless explicitly given, should never really be the thing that you fall on as consent as a whole.
I'd like to follow up on that because I really like that you said that you, even if you are not the GM, you are not the one that is kind of tailoring the situation, you can still take the opportunity to be like, hey, is everybody okay? You don't have to be the one at the helm. You can be a player in that situation where you jump in and you say, hey, we good? Are we all good? You know, maybe that was a little rough. I saw that maybe you're acting a little bit different. It really helps, of course, if you're playing with people that you know or people that you've been around before and experienced those different situations that they can, their facial expressions or maybe how they're acting, that all comes into play as well. But I like the fact that you definitely don't have to be the person that is actively running the game or actively, putting forth the scary things or whatever might be happening in the moment to check on other people.
You want to know the best thing about that? It's free.
Sure.
It's free.
Yeah.
Before we keep going, I just want to see if either Sade or Nick have anything to add to this topic.
Oh yeah, I would also say that following up with the facial expressions and kind of knowing, even if you don't know who's at the table, it's kind of important to keep an eye on all your players. Sometimes, for instance, a lot of people assume that people are going to get irate or upset when something bad happens to them, or if they're triggered, it's going to be a very violent reaction, when sometimes it might be the actual opposite. Panic attacks don't actually look like what people assume is panic. It could also be silence. It could be retreating. It could be stopping playing entirely. And it's knowing that, hey, something's wrong here, or something's different, or there's a change. Sometimes people don't notice that. Sometimes they're caught up with the story. So it is important for everyone to take on the role of making sure everyone's okay in that regard.
I think the only thing I want to add, because I feel like all my other co-panelists have really outlined it perfectly well, is that in games not even that are just horror, you might find yourself as a GM forgetting to do those check-ins, and sometimes a mistake happens, and you can't really beat yourself over it too much. You have to just keep rolling and then remember, hey, do better next time. Or make sure to ask that check-in, because even after a really happy session, someone might be feeling a sort of way. You're not sure, and even when someone hits you with the I'm fine, just take it under consideration. You don't have to force the issue at all, but keep it in the back of your mind, because that could be an emotion that your player doesn't want to let spill forth.
I think it's important to remember that just because you've had a session 0 or that you have your lines and veils established doesn't mean that a player might discover something new that they didn't even realize bothered them during a session.
Absolutely.
And doing those check-ins and having aftercare, but also making sure that you have informed consent as you're going really will help mitigate disastrous situations from building up. The next topic I want to direct directly to Sade first.
Oh my God, okay.
Because
by all means.
You have been on the Lovely Craftians for some time. It's a fantastic podcast if anyone hasn't listened to it. And this is really about one of the big things that I hear when I talk to people about using safety tools is they're like, oh, well, I've gamed with the same group of people for 20 years. I don't need to use safety tools. We all know each other perfectly. And that is absolutely not the case. And you have a lot of experience gaming with the same group for an extended period of time, so I wanted to ask you to touch on that.
I would say that we started taking on more safety tools and taking it on a little bit more seriously at the beginning of season 3, just because we were starting to delve further into horror that would be considered psychological or layered, or we are knowing the same characters for a very long time. So if something bad happens to them or something happens in a way we didn't expect, it feels like loss. It actually feels like you lost someone, or you might lose someone, as we're getting close to, clearly, finale, because Call of Cthulhu is not forgiving to characters at all. So we started implementing a lot of safety tools at the beginning of 3, and it was a lot of checking in with each other. And I would say we started fully getting into it in season 4, when we started getting into writing a little bit more I guess, connecting with the characters more often, digging into their backstories, and pulling stuff out that was meant to hurt the characters, like in a creative way. But like we were fine, but like the characters, like, oh, this hurts a little bit. And I would say I definitely trust them a lot more now that we were able to implement them all together more often, and we put together the aftercare session as well. And being very careful of like, hey, this was really heavy. Let's do a post-mortem after like a week to see how we're still feeling, to be honest. Like, because you might be okay now. You might not be okay 2 days from now, though. Because things like, you're going to start thinking about those characters, what you said, maybe what they said before. It's okay. Let's talk about it afterwards, and let's like set a date maybe to talk about it later, which I very much appreciate, because some things just settle, and you don't, especially when it comes to like something bad happening to a character you didn't expect. Yeah, I trust them now, for sure beyond, especially as we implemented more tools.
Yeah, and I think something that can get lost in playing with the same group after a while, because it does happen. Oftentimes in the TTRPG space, you're moving through so many people at once. You are constantly like, okay, this is a new person. I have to do safety tools. You have that mental checklist. But if you keep playing with the same group of people, from my experience, is that there's sort of an expectation that what was once good should stay good. And the problem is, when that happens, if someone starts to get uncomfortable, they might feel uncomfortable because now they're your close friend and they think that they've set some sort of expectation for them to you. And now they don't want to bring that up now that it's changed. So I think it's even more imperative to keep talking about that and keep checking in, because that person now doesn't want to disappoint you or wants to keep things good between you, because now you have the added effect of friendship in it.
I always say it's better to be preemptive with these things. Speaking from a point of a game might not even be horror-based, let's say Dungeons & Dragons, for instance, but you want to implement horror into it. If you've been with a party for a long time, and let's say, for instance, it's just been regular D&D up until a certain point where it's like, well, I kind of want to dive a little bit more into the horror aspect. Before just implementing it with the group that you are comfortable with, that you play for years with and everything like that, that's a perfect opportunity for you to reach out to those individuals, even though you play with them for so long, to say, hey, I want to try and implement this. You're not giving away the story. You're not telling them exactly what's going to happen. But you can definitely reach out and say, hey, I want to implement this into the story. How do you feel about these situations? Are you cool with it? Are there things about this specific situation that might set you off? These are great times to reach out to the group that you've been with for the longest time, and they should, being that they are a long-term group, accept that without any kind of issue. Just move on with it and be like, yeah, we're totally cool. Or, hey, actually, why don't we not do that, and let's try something else? What else do you have in your handbag of stuff?
And I will say, like, from the games that I've played, there is one group in particular where, because the themes of the campaign are so grotesque, there are content warnings prior to that session. So if there are issues, we find out early in the day, and we can actually reach out and have conversations. So that way, we can work through it actively. And I think it's important to know that sometimes, we do put a lot of ourselves into our characters. Like, I know all of my characters are a section of me. And even though I am willing to be flexible with some of the things that happen, there are some things that have been brought up that I didn't even know was an issue for me until it was. So I think having those clear indications prior to the session really does help a lot, because I can prepare myself, and if I feel like it is something that is going to trigger me or upset me, I can have a conversation openly with the GM about it.
Right, and if you set that standard with your players, you should have that open door policy where they should be able to come to you with any issue, and it shouldn't be a problem with it. It shouldn't be like, oh, well, I was planning this, now you're going to ruin my story, kind of thing. It shouldn't be that situation. You should be able to talk to your people, and so if you can't talk to your people like that, you need to find another route, or even, if it's too much, just tell them sorry. It's just, there's just no way around it. We can't continue, or, I'm gonna have to drop something. It's a colloquial term. It's a term that everybody uses. No D&D is better than bad D&D, or no TTRPG is better than bad TTRPG, and that is especially true when it comes to safety and consent.
Yeah, especially in the horror realm, because there are some very severe topics that get brought up.
Big time.
That's a good segue to the next topic, which is how you introduce safety tools at your tables, and especially with people who may be unfamiliar with them, because one thing that's important to know is that when you do tell someone about the game you want to run, it's okay if that game's not for them, and that's a really important way to go about this. But I want to, starting with Dan, talk about like how you when you are starting with a new group or even an existing group and you want to introduce a safety tool or talk about how you're going to use them in the game. How do you go about doing that?
So there are tons of online options for you to choose from when it comes to preemptive, like zero session, or like sit down and let's talk about this before we even get even close to started about what we're going to be doing here. But me personally, I enjoy just thoroughly writing out exactly what the campaign is supposed to be about. This is what we're going to be talking about. Here are the themes. Here are some situations that may occur, some situations that will never occur, and some situations that very much have a high possibility of occurring. Now, I take those and I work with the people that, of course, I want to play with. I'm not here to shun people out the second they say, oh, they don't want to play in that world. You can totally if you want to. People come with expectations. But I like to work with people. So if, let's say, I have something in the this is probably going to happen section, and they say, well, I don't know, that's not really my cup of tea, then I can work around that because we're toppling it so early on that I can use that to then rework how I'm going to implement it into the story or completely nix it, depending on the situation. So early nip it in the bud kind of situations.
Yeah, I think as far as implementation goes, like, I don't sit at a table or anything of that nature if I feel like there is no open and honest communication. That is my first indicator of whether or not there is going to be a healthy game that is played. So I don't mind when people are like, hey, just so you know, X, Y, and Z is probably going to happen. Because then at least I know, right? And y'all don't have to do what I do, but I'm very open about my lines, my veils, all of that. I think that does make for a better gaming space, but I know that not everybody has that, and that should be celebrated too, because it is not up to everybody to have to say those things. But honestly, just being open and willing to communicate is the best way to implement anything in the gaming space and at the table.
Also, like following up with, it's essentially setting expectations, which is what was earlier said, but I would say adding on to that with the consent form or with the lines and veils, also just setting what the rating of the game is going to be is very helpful, and I didn't realize it until I saw it before, where it was like, hey, especially in horror, but like it could be with anything. Setting it to be like, hey, PG-13, R, NC-17. Like, I was like, oh yeah, that's a good vibe. Plus what the feeling of what you're entering is going to be. So if you're expecting there to be heavy gore or something that's like slasher related probably, I would like to know that because I don't like that. I do not like participating in that. If you're not sure what the game is going to be, but you want to invite people you don't know, it might be helpful to just like take a moment, take a breather, and like at least get a basic concept of what is going to, or the pitch of what it's going to be, so you know, they know, and they can like choose if they want to be a part of it. Even if they like you or want to play with you, it just might not be this game. It's just being overly communicative and transparent about what's going on. Even in that regard, that rating helped me a lot. Like being like, oh, I'm okay with up to rated R, no gore, please. Psychological horror, bring it on. Fuck me up, I don't care. Like, but like, I just want to prep for that, right? Everyone wants to know what they're getting into. They don't want to go into a room blind. It's not a great feeling.
I think it's something also, really nice takeaway point, is that safety tools aren't just for the players, they're for the GM as well. And something I really like about the pitch way of form of it, and something that, Sade just said as well, it's okay if that player's not okay with the game and that's not something you want to compromise on. You just say, hey, this isn't the game for you. And as a GM, you shouldn't let your players, when you're pitching that game, force you to change something if that's not the story you want to tell. But at the end of the day, obviously, if there's no player wants to play the game, you're trying to tell or trying to share with them, then maybe you should probably change the game around a bit. I remember a specific example. I was playing Monster Hearts, which is a pretty dramatic game, and we were running a particularly very dark, gory version of it on Gehenna. And one of the things we wanted to start with, as I said, okay, how does everyone feel about cults and cannibalism, which very heavy order, I'm sure. And there were some people that were like, I don't think I'm okay with that. I was like, all right, this isn't for you, and that's totally fine. And we would go on to play other games, and when we found that group that was okay with it, I felt so comfortable that I was able to really go hard in those themes, and I didn't have to pull my punches because we had built that trust just from day one of setting expectations that was what was going into. That's what the game was going to be about. And ultimately, I say this every panel, safety tools are more than just safety tools. They're also calibration tools, because your game can go to amazing new heights of horror that you've never seen, and you will still feel as safe and comfortable in it if you hadn't used them at all.
I do want to add on to something you said, because I was in that game.
You were?
It's also important to know that you did have to modify that game for players still in different ways, because Monster Hearts is very much a game about romance and sexuality, and one of the players wasn't okay with that part of it. So you did have to make changes and modify things and still get to tell the story that you wanted to tell, and that was really, safety tools allowed us to do that really well.
I think just one last thing I want to piggyback off of pretty much everything is that the safety and consent of basically the whole table is not just in the GM's hand, it's also in the other players. And it doesn't really get talked too much about, because whenever you do this situation, you can, of course, want to pass it to your game master. That way they can tailor the experience to fit around everybody's expectations. But sometimes you may run into a situation where a player is leading into an area where another player is completely uncomfortable with. And there is where you need to make sure during these introductions and during this talk and everything like that, that you, if you are running the game, that you take care and make sure that everybody is in the know of the lines and veils of the game. So you can't just, well, you can, I guess, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't just have those things to your own, like, okay, I'm not going to put these things in the game, okay, cool, and then just leave it at that. You should make sure that everybody knows that here's the things that will not be in the game, and also make sure you try to avoid them. So make sure your players are in the know-how too, so that they don't start sliding into an area where they clearly should not be.
And Raven, you talked about how comfortable you are talking about your lines and veils, but some people aren't. Using something like a consent form, or just private discussions with each player, allows you to still have those conversations, because you can get the information and then you can anonymize it and just say, here's our list of red listed topics, these are the things that aren't going to happen. Please, and I will slow down if someone, please try to avoid them, and if you accidentally start broaching on one, we'll take a step back.
Right. Nobody has to know who's afraid of spiders. Nobody has to know about what may or may not be a thing for you. It could absolutely just be hey, this is what's not going to happen. Cool? Cool.
Absolutely. Before we jump into our next topic, I do want to touch on one thing. We are all horror heads. We love horror games. We all play mostly horror games, but all of these same things apply to the My Little Pony RPG. which does exist now, by the way, and I actually really want to run a horror game in it, so we can all talk.
Okay.
But, so, you can apply these to the Dungeons and Dragons game you run for 12-year-olds.
Absolutely.
It's equally important in all of those games as well, not just when you're broaching horror topics. The next thing on our list really is, we've talked about running games on Zoom a little bit, but introducing safety tools is a lot easier when you're all sitting at the same table. So I want to talk about the differences between using them at your home game and using them in an online game, as well as using them in a convention game. And Nick, I want to actually start with you because you've done a lot of online gaming with Gehenna Gaming, as well as running convention games. And so how do you differentiate how you introduce them and how you use them in those different settings?
So I think it's just rip the Band-Aid off and just be upfront with it. In a con game, as soon as everyone sits down, the way that I like to lay everything out is in the middle are consent sheets. Around them are character sheets face down. I tell everyone, hey, take the consent sheet. I explain it to them, and I say, fill this out. It's mandatory. We have a really nice itemized checklist that we use for Gehenna. If you don't have something on hand, it's something you can easily Google, either from us or from a lot of other places have their own versions of consent sheets.
Monty Cook is
Monty Cook's the original.
Fantastic one as well, yeah.
But simply, you can even just break it down to your own. The traffic light system. Green means go, I'm okay. Yellow means, we can briefly go over it, but not too much detail. And red means stop. And I think the anonymous part of it is something that really needs to be said. I don't like telling people they have to put their name down. I reassure them that they don't have to, because I feel when they're anonymous, they're allowed to be honest, and they don't feel like they're holding the game back. Now, in a streaming sense and playing online games, I generally, if it's a stream game and we have more of that kind of business sense, I like sending players like a contract or like a consent form. And that's included with the pitch. It's like, hey, are you on board? Specifically, I think the form we send, the first question is, this is the premise, and are you on board with this? And particularly one of the best questions at the end is, would you like the game master to follow up with anything on this? And if so, what? And that's where they can really be like, hey, this is what I really want to talk about. This is the one part of the game that might be bothering me, or this is where I think we can compromise on. And honestly, just introducing it, you just have to kind of strong-hand it in. I've never seen a player has abruptly told me no to safety tools, but I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure there are people that are very much resistant, as I see on Twitter every day, that blah, 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 safety tools are ruining the TTRPG.
Not the Twitter.
Yeah, get off my lawn.
Why you gotta bring up the bird app?
But, yeah, just be on it, be straight up with it, and don't take no bullshit.
Be honest. Just be honest. Just tell them exactly what's going down. With streamed games, because that's kind of my premise. I play a few at-home games, but not very often, especially not horror. But stream games, I played horror, and you just have to really just throw everything on the table and say, this is what's going down. You don't want to sugarcoat anything. You don't want to have anything be misconstrued. It's like, oh, I thought you said no this. Well, I didn't mean that. I meant like this, that kind of thing. I love that on the paper you can ask, of course, can you specify? For instance, let's say spiders, and it's like, okay, well, I don't really mean spiders. I mean tarantulas especially, you know what I mean? Or I'm cool with spiders, but not swarms of spiders, that kind of thing. So there could be specifics when it comes to lines and veils, and those are always good to work around as well. So that's pretty much it. Yeah.
And kind of just touching on that, we actually play a game together.
Sure.
And we did our session 0 for Morkborg, which if you haven't checked it out, you really need to, because it is absolutely delightful. But, I did put my lines and veils out there, and our DM was, asking questions, which I, am so happy to oblige. And again, I'm very open. It doesn't mean that everybody else has to be, but I am an over-communicator. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of experience at tables because I really started to get into the tabletop scene over the course of the last 2 years with this whole panorama that we will not name. But I did play, honestly, my first convention game last night, and that was amazing. Thank you. That was a lot of fun, and it was again very simple. Like, I had the sheet, right, and I could say what I was okay with, what I wasn't okay with, as me as my character or happening in game. So it got split between the two, which I think is important to differentiate. Like, that you're okay with something in the game, but not involved with your character.
Absolutely.
And it really does set the precedent for the table. And even though we're gonna get into some deep, dark things, like, I can feel safe in this space knowing full well that nobody is going to intentionally try to hurt me.
I just want to kind of give an example specifically about our Mork board game.
Yeah.
I don't mind sharing it. I am Catholic, and I am playing a game that is very much so almost anti-religious. It is. There's a bunch of upside-down crosses and everything like that in it. So my lines and veils are very clear when it comes to my expectations of the game. And I made it very clear when we were talking about that in the Zero session that my view of it is, like, as long as you don't specifically go to be anti-Christianity or anything like that, then we're cool. But I specifically also said that things that show things that are visually, like, a cross or something like that, or if it is like a church, totally fine. But it is very specific for me to be just as long as it is not anti-Christianity, I'm good. And that was my veil. So you can see it. The specifics for that allow for the GM to tailor the experience, while also still really being able to specifically tailor to your needs if need be.
Hi.
If you have
No, you're
anything
fine. In terms of, like, digital wise, because I mostly live digital, I work digitally, like, for years now. Having everything in a location, obviously using Discord and using other things like that, but having everything in one convenient location, such as Google Drive, Dropbox, whatever it is, whatever people use to, like, collectively, like, work on the same document together, that's what I prefer. So having alliance veils and invitations is, like, another one. So, like, if there's something you would like to see happening in the game that maybe I didn't even think about, I'm like, oh, cool, you want romance in this? All right, we got that, we can send that in there, if people are okay with it. So having that and having it live, so always bringing it back up with each session just to make sure everyone remembers it, for instance. And there's that. Then there's also, like, I always use slide decks for all of my character sheets, so everyone knows what's going on. That's how I do it. So, like, I always make a template for all the characters. Usually you do Monster of the Week or Call of Cthulhu or something similar, so that everything is, like, in a nice, convenient location. So having everyone remember, except for unless they want anonymous, obviously. I'll keep that to myself. But if it's like, hey, remember what people's, like, lines and veils were, remember what we talked about. And also, if something might come up that a character had talked to me either in confidence or is written down somewhere, and I'm like, I feel like we're getting ready to broach that topic. I think one of my players didn't say it in the lines and veils, but I know them personally. They don't like the concept of death. But I found out personally, next to them, near them, living it, so someone being lost or witnessing something happening, that's what they didn't like. But I was like, yeah, but I'm getting ready to bring you death face stuff. Is that okay? Because we're going to be diving into that. And I remembered her saying that. I know it's asking, like, oh yeah, remember your players. Some people do not remember certain things. So having it written down, noted. Don't ever think that, like, your concerns are silly or, like, it's triggering for you. It's not, like, no, I don't care. Like, please communicate with me. I will hunt you down if I find out, not in a bad way, like, but, like, I will hunt you down. It's like, hey, are you sure now? Are you sure you're sure? All right. You can tell me during, too, if it's not, or after.
I beg my players to tell me during the game, I don't care what we're doing, mid-game, tell me to stop. If there's ever a point and you think you're interrupting the game, I beg you to interrupt my game and tell me to stop or move on or, avoid the situation. Please. Absolutely.
And if I see even if it's a little bit of discomfort, because I'm keen on that a little bit, like it's just like, hey, you did something a little different than you normally do. Are you sure you're okay? Or I'll private message them in the middle of it. If they are you sure you're okay? Whether it's through personal Discord, or if it's like Zoom where it's just to that person, or if it's Roll20, you can whisper. There's always that element of the whisper function isn't just hey, only me and that person knows, and we're secretly talking about something that's story plot related. No, it's also to hey, you okay? That was a heavy scene, so it's just. We always comes back around. Over communication is extremely important, and being extremely thorough. It's just being a good storyteller, dungeon master, whatever it might be, to just make sure everyone's okay, whether it's just a little bit or if it is a heavy scene. So yeah.
I had very recently, maybe about a month ago, I had a character die on a stream live, and usually when I do that, we will stop or we'll take a break, and we'll usually address it during the break, not to box stuff down. But we had just taken a break. We really couldn't take one. And so, we were in a unique position. So instead of letting the audience we close the curtain and then we adjust that, we had that conversation live on stream about how they felt about that character dying, how we would resolve the death moves, and how we would reborn that character or how we would proceed in the story. And we had a really good conversation on stream, and it's still saved to VOD, and you can still watch it. And I remember the player at the time afterwards being like, I'm really glad we showed that on stream, because that's something we don't see a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
And that wasn't even a horror game. That was in a Kingdom Hearts game.
I mean, you nailed it on the head. We don't see it enough. There are instances where things go too far a lot. Things aren't said on stream because they're afraid of breaking their, breaking the veil, and the behind the curtain stuff gets put in front and stuff like that. There is absolutely nothing wrong in my eyes, for my stream at least. There's nothing wrong with someone saying, hey, slow down, or hey, let's move on, or hey, let's figure this out. Let's talk. Let's move aside out of the game real quick and let's talk. Now, if they, of course, want to say hey, let's go on break, or hey, I don't care if we just took a break, let's take another break, then I'm going to take another break. So it's going to be an issue of just making sure that everybody's okay at that time. But if they want to have a conversation, I think that's great to be able to publicly have that conversation to show that it's okay to not be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a slightly unique experience where I am a cast member on a stream show that records in studio. And Nick, I know you do now as well sometimes. I don't know if the rest of you do, so I apologize if you do. And I'm saying, oh, I'm unique. But everyone on that show, in addition to enjoying TTRPGs, is an actor, either professionally or amateur, because I'm not a professional actor, nor do I play one on TV. But we've agreed that if everyone on that show has bought into, even if I am getting uncomfortable, I don't want to interrupt the flow of it. So we use under camera level hand gestures to show, hey, let's move on. Let's push this sideways, and the storyteller for that show pays attention to all of that. So I think even in a situation where you don't want to interrupt things, it's still important to provide those tools to communicate. We have a little bit more than 15 minutes left, so I do actually want to shift to the Q&A portion of this shortly, but I wanted to, before we do that, give any of you a chance to say anything else important you want to add.
I literally only have one last thing that I would say is kind of like a safety tool you can use. Go on break. Use breaks. Always use breaks. If you take an hour, if you play an hour and take a 5-minute break, and then take an hour and take a 5, that's cool. Or if you're you got a 6-hour game and you want to go 3 hours, whatever is necessary. Take breaks. Don't play an entire game through, and without, especially a horror game. Don't play an entire game through. Take a break, because those are wonderful moments to get with your players, to get with other players, to get with your GM, to talk about the situation at hand and really just decompress without even thinking about it. Just talking things through out of the game for that 5-10 minutes, whatever it may be, super useful for your mental health.
Yeah. I think it's important too to kind of just realize that everybody has different communication styles. And it is, up to us at the table, not just like the GM, all of us, to really make it a point to communicate with, each other in styles that work for them. That's hard, but it's worth it, because at that point you are going to be able to connect with the people that you're sitting at this table with, because it is an intimate space, to ensure that safety is upheld throughout the whole story.
I would also say that I think someone had said it earlier, but I don't as a GM and as a player, I never want to hurt anyone. I don't think that is anyone's intention ever. And it does, that's why we want to check in with both sides of the thing. It's just, hey, if I hurt you, I don't care if you're worried about hurting my feelings, or hey, we're good friends and I don't want to tell them that hey, this thing hurt me. It's going to build up in you if it keeps on happening. Everyone's going to think it's okay. They would prefer to hear it from you. And I also not taking it too personally, even if they don't know when to say it, or they never really thought about it. Never take it personally, ever. Because sometimes people are still figuring it out, or have never figured it out, or whatever it might be. So it will hurt the longer it takes to talk about it, but at least you can have that conversation, because no one ever wants to intentionally hurt someone. I don't care what story I'm telling, or if I will amend, I will change, I will backpedal, I will do anything as long as everyone is having fun at the table with me, because this is escapism. It's wonderfully detailed and intense escapism sometimes, but we're all telling a story. It's collective storytelling. We all have to make sure we're all in this together and we're taking care of each other. That's really important.
Don't mistake my willingness to hurt your character if they're in a dangerous situation for me wanting to hurt you.
Mess me up.
What it comes down to.
Yeah.
And I think I just want to add that even taking a step back, sometimes it's not about even fear. Sometimes it's not about what makes someone uncomfortable. Sometimes it's just about the topics at hand, discussions. Sometimes it's about reflecting things in a good light, or wanting to be culturally sensitive to topics that are at hand. Sometimes it's about wanting just to show the right side of things instead of the stereotypical side of things. And those discussions are going to be difficult, but they're necessary. And if you're able to have them, your players will continue to come back to your table. And even if they don't, they will have such a better feeling about the game going forward, that you took those considerations to heart, and that you went the whole way with them, and you were able to establish that trust. Because as Lady Gaga once said, trust is like a mirror. Sure, you can try to fix it when it breaks, but you always see those motherfucking cracks.
Not the Lady
I love
Gaga.
you, Nick.
She also said applause, applause, applause.
She did. That's a different song, but yeah.
So if anyone has questions, there's a microphone over here you can walk up to and ask us questions, and we will answer them. But I am going to address one more thing while anyone who wants to ask a question moves, because I'm surprised Nick didn't say it, or at least he alluded to it, but he didn't say it outright. Safety tools are not there to prevent you from telling a story. They're there to give you guidelines, and especially in horror, which we all love, if you have safety tools in place, you can go that much harder into the story and the horror and the terror that you want to tell, because you know the players are going to enjoy it.
Whoa, that's a calibration.
Hi guys. I just want to say thank you, because I actually run a D&D campaign. I've just kind of started stepping into that realm, and it's a lot. But I think I was focusing more on the story and trying to make sure I have enough material to work with. But the most important part is really this consent stuff, all this safety, because if you're not in a safe environment, you're not going to have fun. You know, I feel like that's the biggest takeaway. What I want to ask is, like, what are some like ground rules you drop in like session 0 that you try to run through? I think that's like the one thing I didn't do with my crew, and like it's showing. You know, people don't like. I can see like the detraction from the players sometimes when things get a little whatever. But I feel like if I had some rules to like drop in there, might fix it a little bit maybe. Who knows? But
for me, the number one thing is like be respectful of the other people at the table. Like that's a ground rule immediately, and then it's gonna vary from team to group to group. But for me, I set ground rules of like, no, I don't want to see anyone being unnecessarily cruel, even in character, because that to me is very much a trigger. It makes me angry. So I don't want to get angry with my player for something their character is doing.
I would say that like what I've seen recently, whenever I see someone like put together like a pitch sheet, like they tell during their sessions here, if they have like a outline to tell their players, one of those things that I've seen is like house rules. So every GM is different. Every person like has a certain thing that they're okay with, that they go through when they talk to their players. Like, this is how I run things. This is how, especially when it comes to safety, obviously, like this is what I would like to see from my players. So for instance, if it's collaborative, like heavily collaborative storytelling, like, hey, answer the call to adventure. Like, it's just a list of things that you would like to see from your players and what you want your players to expect of you and stuff like that. And if there's anything that you want to amend or change about that as well. So it's like setting expectations for yourself as well as your players.
I'm sorry. I'll also say too, like, it's never too late to pull back and reassess and really like say, hey, y'all, I've noticed these things. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start implementing these things. You know, just because you started a game without necessarily having these tools in place doesn't mean that you can't put them in there at any point.
Right. And I think the biggest thing is you have to make sure that you know what you want in the game and everything like that, and then communicate it direct as much as you possibly can to the players beforehand. Again, preemptive work goes a long way for the entirety of whatever you want to play. I think it's a lot of preemptive work. And I'm telling you right now, also, reading off, like, swear to you, even if you don't use a consent sheet, for whatever reason, that's fine. I'm not your dad. But even if you don't use a consent sheet, look it over. And it gives you so many ideas of like, oh, this could be problematic. I didn't realize even that this could be problematic. And then you could be like, okay, well, let me talk to my players and see what they think. Because you can then, I mean, I don't know, if you're running an adventure in the desert or something like that, you don't have to worry about like somebody drowning or something like that. So you don't have to necessarily bring that up.
Right.
But you can use that consent sheet to then tailor your experience of like, okay, guys, here's what to expect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi there. Like the previous speaker said, I appreciate all the tools you've given me in a longer running campaign. I've had it for about 6 years now, but I feel like I've learned a lot. My question is, as a GM, as you see a player approaching kind of like an off-limits topic, do you find it better to cut them off hard stop or kind of, gently ease them away and then bring it up after the session?
So it's definitely situational, right? Obviously, it's definitely situational. The reason I say that is because you could see the wheels turning maybe, and you can kind of slowly roll into it, or they bring up something that is already like, uh-oh, and then hard stop. You shouldn't ever have to get to the end of a session before saying something that made somebody else uncomfortable in the moment. If you want to just like, hey, change the subject, or like, if you have to be aggressive, be like, hey, stop, hold on. Yeah, do it. Do it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be the person that other people need you to be.
Sure, that's great, thank you.
I just kind of want to add, like, you can use, like, red cards and yellow cards if you don't necessarily want to say, hey, stop.
Yeah.
You can literally just have that card and be like, and keep it moving. You know what I mean? And if there are questions, you can always take a break and you can always explain it. You know, like there is somebody in the party who is very adverse to having these things discussed. So I think it's important to understand, like, you, even though you are leading the game and you are the storyteller, you're still kind of a player, right? Because you have to kind of pick up on what your players are doing and reassess. So don't count yourself out for using the same tools that you're giving your players.
Got it, thank you so much.
Yes.
That was actually also my question, so thank you.
I'd like to bring up also, I know it's nuanced because I don't know how many people actually stream their games here versus people that are watching, but you know, sometimes red cards or somebody might miss chat or something like that. A lot of times we play with cameras on.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times the best way to go about it is just throw up that X.
Yep.
And just be like
Also,
you know, make sure you're moving and throw up that X.
Also, if you are playing over Zoom or I think pretty much any video chat platform, the host has the ability to mute people. You can just be like, nope.
Like, no.
Yeah.
Hey y'all.
Hey, honey.
I know y'all
Hello.
mostly know me, but two things. Thank you again so much for this panel. It's incredibly informative, and I have the utmost respect for all of you because this is an incredibly vulnerable topic, and the fact that you bake it into your professional lives is just mind-blowing to me personally. Second thing that I wanted to mention really quickly before my question was love the hat game on display.
Yo.
And then, so my actual question. My actual question does have to double back to that whole professionalism thing. So obviously, I'm not a professional entertainer like you all are, but I see the value in these safety tools, especially in this day and age where a lot of managers and leaders are telling us like, "Oh, bring your full authentic self to work." But it's like I've never felt comfortable doing that because I've never felt safe at work. I've always felt like I've had to don a mask while I'm in the workplace. So I guess I'm curious, like, of the safety tools that you've employed in your game sessions, do you think any of those could be applied in your, if you have a professional life outside of entertainment? Like, are there any safety tools that could be
Hire another panel.
I wish.
But yes.
I wish I could force every employer on the planet to hand you a consent form on your first day
Right?
of work.
Can you imagine if HR just came like walking up to you and it's like, hey, I know you're new here. I would love for you to fill this out so that way we can actually make a really great workplace for you.
Yeah. Anytime your boss comes up to you with like a sexual like harassment thing or whatever, just hold up a red card. You'll be fine.
So, funny enough, this is actually a real thing that's being applied in certain areas. So I work for, of my actual day job, I work for a University of Medicine, and something that they're implying for the whole college is that students actually have to go to mandatory counseling sessions. And we hear mandatory and we think, well, you shouldn't have to force them, but the thing about it is that it erases one of the biggest problems that I think are in work HR is this stigmata that we have that if you have an issue, that you should just suck it up and not bring it to anyone's attention. And the fact that we make them these students go to these counselings, especially for such a stressful job like any field of medicine, they're kind of forced to come in and be like, okay, well, if I'm here, I might as well say what's on my mind. And that funding has really helped kind of bring the voice of the students and like what should be, future leaders in that industry to the forefront. And I think that's really a great initiative.
Hey, darling.
Hey,
So I would say that it's something that I would like to see. It's something that I do try to practice whenever I've been a manager or when I'm talking to someone. And I try to be as transparent and vulnerable as I can. There's been times when I have, and it's hit me in the face because people suck sometimes. But it is to like if it's like a group of other, for instance, I'm a designer, they all are receptive of it. Honesty is important, sure, but depending on what company you're with, how they run things, how long they've been running to, and like they might be set in their ways. It's very similar to someone had brought up before, like if you're in a campaign for a very long time, you feel weird trying to start over again. But it's different when it's like a TTRPG group of friends versus like you've been doing this for years and a new person comes in and you're trying to impose their ways. But it might be a better way. Regardless, it's something like, hey, like this is hurting a lot of people. Maybe we need to reevaluate. I would say the smaller the team, the better. Sometimes they have like pods in a company where like, oh, 5 to 10 people. You can make a change in that regards. But if it's like higher up command where it's like, you all have to kind of put in the work together in order for people to be heard. It's hard sometimes. I've seen it work before, obviously. You've done it before, actually. But yeah, it's all possible. It's just a matter of time.
Thank you all so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to say one more point that I feel like needs just to be blatantly said. Of a lot of TTRPGs, the GM and players aren't enemies. When you go play Dungeons and Dragons, you're not fighting the DM. You are both telling a story together. You are on each other's side. The GM wants to make sure that the players have the best experience possible, and the players should also take the GM thoughts and hopes into consideration. You know, just like one of my biggest pet peeves, but it's also kind of like an issue for me, is I hate when I'm as an NPC or playing one where I'm trying to give information or trying to have a talk and I get interrupted because of personal, because of personal issues. You know, I've been always equated being talked over as being devalued. And so that's something I actually bring to my players. I'm like, hey, like if I'm trying to deliver information, I don't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me, because that's just a respect thing. And the GM and the players aren't enemies.
Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in, listening, and I hope that this was incredibly helpful for you.
Yeah.
That's my man throwing down.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Welcome. I hope you are all here for some sex on the table. Woo! So here at the Sex on the Table panel, consent is not just sexy, it is mandatory. So this is the panel description. We are going to talk about analog role-playing games and how to do sex in them well, how to make it fun, how to make it enjoyable for your entire table of players. So to start, I just want to cover this content notice. So we are all ready for what we are about to do. This panel is intended for adult audiences. It will involve frank discussions of sex, romance, and consent in tabletop RPGs. If you are uncomfortable with these topics, this may not be the panel for you. We're going to talk about fun things, but we will also be talking about difficult things. Topics such as physical and sexual assault, rape, unwanted romantic and sexual advances, and other potentially upsetting areas of discussion may be covered. This may include stories of personal experiences involving these topics where things did not go well for the parties involved. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, please feel free to step out. You may either wish to take a minute to regroup and come back, or tap out completely. There will be no judgment from any of us or anyone else in the room. Please feel free to take care of yourselves.
And as a note, this is a 13-plus panel, so if you are below the age of 13, do not be here.
All right, so just to introduce ourselves, my name is Katie Katechuk. I am the moderator today. My pronouns are she, her. I am the executive director of GamerX. I do a lot of cool stuff, so we help LGBTQIA plus people in the games industry. We celebrate the culture of LGBTQIA plus people in games, and you can read more about me there. So let's introduce the rest of our panelists. Mary.
Hi. Turned off my mic. Hi, I'm Mary Georgescu. I am a game designer with Exploding Kittens, and currently I've worked on 2 NSFW games, one that I might announce a little bit later, and the other is Nothing to See Here, which is coming out with a book publisher soon. So, yeah.
Yay.
Oh, thank you.
Richard.
Yeah. Hey, we said in a perfect sequence. Hey, I'm Richard Ruane. By day, I am an instructional technologist working on contract for colleges and universities, and by whenever I really feel like it, I am a game designer who's independent game designer who's worked on Barrakeep, Moonlight on Roosevelt Beach, and most recently Sherwood. So.
Yay.
I'm Sharon Biswas. I'm a game designer, writer, and artist. I'm a professor of game design at NYU Game Center and Fordham, and starting very soon, Dartmouth. And I am game artist in residence at the Museum of the Moving Image in New York.
You gonna tell them the most recent thing?
I was a designer for Avatar: The Last Airbender role-playing game, and I'm currently doing a secret project with, I don't think I can say that.
No,
with
you can't say that
AAA
one.
company, whatever.
I was talking about you being the best gay.
Oh, I'm also apparently the best gay.
I'm gonna take him down.
I'm the best younger gay.
What are you saying?
All right, so why don't we get started with our first question? So what was your first positive experience with sex, romance, and or consent in a TTRPG? What was your first negative experience? So who would like to kick us off?
I guess I could kick us off. My answer is really generic, and I hope it's a good way to wade in, but like any RPG where I get to confirm my gender and my identity is a positive experience for me, especially when I get to romance really strong women. So all of that is really wonderful. I think negative experience is kind of interesting because it was mostly something that I observed and then walked away from the table being like, huh, that was weird, and then it was never addressed. So I guess for context, it was a bunch of friends had gotten together, said yeah, sure, we're okay with whatever. Weird scene happened. This kind of romantic relationship was pushed onto another player while they were saying no, like scene ended, but then it was never really addressed, and it kind of lingered, and then it happened again in like the next session, which was very awkward for everyone because we were like, huh, this, are we going to talk about this? Are we going to say anything? So yeah, those are my two, positive and negative.
So I joke a lot about how every time I go to a LARP, I make out with a straight boy, right? So I'm the best gay. But I mean, obviously, I'm not joking about it happening. It like happens all the time. But the joke is that I joke about it, right? I'm like, haha, I make out with straight boys at LARPs all the time, right? But underlying that is actually this idea that, oh, LARPs are spaces where they're called role-playing games for a reason, right? You play with roles, and the word play can mean so many different things, obviously. But I think the LARPs where that did happen, for example, were particularly good LARPs because they were designed in a way to allow that kind of interaction to occur without people feeling weird and awkward about that, right? Like, these were like very definitively straight boys who I made out with. They were very hot straight boys, absolutely, but they were straight boys, right? And the point is that everyone in the situation knew what was happening and what was going on, and everyone was aware, and I was like, we went out of character from some of them, some of them we knew we were gonna make out later, so we didn't go out of character. But we were like, I am going to kiss you now, is that cool? And he's like, go for it. I'm like, awesome, right? And so I think that is a really good example of the fact that we were people who are not like, we're gonna like get hot and heavy after this and because we're mutually attracted to each other. That was not the case, but the LARP space, the play culture, the rule set, and the environment allowed for these sorts of engagements to happen without anyone feeling awkward during, or maybe not during, I don't know, during, everyone feels awkward when you're making out, right? Like, who doesn't feel awkward when you're making out? Like, where does your nose go? I don't know. I do know, I'm the best gay. Anyway, but after, I think that is a really good example of engaging with topics of sexuality and romance when you can do so with people you are not planning on being sexual or romantic with later, so.
Cool.
And I think to Sharang's earlier point about being young, best young gay. I think best and worst come from the same series of games, playing classic World of Darkness, in a play culture that really values deep immersion, and that was, especially for when it came out, kind of a first attempt to publish something that was explicitly queer inclusive. Today it seems dated, and the queer inclusion seems very limited, but at the time it was fairly groundbreaking, and so it drew a lot of queer players back into role-playing. But it was also a culture that valued like super deep immersion, which can create problems because deep immersion does not allow people to step out and go, whoa, wait a minute, where are we going here? So that sort of opened up a lot of space, but also created a lot of awkwardness, kind of in the same system, same sort of play culture. So.
I have a tangential question. For those of us not familiar, what was that you mentioned that it was sort of the queer inclusion was limited? Could you give us an example?
Oh yeah, it was very much like, here's some gays that need to be rescued.
Oh my God.
I'll rescue them. But at the time, we were also very much like, wait, someone said us aloud? Yeah, someone acknowledged our existence. But it was also very much like, oh, here's the gays you can rescue, and here's the dramatic, pretty gay vampires that will be very sad when they're staked.
And that's an interesting point, right? We talk about this idea of immersion, right? So Maury Brown, in her introduction to Honey and Hot Wax, an anthology of erotic art games, which...
Who is that by?
Oh,
yeah,
I just happened to co-edit that book. But the article is also on NordicLab.org for free if people want to read the article. But she wrote about this idea that being able to have calibration tools with a game, a calibration tool is something which allows the players to be like, pause, what are we doing? Do we want to see this, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm going to pause you here
Yes,
because this leads into the next question. Yes. So, how do you explore sexual content when there's a disparity of comfort levels at the table?
So calibration tools are mechanisms that allow you to calibrate the play. Sometimes they're called safety tools. I don't like referring to them that way because it's not like we're all going to die and be traumatized. Like, we just want to make sure that everyone is on the same page, right? And that can be something like the X card, which is invented by John Stavropoulos, which is just like, hey, can we pause and not mention that content in this game? I'm just not into it. That can be anything from, I'm afraid of snakes, can we not talk about snakes, to can we not have phasers in our, I don't know, D&D game because that breaks the story, right? So anything like that. So those kind of things are calibration tools. And to refer to Richard's point about this idea of deep immersion and what does it mean for brink play, I shouldn't say that. What does it mean for play that can be challenging? Maury Brown contends that calibration tools, far from breaking immersion, allow for more intense, more immersive role play, right? Because if I'm playing with Richard and Mary, and we have talked before, and we have used our calibration, or we've decided that this is a game where Mary and I are married and we're cheating on each other, but each of us is secretly hooking up with Richard, right? And like Richard's character, I should say, right? And then in the game, Mary, you can slap me like on the face. That's totally okay. And Mary's like, okay, but like if I slap you, please don't scream really hard because if you do, that like triggers my like auditory response or something, right? If we've decided that, we can have a really intense role-playing scene where we like fight and then she slaps me and she's like, how could you sleep with Richard? And I'm like, well, how could you sleep with Richard? And right? If we don't have the tools to say how strongly we're going to perform in this game, then I might be like, ooh, I don't know if Mary wants me to yell at her, so like I shouldn't. But if we've decided beforehand, I can, right? So Maury contends that a lot of people say no, these kinds of tools prevent immersive gameplay. They make it so that you can't play naturally. Maury contends no, if used correctly and possibly with practice, these are things that require practice, like most role playing. They can heighten the immersive experience and the shared reality to which you are choosing to ascribe.
I think the one thing I would add to that is those tools need to be in the hands of not only the people who are like in the scene, so to speak. Sharang and I, Mary and I always come back to my friend Scott and I, who can, really good friends, we can yell at each other in game pretty deeply. Those tools don't just need to be in the hands of people in the scene, they need to be in the hands of the people surrounding them as well, because you are the only audience that most of those are gonna have, and whether or not you are ready to be in a game where that has happened also needs to be something that's a bigger thing. So it's not just a matter of like, oh, Scott and I need the X card because we're having a scene in which we're gonna yell at each other, or Mary and I, are having an affair behind Sharang's back, so we need the X card between us. Everybody else in the game also needs to be able to say like, let us pause here, or at least could we fast forward before we get 5 more minutes of kiss detailing?
Yeah.
Or anything like that. So there's those safety collaboration calibration tools need to be on the table for everybody at the game.
For sure. And I think, at least I guess I should probably say it at this point, because there is a safety tool that we introduced specifically for. So I worked on Poetry for Neanderthals, the Not Safe for Work edition, which is coming out very shortly.
From Exploding Kittens.
Yeah, in a few days. In a few days from now. And in that, we have pretty explicit words. So our little safety mechanism there is just don't play the word if you're unfamiliar with it, or it puts you in an awkward situation just for sake of having a laugh, because you never want to put someone in the position of feeling uncomfortable ever, even if it's for laughs, if it's to show the extent of your knowledge, you should never be in that sort of a situation. So I'm very excited that we got to include that in there. Because I think party games often get kind of overlooked when we're talking about safety mechanics. So.
Right.
And I think one of the interesting things that a lot of people, when someone makes a game which includes calibration tools in them, a lot of people are like, ugh, I have to use this on my table. No, just like every other rule in the game, you don't have to use any of them, right? So if your table is able to do things because you have a rapport with each other, whatever. While we may recommend you use them, it is your decision what to use or not, right? So, but yeah.
One other note on safety or calibration tools that I like to bring up. I'm reshaping my vocabulary to calibration because I really like that as a concept. Is they're not just about stopping content; they're also about putting on the gas frequently. There's some really great ones that are more of this.
Yes. There are definitely games where I'm fighting with someone and they're like, no, yell at me harder.
Yeah. And also
if you're playing with Scandinavian LARPers, absolutely.
especially useful like when you're in a game where there's some scene happening between a limited group and a larger group, and the larger group can also be there like, we're ready for the popcorn now, please give us more. So those help without necessarily breaking immersion to go like, yes, more of this.
And I think because the question is how do you explore sexual content, I think just at the start of the game, having it like, some games will include sauciness, right? If you're playing Luchin Khan's Visigoths versus Molgoths, it's all about cute teenage crushes between the barbarians who sacked Rome and modern people who wear black clothing a lot, right? And so you're like, okay, this is a game about cute romance. What are we expecting on this table? Are we gonna like describe fellatio? Probably not, right? But it's good to like talk about that.
Right.
Can I say fellatio?
Yeah, well, you already did, so.
Half fellatio.
There's no stopping you.
I'm foreign. Okay. So I am. Ask my lawyer. So just having discussions, especially like some games, it's gonna occur, right? Like if you're playing any game in Honey and Hot Wax, they are about sex.
Right.
But other times you might be like, hey, we're playing this game. We're playing Masks, for example, right? Which is about like teen superheroes. There may be teen romance stuff, so it's a good idea to like chat beforehand, like, hey, are we gonna talk about sexy times in this game? If so, how are we gonna do it?
Again, I'm going to pause you because this just leads into the next question.
I'm done. My sentence is
Oh,
over. I'm the best gay.
So since I know we already did, there was a panel right before us about consent, I believe. So let's do this one real quick. What do romantic and sexual consent look like in a tabletop setting?
I kind of answered that.
Yeah, you kind of did. If you want to say any more about it.
I think making space for out-of-character discussion before, after, and during, and not trying to rely on in-character interactions to solve where things are going sexually is the big thing. Really, really don't rely on in-character interaction to solve out-of-character discomfort.
Right.
Right.
I think also just like being aware and like realizing like if you're pausing at a certain moment, like it's very possible that the game took you to a place that you didn't expect to be. So I think it's valid to stop and sort of recalibrate like in the moment. Like if there's ever a pause, that probably should be questioned and like addressed.
But that doesn't always that pause isn't always a bad thing, right? In the introduction of Monster Hearts, I don't remember which edition, Avery Alder talks about this game is about the messiness of sexuality, right? Where especially adolescents are like exploring themselves and trying to figure out what it is and like, am I queer? Is my character queer? Blah blah. So like those pauses can be what I've heard Naomi Clark refer to it as the fruitful void. I think she was quoting someone else. There's this fruitful void where there's this paused blank moment, but that pause is fruitful. It allows you to think about questions about your character and possibly even yourself, because every character has elements of the self in it, well, arguably.
Okay, so then let's move on to the main part of our talk today. What are some ways to make sex and romance in your games fun, inclusive, and sex positive? I think this is going to be where we spend. Yeah, this is going to be where we spend the most of our time.
Oh yeah.
You want to start? Oh, I was going to say, I think one thing that a lot of us who've wanted to get our groups to open up to, just relationship discussions beyond just like, we tell a lot of jokes and kill dragons.
Which is great and fun.
A lot of
right?
fun. Like Shang and I met playing.
Yes, we literally played
D&D.
Yeah.
Shang yelled at me a lot.
I'm foreign. But now we like rarely play D&D. We play lots of other games.
We play lots of other games. But I think one of the instincts there is to try to like carefully work it into the plot of like your standard let's all kill dragons games. And I think really the thing that I would recommend is actually play a romance-focused game like Good Society or Monster Hearts.
Yeah.
Break out of the mold you're normally in, something that really sort of challenges your group, but also encourages people in your group that aren't into that to say, this isn't for me, I'm going to tap out for this session. But open up to, like, try not to just try to, like, work slowly into the mindset of, like, oh, and we're going to have, like, a village scene where everybody has, like, a kissing moment in town.
Which can be fun, of course.
Yeah, it can
right?
be a lot of fun, but also it doesn't give your other players who are not into that a chance to step away. It doesn't necessarily create a moment where people are having conversations.
And also might not make the best use of the affordances of role-playing games to engage with social, like the social realities of humanity, right? Because many games are designed to explore very different kinds of human relationships in different ways, and some of them being romantic/sexual human relationships. So trying those can really open up this idea of what is the possibility space, what can games do to comment on humanity in this way. So.
Yeah, I've worked on 2 games so far that have talked about sex without having talked about sex explicitly, so that's also another way of doing it. Just talking about sex toys opens up a lot of conversations.
Which game is that?
Like,
I want to know.
it's both. They saw what I did with one and they're like, huh, we could really use you to make another like amazing sex positive game. So this started out with Nothing to See Here, which presents the premise of you are walking in on people in very strange positions all throughout your house. And we don't really tell you what happens, but you have to sort of explain yourself out of why are you carrying these objects with you. And
in these weird compromising positions.
In these weird
right?
compromising positions, so like it could be like.
I remember that playtest was out like naked hanging from the balcony or something.
Oh, like we got real creative. So like you have like a location, a position, and also like the items that you have. And so we sort of wade into that conversation by saying, okay, so like why are you here? So we talk about like your name and profession. So it could be like, I was here to deliver pizza. But then why are you squatting in an Amazon like box shaving your butt? Well, I can explain, and then we sort of build up the storytelling like that. And it's a very quick game. Like another thing that makes it very positive is that like you don't have to think too much about it. You can sort of just speak off the cuff and try to be imaginative within like a very quick time frame. So it's like I think that like makes it a very positive experience, and like you learn quite a lot about like everyone at the table really, really quickly. So after working on that, I ended up working on Poetry for Neanderthals with Exploding Kittens, and for that, you're guessing words as someone is telling you like single syllable explanations. So it's very different, but also similar in that we are sort of talking about these words and describing them like butt plug. Like the first word being like maybe plug and the second being like butt plug. So like how do you describe that? Round thing.
Round thing in my hole. That's how you have to play the game. You have to say only one syllable words to describe the object.
Yes. So it's just very like playful way of like describing things and like being within that space without necessarily, talking about sex, which is, it's really fun.
Yeah.
I think that's the first game is a really good example because Mary went through an evolution because Mary's a professional game designer. Mary did a lot of playtesting with the game. And like it started out with this whole idea of cheating, right? Like the original version was about like, oh, you're cheating on your partner. And Mary realized partway through, like, that focuses too much on like dishonesty and cheating, and also doesn't include this idea that you don't have to be cheating if you're having sex with not your partner, right? You could be doing that and not cheating on your partner. I do it all the time. Best game. So I think that's a really good evolution, and that's a really good illumination of how do you make it like we have the word inclusive there, right?
Yeah,
like Mary, through playtesting, was like, wait a minute, this is the effect this game is having. Let us shift this focus and make it more, like make it different, right?
Yeah, we saw we had like an interesting premise, and we really spent, we were luckily enough, the group of us from Eat Melon Studio, our little indie studio, we had a really good premise. We went to like a publisher with it, and they were like, wow, this is a lot. And a lot of publishers were really actually upset about it, and were like, oh my God, how could you? And like threw a fit about it. And we were like, okay, well, we sort of expected that, but have you like sat and played it? Like, did you have folks there that played it with like knowing what they were getting into? Because that makes a big difference. And over the summer, we had spent a significant amount of time thinking about like, what are we actually saying with the game? And we came out with a whole bunch of other scenarios which are also sex positive, One which I'm excited is also like your grandparents like see the aftermath of this and are like trying to figure out, and you're trying to say it in a nice way without telling like an elderly person like what you've gone through. So yeah, it's just, you can always like do better with your storytelling, so examining that has been very interesting for this game.
Because I think that's another thing about bringing sexual content into games, especially when most of us play with established groups that we've known for a while. Asking people where they're coming from in character. Like I'd mentioned my friend Scott before. We did a great little play test of an early version of a friend's sort of werewolf-focused game that is very, very sexy, called Pack of Strays, which is a freebie out there right now, a little two-pager. But Scott opened up his sort of like intro scene by leaving an affair, which I think is, and that goes into some really great stuff in Honey and Hot Wax, like Pass the Sugar Please, which is all about things that have happened to you in the past and how you talk about them. I make that Pass the Sugar Please is all about like talking about them in code.
Not talking about it, yeah.
Yeah, talking about it in code. But where people are coming from when you encounter them, I think is a really great way to introduce things.
For context, I think we should hear more about Pass the Sugar Please and how it's played.
Yeah, I want to actually start with a quote. I'm pulling out my slides. I told you I'd do it. This is a lecture I gave at GDC. So there's a great quote that Kat Jones, who's a sociology and games professor at University of Cincinnati, gave at a talk at Living Games, where she said, quote, "Sex should mean something. It can mean different things in different games, but it should mean something," end quote, right? I think that's a really great, like, what is a way to make sex romantic in a game, fun, positive, is like, think about, like, why are we putting this into the game? Obviously, like, not everyone engages in artistic activity for like deep meaning, right? Like sometimes you're like, I just want to doodle, right? Or I just want to throw paint on a canvas, or I want to like randomly play this keyboard, right? But if we're thinking about games and other art forms as like these are artistic intellectual things, which sometimes we do, we don't always, it is interesting and powerful to make things we include mean something, right? So what is sex doing in this game, right? Like even in Mary's like party game, one of the things we're like, oh, haha, we're thinking about like butt plug, like these are ridiculous things that we as humans enjoy. A butt plug, if you think about it, is a silly thing, right? It is a thing that you're sticking up your butt and you're like, I have this thing up my butt, right? It's a silly thing that we do for like certain physical, emotional like experiences, right? So that should mean something. So talk about Honey and Hot Wax, because Honey and Hot Wax was a way that my co-editor Lucien and I wanted to explore how games can engage with sex and sexuality in ways that most games don't, right? Honey and Hot Wax was published by Pelgrane Press, who are the same people who publish 13th Age, Night's Black Agents, or if you know the hashtag feminism anthology collection, it's very cool. So we got two grants from a foundation to make this anthology where we're exploring two major questions. One, how can games talk about sex in ways that are different from other games? And this is the one that got people all like, oh, can you have a game in which players are performing real world sex acts with each other, and what does that mean in the context of the game? Right? So the anthology includes things like a lovely game by Kat Jones, who made the quote I just said, who said the thing I just quoted, about like teens in summer camp at a sleepover, giggling and talking about, ooh, have you ever made out with anyone? Have you ever watched porn? Oh my God, right? Just like talking about their like silly, curious ideas about sex. It's a lovely, lovely, wholesome game. You play it with sleeping bags and blankets, and you like do your nails together. And there's a fake version of Spin the Bottle, which you play in the LARP by doing thumb wars to be like, this is physically awkward. We are making out now, right? So we have that kind of game which explore how we as society talk about sex and sexuality, right? But we have other games which ask the players to engage in sex acts, right? So Lucien Kahn's game, In the Cleft of the Rock, asks you to touch each other in specific ways, and it's in ways that you as the players decide. So the game doesn't tell you, make sure you do this. No, you as players decide how you touch each other, while imagining each other as alien and fantasy landscapes. And you describe exploring these landscapes. There are all these different mechanisms you do so. But at one point, you are like touching each other's genitals while describing like alien landscapes, right? Right. It's actually really. But the first time I play tested it, I play tested many of the games myself. All the designers play tested at least once. I play tested many of them as co-editor. It's really interesting because this game talks about the fictions and stories and truths we layer onto our bodies, right? I am fat. I am skinny. This body is ugly. This body is masculine, right? All these stories that we put onto our bodies, this game makes you think about that through the act of describing and physically touching different bodies, right? And so the game I designed is about frat boys who keep having sex but never talk about it. I'm not
with each other, I'm assuming.
With each other, yeah. They keep with each other and never talk about it, and this may or may not be influenced by my experience as an undergrad at Dartmouth. May or may not, but all of you realize what that means. But in there, the game has some specific scenes, and then you give each other a hand job. And you don't have to have a penis to play the game. And then you have some other scenes, and then you give each other oral sex. And then you play again, and then you make out, and then you play again, and then you stare into each other's eyes for 3 minutes. And the game was my way of trying to ask the question, because we engage in lots of different verbs when we play games, right? We engage in rolling dice. We engage in foam sword combat. We engage in hitting each other with rubber, not rubber. Clubs, right? Things like that in Mary's board party game. So I was like, well, we have if games are defined at a certain level about the verbs that you engage with while playing them, what if that verb is blowjob? Which is not really a verb, but you know what I mean, right? Fillet, there we go,
yeah.
Right?
What would cunnilingus be? Cunniling?
Cunniling, sure. Cunning, I don't know. So the idea is, does that change the way you are playing the game? Does that change the way you are engaging with the narrative? Does that change the way you feel about your characters and each other? And my attempt at exploring and making it sex positive, fun, inclusive was okay, so have sex and what happens then, right, in the game? So those are the two main questions Honey and Hot Wax explores. It does all the things. I've talked a lot. Keep going. I'm the best gay.
Katie, you created a monster.
I didn't do this.
Okay.
He was already a monster.
I'm foreign.
Should we? Okay, so there's one bonus question left, and I think you might be able to spend a lot of time on it because y'all have opinions. So our bonus question tonight is: what are some tabletop games you look to as good examples of sex and romance positive products? Campaign settings, game systems, even board games. So I know we've talked a lot about some other games, but I know you, Sharang, have a long list of games. Yeah, you do.
I won't speak first because I just spoke a lot.
Yeah. Mary, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so both of the games that I worked on,
Yeah.
Also, I do want to mention that Sharang was a writer as well for poetry at NSFW, and it was really great just honestly working with
the best gay.
The best gay. It was the best experience. But other games that I think are pretty good examples, I think Star-Crossed, For the Queen also gets...
By Alex Roberts.
By Alex Roberts.
You should tell us why.
There's a video game called Star-Crossed as well.
That's true.
You should tell us why these are great games.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So Star-Crossed is you're in a relationship that you define with your partner, and the tension is created through the Jenga tower, and how you explore that relationship at key moments by taking pieces, removing pieces, and building tension, physically building tension with the tower. So that is it gets much more intimate than I expected. I was playing with a friend that we weren't expecting it to get intimate, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry I've taken this.
I played with my ex-husband's boyfriend, and I'm like, I'm so into you right now. I literally was like, if you ever want to have a threesome, I'm down, and he started blushing. We did not have the threesome.
So yeah, for sure, Star-Crossed, and for the Queen as well. Card game also by Alex Roberts, gets very saucy, and yeah.
I don't know anything about For the Queen.
For the Queen, you are an entourage, and you're taking the Queen to a destination, and you sort of discover your roles as you're playing, but also your relationship to the Queen. And it like sort of asks about personal sacrifices that you would make for her, and then it gets more and more intense. Depending on what card you draw, you may like talk about like how you intimately think about the Queen. Yeah, so that's a pretty good one as well.
It's also very easy.
Yeah.
It's very easy to play. I play with my students on the first day of class very often. So.
I would definitely say Night Witches by Jason Morningstar, because Night Witches explores women at war, and it is focused on lesbian relationships really, and like how you don't want to talk about it around your male, the supervisors and anyone that's like in the other quarters, I would say. So you are fighting with planes, and then you are smooching. It's great.
Plane smooch.
Yeah. I have some, we can move on. I have like a list.
We have plenty of time, so like we can come back if we need to. If you need to talk
I've already
more.
mentioned Pack of Strays, which people are familiar, possibly with Lasers and Feelings. Pack of Strays uses you're a werewolf, and the extremes, your poles are your wolfness and your humanness. And as your number fluctuates and goes down or up, you end up doing compulsive things. I really love it because it puts sexuality out there as an option without ever demanding that somebody be sexual. There's other ways that sort of your wildness comes out, but that puts on the table something very explicit. It's by my friend Philip Wessels, and I've worked with him, and I still can't remember his last name. It really just kind of puts things out there, is a freebie 2-pager. Also, one other thing I've already mentioned is Good Society. It is a Jane Austen role-playing game. It really does some beautiful stuff around romance-focused plots that are both funny and light. My friend Kat Raman added Russian Good Society, which she published a few articles on, which takes all the happiness and light of Good Society. It keeps all the romance and discards all the happy lightness because it's about Russian novels. And then there's this game coming out called Moonlight on Roseville Beach, which I'm contractually, because I also hired the best gay to work on that. The best young gay. That is about, it's essentially just sort of my homage to good times as in the 70s on Fire Island, about gay people getting to escape the closet in a time where it was oppressive, and in their spare time having to fight cosmic horrors, because that's what all the straight communities around them are secretly summoning.
So Emily Care Boss is like really famous in the scene. She has a book called The Romance Trilogy, which is a trilogy of 3 role-playing games plus modules to like modify them and things, all exploring romance. There's a 2-player game, a 3-player game, and a many-player game in there. And like they're really interesting because they explore questions like, one of them is like, what does it mean to cheat, right? Like one of the games is about what are the boundaries of our relationship and what does it mean when we cross those boundaries. And the boundary can be anything, like you will never eat broccoli soup with this other person, right? You define the boundaries, right? That trilogy is very influential in talking about romance in games. Emily Care Boss has extensively written about and talked about this kind of topic at various conferences and things. So I would highly recommend that you can get a PDF. There's also a really, really well done, I'm going to say Scandinavian because I don't actually know where Troils Ken Pedersen is from. I should. It's a game called My Girl Sparrow, and it is available for free online. It is a exquisitely interesting game, because it's a game where it's set in a near future where humans don't have sex physically anymore. It's too gross. They just have virtual sex. But your characters, and they're predefined characters with their own backstory, predefined in the game, are deviants, you're perverts, because you hired like a cabin in Vermont, and you go there and you're like gonna have sex with each other. like a married couple and a dating couple and a third person from that couple. But the interesting thing about the game is the game is all about these sex scenes that you very specifically describe, but the game never allows you to say anything that is not observable physically by someone else. So I cannot say, I am excited. I can say, you can feel my pulses racing, right? I can't say I am sad, but I can say my smile fades, right? But you have to keep describing these sex scenes in this game. But you can't say, oh my God, I'm feeling great. You have to say, I start yelling, right? And it's really interesting because first off, it's really hard to do that. Like you have to practice it a bit and then you're like, oh wow. And you also have sex scenes by like grasping the other person's hand, looking into their eyes and like describing the stuff to them, right? And it's really interesting because first off, the game interrogates the idea that we have all these words in society about feelings, right? The music industry is built upon this basis, right? Let me sing about my feelings in various ways, right? Wet ass pussy. The music is all about that, right? But now I said the example of that specifically because there's actually very little of when we explicitly talk about sexuality in like other ways. We feel shy about this. So when that song came out, everyone was like, oh my God, Black women singing about sex, oh, right? And so that game like interrogates this idea. The game is also interesting because it argues that we will never really know how another person's feeling, right? Like, if someone says, my pulse is racing, are they excited? Are they terrified for their life? They are literally not allowed to tell me. And in this game, like, when you're having sex with someone, there's a joke about faking orgasms, right? Some people better at it than others because some people don't produce fluid. But was that too saucy? Sorry.
No, you're good. I think that's fine.
But the game asks this question, like, makes you think about the idea, I can actually never know how my partner is feeling. I can only observe a reality and respond to that. Those are two interesting games. And the second one's free online, so you can check it out.
So we do have a lot of time.
Yeah, we can keep talking or we can do Q&A.
We can, let's see. I have other questions that didn't make it into the presentation.
I have a few more examples.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, nice.
Okay, because, yes. Okay, from Story Brewers, who worked on Good Society. Our Mundane Supernatural Life is, I think, a really sweet, it's very short and compact relationship as you define it, RPG, and Monster Hearts, Avery Adler, and the last one, Tension, by Adria Slattery. It's one of my favorite topics is Hannibal killing Eve, cat and mouse tension between two players using tarot cards. Like, so cool. Yeah, that's just my jam altogether. So.
Yeah, I really feel like Adira is one of those developers who just always brings really powerful relationship stuff to the table with your games. So.
And if you go on the convention floor, you can find Fog of Love at the Floodgate Games booth. I've written for Floodgate Games. Anyway, but Fog of Love is a really good board game that's a romantic comedy simulator. It's really excellent, and people are like, oh, it's actually a strategy board game. It is a strategy board game, but it's also a romantic comedy simulator. And it's really interesting how it talks about like relationships and the realities of relationships. So not just the like hearts, romance, lovey. It's more like, okay, now we live together. and COVID just happened. A lot of people found out that their compatibility does not extend to living together, right? Like that's a thing that a lot of people found, right? Even if they're compatible in other ways, right? My flatmate does not live with her partners specifically because she's like, we're not compatible that way, but they're still my partners, right? So that's a good one. Also, Naomi Clark's Consenticle is an interesting board game. Yeah, it's about a human and a giant tentacle alien having sex with each other. And the game is about like trying to communicate like what are we doing together to maximize our mutual pleasure. So it's interesting because it's about like consent and how are we communicating with it. It's about the game about communication, but it's also interesting because it it explodes this notion of what is a normative body and what is a normative way to have sex, right? Because I'm having sex with a giant tentacle alien, like, and the game is not about like, giant tentacle alien, right? The game is actually very sweet. And it's a great board game. Naomi told me once that people were like, oh wow, it's a game. It's not just a prompts game. And she's like, I am the head of the NYU Game Center. I know how to make games. Right? But it is really interesting, and it discusses really interesting themes and topics, and Naomi is a brilliant designer.
Yeah, Naomi is fantastic. So I think I see some anxious audience members who would like to ask questions. So if you have any questions, there's a microphone here. If you would like to line up. I'll just remind you that questions ask who, what, where, when, why, or how. They aren't comments or backstories or context. I know that sounds a little harsh. It sounds a little harsh now. But feel free. Yeah.
It was really hard to catch all of the names between the masks and also keep up how fast you guys are talking about the names. So if somebody could tweet a list after the panel, that would be really great for those of us who want that full list of games.
Yeah. We will have our panelists tweet, and I will retweet on the GamerX account.
Follow the GamerX account.
Yes, at GAYMERX.
Yay, gamer.
Hello, my name is Winter. Earlier, you were talking about the calibration tools in place of safety tools or in conjunction with. And Richard, you had mentioned something about when you're using those calibration tools, expanding them out to the entire group and make sure that everybody's comfortable with the content that is happening maybe just between two players and such. I am currently working on a Monster Hearts story stream with a group of lovely people, and we've talked about having a very open field as far as content. How would you say those consent tools can expand to, say, our audience? Because, for instance, you had the consent thing right at the beginning of this. And I want to give the audience that chance to express their consent as well.
I think Katie can speak to this a little bit too. Having that clear content note up front about sort of what kind of territory you're going to go into, so that no one sits down for a light romantic comedy Monster Hearts and gets a heavy teenage erotica Monster Hearts or anything like that.
Right.
So it also make sure that content note is credit out there. You may involve audience members in some discussion beforehand in some sort of lines and veils setting. And I'm sorry if I'm dropping a lot of names. There was a panel earlier about specific tools, and there's a lot of information on this online. But lines and veils is one I think that lends itself well to discussions with the audience in a setup. I feel like a lot of pause or hit the brake or go into this may be a struggle especially if you have a sizable live audience. Because that's a lot of people who may not have seen content notes, may not check in for lines and veils. And then also you open yourself up to a lot of grief possibilities with people just dropping in and go I want to hit the brakes just to see if it throws you off. Sure.
So this is streamed live?
I hope to get it
Sure.
To stream it.
One of the things you can do, because people drop in and out of streams, is you can pause briefly in the middle of a stream and rerun your content note just so folks know what they're getting into if they come in the middle. You can take small breaks like that. And your content note doesn't have to be as long as mine was. I just wanted to be thorough.
And it is I once played in a Knights Black Agents game where there was going to be an intense torture scene, and we paused beforehand and we're like, there's going to be an intense torture scene. It seems like we as the players can see this coming, right? And our DM was like, yeah, just know, is everyone okay with this? And we did that live, and then we continued. But the other thing, and this is another thing, is there was a great article about what is the definition of abuse that I read a while ago. A live stream cannot abuse you. So telling your viewers, hey, this is the stuff we're thinking, but we are a live stream. This is a improvisational art form, so it may go into territories that we are improvising, and we're going to try and use collaboration to stop. But if we encounter things that makes you feel icky, you are fully empowered to turn away at that point, right? I think it's important to remind viewers that because, again, it is an improvisational art form that your players are going into, and while you can account for a lot, you can never account for everything, and you can never account for every audience member's specific tastes, and if they expect you to, that is silly, in my opinion, right? And so you can say, these are the things that we're thinking. If it turns weird, we encourage you to turn away and we will not be upset, right? We are not, as panelists, we are not upset when someone gets up and leaves because we don't know why they got up and left, right? They could want to pee a lot, right? And or like, I'm just too good a gay for them.
They can't handle your gayness.
I'm the bestest.
I know.
And so I think it is very, when you are streaming something, you have to have a little more responsibility because you do have a large audience. But I think we laud this initiative to be like, how do I like prevent like weirdness from happening? But it's also good to remind your audience that that we're improvisational and you can turn off if you feel that we're approaching things that you don't want to deal with. And that can be anything. That can be heavy, sexy content. That can be talk about divorce because someone who's watching just got divorced, for example, right? So.
Well, thank you very much.
Good.
All right, if there are no more audience questions, I do have questions that didn't make it.
Are you sure no more audience questions? We thrive on questions.
Oh.
Great.
Do we have a question? I think we have a question.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hi, my name's Justin, and I am asexual, so I don't necessarily have that experience to sort of bring on to the characters. Like obviously, my characters don't have to be me. I was wondering if you had any good ways I can expand my knowledge, at least on the basic level, so I can sort of put that in my roleplay.
So I didn't catch what the question was. I'm sorry.
I'm
Can
sorry.
you rephrase that?
How do I express sexual intentions in my character without having the prior knowledge?
Oh, I would just say watch rom-coms a lot. This is the thing, right? Sexuality, romance is a learned human behavior.
It really
right?
is.
Sexuality, you can argue, I'm not a bioanthropologist, but romance is a learned human behavior, which is why romance looks different in different cultures, right? So if you are the kind of person, for whatever reason, right, whether you're asexual, whether you, are young, right, or just have never been in a relationship, which is like all completely valid reasons, I think the way to explore is the way other people explore, like reading, watching, seeing how is romance coded in our culture. Watch cool TV shows. I stayed up till 3 a.m. on Friday morning so I could watch Heartstoppers on Netflix. You should all watch it. It was great.
And I think what's important is like not all examples of romance are like good or healthy examples of romance. And that doesn't mean your character necessarily has to be good at romance or health or have like a healthy, romantic
Yeah, it might be great to
relationship.
talk to you like, hey, my character is really terrible at romance, and we're going to do that.
Yeah.
So I would say, how to learn about this is through cultural absorption.
Yeah.
I do think one of the things that just jumps out at me is that one of the big trends we've seen in queer romance writing, Sharang and I get to talk a lot because we're both queer romance readers, and we get to nerd out about that, is that we're starting to talk in queer romance writing about people who don't have the dominant response to sex and romance, and seeing them engage in relationships that are not necessarily the heteronormative or dominant cultural expressions of romance and sexuality are also really important. So I would, definitely don't feel pressured in that to not talk about asexuality, because I feel like that is an important thing to bring out in games that address sex and romance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a pretty quick one, and kind of runs off a theme that I've been hearing through a lot of the questions. But do you have any tips for being the best gay?
Well, you can firsthand learn from me if you're very interested.
Sharang.
What? I'm just propositioning on live stream. That's the only answer, right?
Okay.
Richard?
Thank you.
Yeah, Richard, I would love to hear.
As someone who preceded Sharang as best Definitely read up a lot of home study, yeah. And then role-playing out best gay roles is definitely like great stuff.
I want to write a game now with the best gay.
Yeah, how do you become the best gay? That should be the goal of the game.
It should be a wrestling game.
Oh my god.
Mary, play test with us.
Okay, so, we do have an audience question. Yay, hello.
Hello. So my question was, so we've been talking a lot about playing these games. What is a really good way, so if you don't have that community already set, if you're not BFFs with Richard and Sharang, what is the best way to try and, or do you have any ideas of places to find people who want to engage in this kind of gameplay in a safe manner?
That's a great question.
Do you want to start?
I have to think about it a little bit.
Yeah.
There used to just be a handful of really good online game communities that really valued introduction and safety. I feel like that's been an explosion. I feel like the Gauntlet is still very going and still very popular. Yeah, and the Gauntlet is an online play community that sort of grew out of a podcast and some local play communities.
You can Google the Gauntlet.
Yeah,
RPG.
you can. Yeah. And they do a lot of online events, including ongoing campaigns. If you want to buy Roseville Beach sessions from me, that's available. I see Brian sitting in back, and you can always, I've never gotten into one of Brian's Monster Hearts games when I was at Games on Demand, but if you want to go to Games on Demand and get into one of Brian's Monster Hearts games, that will be a great introduction to Monster Hearts and playing with, and Brian is right there waving.
Yeah, conventions are we've been seeing increasing representation of indie games on unusual topics at conventions, including PAX, right? Where people are running weird games, especially in groups like Games on Demand and things like that. So that's a great thing.
PAX East and PAX Unplugged have almost been as good as, if not better than, say, Gen Con or Origins, as far as the diversity of indie games at them, and that's a good place to get started. And look for online communities if you don't have a local community that's at a starting place. And also talk to people at game stores if you have a good game store about who would be interested, not necessarily at the store.
Though some stores are good about that. You can advertise, hey, I'm really interested in running this game. Can you put a sign up at the store? Yeah. And people can sign up and let's meet at the store or wherever and play this game. Also, public places actually, depending on the game, right? If you're playing Bluebeard's Bride, you might want a more private place. Bluebeard's Bride is a game about intimate partner violence. But if you're a public place to play could feel more comfy for people because it's not like we're in a room and we're playing sex games, right? We're in the store and we're going to have a laugh and say silly things to each other.
I have a follow-up question.
Oh, I have
That's
another
related.
answer. I have another answer.
I was going to ask you, how do you vet your players when you're starting a group like that?
So that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
So how do you vet players is a complex question. Maury, in the same article introduction that I talked about to Honey Hot Wax, has the very frank sentence, which I can't quote off the top of my head, but she says basically, if someone is willfully trying to break the social contract of the game, there's literally nothing you can do to stop them apart from we're not playing with you anymore, right? So just like when you're playing, you can be like, we're gonna play basic D&D. One of my players in grad school, a good friend of mine, told me she hadn't played D&D in 10 years because the first time she played it, she was the only woman at the table, and the other players thought it'd be funny if her character got sexually assaulted, right? They're like, haha, the goblins assault your character. And she's like, And this was before we had extensive conversations about speaking up about let's not have this content. So she didn't know about that you could do that, right? At some point, just like when you engage in any social activity, when you want to go on a Tinder date with someone, right? It's a leap of faith. But having calibration tools at the start and frank discussions about what this game is going to do or not do is a great way, because sometimes people, I don't believe people are malicious at heart. Right? I don't believe in Lord of the Flies, William Golding, right? Sometimes people do this because they think it'll be fun for everyone, they think it is funny, and having a frank discussion at the start is saying, this is what we think is fun or funny, and let's not do these other things.
So we are right at the end. Are there any other follow-up thoughts you would like to have?
I was going to say, sometimes the shared discussion with calibration tools will get people who are not going to be good players out of the room. They'll be like, oh, these people have a way to stop me from being a jerk. Or to limit my jerkiness, and I'm going to go be a jerk somewhere else.
I think for for communities specifically, going to a particular game and seeing if they have like a Discord group. Like I know Good Society has their own Discord server, so you can like run your own session. Like going specifically based off of the game and saying like, hey, I want to get a group together to do this. Here's what I'm interested in exploring, and like sort of starting the conversation from there. For some of our, for Nothing to See Here, we found our community via the convention space. So also like looking for games that resonate with you and then supporting those games and those creators so that we can create more of these, yeah.
And find out, ask your players, they might surprise you.
So thank you all so much. That is where you can find us. Thanks for coming tonight.
Yo.